Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! That's just Game Awards!
I can't focus on this anymore because all of you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy.
Dude, Megaphonics.
What's going on, everybody?
Literally just like.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a sunny day here in California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I'm in a fucking fantastic mood. And I'm going to tell you exactly why in this part of the broadcast. It is July 30th, 2025, 11:09 a.m., and I am feeling spectacular, okay? I'm feeling great. I'm feeling live. I'm feeling alive. I'm feeling excellent, and I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm feeling all of these things in the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. That's right. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. Now, the reason why I feel spectacular currently is not because I'm on codeine or anything like that. That's what people are suspecting. That's not the reason. Yesterday was horrible for me. I think you guys know that already. You guys probably felt it. Some of you wanted to take advantage of it. As a matter of fact, I was the least charitable I could have ever been. They pulled the implant that I had placed in my mouth on Monday out. And the reason why they did that is because the implant did not stick. The reason why the implant did not stick is because the bone graft didn't actually work. So we went back to square one, and I had to pull the tooth out and like carve it out, and it was fucking terrible. I mean, the toothaches are really, really bad. And I was in the process of that toothache. What was I doing? I was taking some acetaminophen, not the most, and I couldn't manage it. The pain was not enough. I should have taken like probably higher grade painkillers, because like literally after I ended the broadcast, I finally did the trick that my mom always pushes for, which is the two Advil, one Tylenol trick. The 2 Advil, 1 Tylenol trick. And when I did that, I'm gonna be honest with you, I started dancing because I was like, oh my God. It's like, I'm not, what's that Navy SEAL guy who trains all the time and he's like super hard body? David Goggins. Like, I'm not Mr. David Goggins at all, but like, it is crazy that if you are in tremendous pain and then you don't actually, when you get over that tremendous pain somehow, you magically become an incredibly happy person. And that's basically something that David Goggins would never do. But I guess like the principle behind it is he puts himself in these horrible conditions deliberately so that he is he's more excited about sucking the day's dick, you know, day in, day out, that type of shit. But yeah, it was a goated combo. Anyway, went to bed last night, woke up early, was on the Canadian Broadcasting Company, CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Channel, earlier this morning. Woke up, did that with Alyssa Mercante, as a matter of fact. Friend of the show, Alyssa Mercante, was on the CBC as well. I did a show for them. It was fun. But yeah, we did some Canada stuff. and it was great. We talked about the Nelk Boys interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu and like what that says for the future. I defended independent media a little bit, obviously, what is actually wrong with him. But I did all of that, and I don't know when it's going to be released, but I'm, it was a great interview. And then after that, I went and I worked out, and I'm feeling pretty good on the working out front too. I'm fluctuating like crazy after my massive deficit week. I went up from, after I came back from Vegas, I was like 244, which is the highest I've been. That's like 20 pounds higher than where I was when I had a six pack, right? And I'm feeling chunky. I'm a chunky boy, right? But also at the same time, I'm not actually like putting up higher weight too. I got weaker, I got fatter, all this stuff, and it's like really frustrating. But I did a massive deficit week to just like reconfigure my brain a little bit. And obviously in the process, I still had like some high calorie days for my birthday. It is what it is. And then my first day on Monday, I had a high calorie day as well. But basically I've been dieting fairly well. And I'm going between like 235. I'm fluctuating between 235 and 238 right now. But on the weight side, on the putting up weight side, today I hit 285 with like such ease. I hit 285 with such ease that I was like, oh, I'll do my top sit at 310, and take a look at the depth on this motherfucker. I mean, look at the depth on this. Look at that. I'm butt winking basically. Like, can you look at that? I mean, my ass is gigantic. It's actually kind of crazy how big my ass is. I got a big ass. It is pretty ginormous. But these are all of the reasons as to, like, my pain has subsided, and it's nowhere near as bad as it was. So all of these reasons combined have made me feel pretty good. It won't shrink by squatting. Yeah, I know. At this point, I just don't care. Yeah, I got a big fat ass. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Not really too much I can do about that. Start digging in your butt, Twin. Bro, Twin is digging in his butt. Twin is digging his butt down. Yeah, good upper curvature too. Like, tone your calves, mine are bigger. I mean, calves are just genetic. There's not really too much you can do about that. I work my calves out. What is this? Fear End. This is how most podcasters look, by the way. It's true. This is literally Fear End. It's true. Why are you acting like it's a bad thing? Having a big butt, it's not great. Like, I used to be very self-conscious of my gigantic ass when I was much fatter, when I was younger. At this point, I just kind of gave up on it.
What are you doing, bro? If you see the money, that's ye. If you smell the money, that's ye. If you feel the money, that's ye.
If you see the money, that's ye. You see the money, that's ye. I ain't never wanted to roll it. Bitches really wanted me. Bitches.
So yeah, put up some decent. Can you bring back Pop Trigger? I used to watch him on Pop Trigger. Do you remember Pop Trigger? What happened to Pop Trigger? It says olive oil drinker. That was on the Young Turks, big dog. I stopped doing that on the Young Turks literally years before I even like the thing that I did in the Young Turks was a breakdown, was like, and that was already like at this point 10 years ago. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Chatter just woke up from 2016. Yeah. What percentage effort is this for you? I mean, I definitely had my knees buckling in by the end of it, so clearly I was hitting I wouldn't say it was like failure, obviously, but yeah. Would you hop on Sodas and Nick's new podcast? Maybe. Yeah, don't tell him how bad things have gotten. Chatter is like, the DSA National Convention is coming up in a couple weeks. Any plans on covering any of it? What do you mean covering any of it? I'm gonna be there. But yeah, I mean, 310 for 5 is not like 310 for 5 is not like anything to really be proud of. Let's be real, but I'm happy about it because like it means that I'm going back up. I'm going back up on the weight again. So because the last time I was like still hitting high weights, I was like, I think I did like 345 for 5. Like that was my last big like super high weight that I hit up. And getting back up to 310 easily is good. And I'm just going to take my time for it. I'm going to take my time with it. I'm going Nah, that's actually a decent amount to be repping for 5. Not necessarily. It's not a decent amount to be repping for 5 because I'm 6'4" and 235 pounds. So as someone who's like 6'4" and 235 pounds, like 310 is, you know, a little bit above my body weight, but I should be doing a lot more than that. I think I will be real. It's, you know, I'm gene cucked for sure. Like I do have, you know, some people are just naturally built for this kind of thing. I'm not like, I have a lot of advantages. I have a lot of genetic advantages. My height obviously being one of the major advantages that I have, but there's also just a bunch of other issues there as well. Not to get all Sydney Sweeney with it, but like, you say 6'4" and hot, gene cuck, but like it took a lot to get to this. Okay, I didn't always look like this. Calm down. It's amazing that you have high standards for yourself, but please don't let those standards discount who you are in the moment. My max was only 495 at 6'3" at 320, but my deadlift was like 650, so don't feel too bad. Yeah, my deadlift is much higher, but even then I haven't hit like past the point of, what is this? TikTok banned my page with no warning yesterday and the monetization terrible. I want to be able to devote 7 hours a day to clipping in TikTok, but I don't think it's worth unless you do what other streamers do and set up a payout system. I've noticed some other clip channels not posting because of the same issues. What happened? You guys got clapped or something on TikTok? What's going on? Trap bar don't count? No, not trap bar. I'm talking, I do conventional now. Will you go back on Piers Morgan soon? Now that he's changed his stance on Israel? No. How did you lose weight as a teen? Looking for advice, dog? I mean, I didn't lose my weight in the teens. I lost it in my 20s, in my early 20s. And it was partially because I was just surrounded by personal trainers. We were all broke. And the only like fun activity we had was basically working out and just like dieting. How's your tooth? It's swollen as fuck still. You can kind of tell maybe. But this side of my jaw is still very much swollen. I got to get on antibiotics to make sure that there is no like there's no inflammation, but I'm gonna start that today, and yeah, that's it. I mean, it hurts a little bit, but it's nothing like yesterday. They're clapping a lot of leftist creators, especially small ones. My brother talks about Palestine a lot. He had a decent sized audience, like 20+ million views, but he got perma'd. Oh, please be careful. Your teeth could kill you so fast. I know. I need an answer. Did Finesse Ride cut your dick off? I am desperate. It did not. How did you set up your outside gym? I'm moving to a place in the backyard. I'm trying to set up. This is not my outside gym. This is my trainer's outside gym. Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. Personal news wise, I'm feeling pretty good. Thoughts on creatine? It's my favorite thing on the planet. I literally can't recommend it enough. It's one of the only, like outside of whey protein, creatine is the most heavily studied supplement out there. It literally works. It is the best thing. It is the best supplement. High key. There, you will never find like a fitness industry advocate, like one of these like science-based lifters or whatever, ever turn around and say like, oh, creatine is bad. Do you take any pre-workout? No, I just rip a shot of espresso. That's my creatine. I mean, that's my pre-workout. What does creatine do? I love answering this question every single time we're talking about working out in the mornings. Creatine fills your muscles with water. It pumps, it just pulls water into your muscles and it makes your muscles much larger. It helps with your recovery. It helps you lift more weight. What do you mix creatine with? I just rip it straight pills. It's forbidden in sports competitions though in the Northern Hemisphere at least. No, it's not. What? No, creatine is not forbidden. You can get it from red meat. It's just impossible for you to get creatine from red meat without like getting heart disease. So just getting the creatine raw in the form of a pill or in the form of a supplement is just better. How do you dissolve creatine? Guys, I'm telling you, I rip it in the form of pills. I take creatine pills. I take creatine pills in the morning. Yeah, I just down it. Do you drink enough water to not fuck up your kidneys though? I mean, you guys know I drink enough water to not fuck up my kidneys. I'm literally live every day. I drink liquids on an unstoppable amount of liquids. Especially yesterday, I had to piss like 45 times because I was like, I was drinking so much water because it was like it was making my tooth feel better. So I was just like nonstop drinking. Also, it's not just water. Soda also still hydrates you. Coffee still hydrates you. People think that only water hydrates you. This is wrong. Okay. Soda also has water in it. Like, it's still liquid. Yes. No, it's not. It's true. Oh my God. What is happening? Oh my God. Coffee, even coffee hydrates you. Even coffee hydrates you, but it also has a diuretic effect. So at the end of it, you're probably pissing out more than you're taking in. But virtually every single thing that you drink. Where is that list? Let's look at hydration of different liquids. New paper got published on creatine to help treat Alzheimer's and depression as poggers. Yeah, here it is. Hydration impact of different studies or different beverages. Basically, any common drink will hydrate you well. Coffee doesn't dehydrate you. It just hydrates you slightly less effectively than water. Milk and orange juice are about as effective as an oral rehydration solution. Okay, there you go. Still water. Beverage hydration index at 1. Sparkling water also at 1. But diet cola, sports drinks, oral rehydration solution is higher. Full fat milk and skim milk also higher in terms of hydration capabilities. Tell chat to link a more recent study if they want to talk shit. Yeah, this is from January 6, 2025. This is a research review on hydration. Do you feel finasteride affect your fitness in any way? I mean, considering that I've been taking it for years and years at this point, no, it's my base level. But I will say, when I don't take finasteride for an extended period of time, I get incredibly horny. But I don't really have issues. I don't really have issues with my sex drive already. So finasteride makes me a normal person. But if you do have issues with your sex drive already and you take finasteride, that might actually be an issue. Are you still watching Fire Force? Yes. Speaking of horny, I am still watching Fire Force. As a matter of fact, I was watching Fire Force in front of my mom last night, and there was one of those like fan service moments, which Fire Force has many of. And let me tell you, it was a weird conversation to have with your parents. Okay. Michelle Goldberg, we should all know less about each other. Wrong. What's your milligram of finasteride? I take half of a pill, so like around 0.5. I've actually decreased my finasteride dose, and it's perfectly fine. My hairline has not moved back. But the reason why I was taking a 1 milligram finasteride when I first started taking him, and it did make me emotional, and it did actually cook my sex drive a little bit, and that's why I lowered the dose to half. And since then, I've never stopped taking half of a dose. And it's been perfectly fine with no repercussions, no negative side effects for me. And everyone's different, obviously. What would you look like without the finasteride? Probably bald. HasanAbi PBS, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I take oral finasteride pills, half a milligram, and I take topical minoxidil, which is Rogaine. Have you seen the common side effects? What do you think of the show? Figured it's something you'd be interested in? Yes, I loved common side effects. It was fantastic. It was very good. Highly recommended for everybody. I talked about it before when I first watched it. So are you saying that you are trans? Yes. I do take hormone replacement therapy. That's what finasteride is. It's HRT. It's a form of HRT. It's literally gender affirming care, which is ironic because a lot of men do this. Men that take TRT, for example, are quite literally doing an even higher version, an even bigger dose of gender affirming care. And yet those are the same men that are so transphobic, weirdly enough. Very annoying. Anyway, let's blast off and let's do it. If you're really a trans ally, you will do a heavily modded Fallout New Vegas stream. What? Okay, once you were playing, Europa Universalis. Yeah, I'm gonna wear the coder socks and just transmogrify. All right, let's blast off. Okay. New GHF interview confirms what we've been saying about the aid trap scheme. Israel's starvation invokes major response in the West. How did we get here? Okay. New York City shooter updates. Chris Smalls brutalized in IOF detention. How are you feeling today, Playboy? A lot better. A lot better. Cyberpunk 2027, you played. What's your take on it? It's one of my favorite games of all time. I would say Cyberpunk 2027 is up there with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as like some of the best RPGs, like straight raw RPGs that I've ever played. It's so fucking good. What? So Cyberpunk 2077. Sorry, not 2027. We're living in Cyberpunk 2027. Let's be real. We're already there, but early. We're basically living in 2077 early. But Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 perhaps is one of the greatest RPGs ever created. I will stand on that. I don't know why it's not in contention for best of the year. It like nothing comes near it by my estimations. Like it's just so amazing. And I say this as someone who loves Red Dead, for example. Like Red Dead is fantastic, right? Red Dead was amazing. Everyone keeps telling me to play Expedition 33. I need you to clip farm extra hard today so I can make up for losing my account. I'm counting on you. I got you. I'm gonna clip farm really hard. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is my second best, but Death Stranding 2 is better. Wait, really? Death Stranding 2 is better as an RPG than Kingdom Come Deliverance? That's crazy because Kingdom Come Deliverance is so dynamic. Anyway, new GHF interview confirms what we've been saying about the aid trap scheme. Israel starvation evokes major response to the West. How do we get here? New York City shooter updates. Chris Smalls brutalized in IOF detention. Trump tariff mania. Epstein saga continued. Get in now. You know what's also dynamic? Playing Peak with friends. I know I have to do more. I know that I have to do more collabs. I want to do more collabs. You know what I want to do? Wait, hold on. Confirms the aid death trap scheme. You know what I want to do? I want to collab. I want to collab more. I want to play basketball with Ty Lil. For those of you who don't know, I just saw like on my TikTok For You page, I saw Ty Lil and Max play, and Ty Lil beat Max, but he actually bodied him the entire time. And I don't think he can do that to me. So I want to ball with him. And also it's been a while. Unk Ball is back. Obviously I've been talking to Adapt as well. I want to do an Unction with Adapt and maybe Kason as well. His 1v1 with Max, he tracked a lot. Yeah, I think he won't be able to do that. Tyler would not be able to do that to me. So if he's still around, I'd be down to ball with him. What the fuck is an unction? I haven't really figured out the dynamic of how an unction would work. Tyler is ass. Max is just washed. I don't think Max is washed. I think Max is a really, really good player. Is just like his size difference was heavily abused. Like I watched the fucking Tyler versus Max. Does anyone have a clip of it? If there's someone send me the clip. An unction is a unk function. Are you gonna redo the 1003s again? No. An unk off. Adapt / Hasan streaming is something I need. I've been fucking with Adapt heavy recently. Yes, I've been a major Adapt head for a very long time. I've known him for a very long time. It's like him, and it's like kind of funny because like I've known Adapt for far before this like new phase resurgence, and same with FaZe Banks, and only because like I've seen him out and about at like, you know, nightlife shit. But yeah, we're working on doing a collab together where like he's gonna teach me how to trick shot, I'm gonna teach him politics. But yeah, Plaque Boy Max versus Tyler. Let's take a look. Max is a better ball player than Tyler in general, but Tyler spammed his weight class difference and his advantage pretty heavily, which is perfectly fine. You're doing 1v1. You want to win. I get it. Anyway, GHF interview confirms the death aid trap scheme. All right, here, let's blast off. As a part-time non-gaming streamer, what streamers do you enjoy watching with all on your downtime? I don't really watch any streamers unless it's on my For You page. And my For You page is mostly just like FaZe shit on the streaming side. Just wondering, did you hear about the New York City Congressman Jerry Nadler's 26-year-old challenger who's running to the right of Zoran? I did. I just heard about it. I'm going to talk about that in a second. On the one hand, I like that there's new young blood. On the other hand, I hate that the new young blood that the Democratic Party is using is all like centrist bullshit candidates. Zoran is back and holding a presser. Oh, right now? Nice. Well, I'm not going to do that currently. I don't really care necessarily, but yeah, younger blood, same type. Exactly. Here it is. Here's the blast off meme chat. Take a look. All right, this is it. Kaya is a better streamer than you. This is true. That's easily the truth. Not interested, stop spamming. You have to like it, and you have to react to it, and you have to let the people know that we're live and we are alive. Okay, you promise gay sex with hams on stream. What? Cutie is getting more famous than you because she's doing TikTok collabs. I agree.
Who's not?
Cutie's on our hot girl shit, dude. Let her be a hot girl. She's doing hot girl shit.
A little bit of Puerto Rican in me.
Girl, I'll tell you what, I've had some Puerto Rican in me too. It's not too bad.
Gosh, it is a non-binary.
I'm gonna get you.
Okay, I'm gonna be so for real. I'm gonna be so for real right now.
Hi.
Am I gonna get poisoned?
No, I just jumped right over. You were good. Oh,
I got poisoned, but that's okay.
She's gonna run.
You know? Oh, she's not good. Then I squirt all the time.
That's awesome, Katie.
I grab you.
Would love to see you do some gaming with Vanilla Maze while we're on the subject. I would love that. I would love to game with Vanilla Maze. I would love to game with anybody, honestly. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer for real. For real. I am a gamer. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring collabs back. I'm gonna bring gaming back. I'm gonna bring it all back. Okay. Obviously for collabs, the number one thing to do in terms of collabs is gonna be basketball, unk ball. Okay, gotta bring that shit back because I feel like the streets forgot what I used to do. Okay, the streets forgot what I used to do, and it's messed up. Give us vanilla content. Yes, I need to do more. I need to do more content with girly pops for sure. I agree. Anyway, we've been going too hardcore on the news side, and everybody always says, Hasan, you say that all the time, but what do? I say that all the time, and then I actually adjust. I say that, and then I adjust, and then I do some more like fun stuff for a little bit, and then news picks up again, and then I have to fucking do news again. But yeah, I need to make adjustments for sure. That's what I like though, the meticulous news. Kobarage. I know many people come in here just for the news. Back in the day, people used to come in here not just for the news, but for a bunch of other stuff. Give me the TikTok. Give me a TikTok like version of this. This is like 37 minutes long. I don't want to watch the whole thing. I just want to watch the highlights. What is this? Socialism and she?
All of these forks are Hasan's.
Wait, what? She stole forks from my house? How is that even? What? Yo, what are we doing? Who steals a fork, man?
Sometimes when I go to his house, I don't finish my salad that I order, and so I'm gonna eat it on the ride home, so I just take the fork, and I'm like, I'll take it back someday. And also like socialism and shit.
She clearly does not take it back. Dude, all of my friends rob me. It's kind of crazy. What is going on? Why is this? I failed to describe what socialism is, okay, to all of my closest friends. They literally think socialism is when you just come into my house and eat all of my protein supplements and also steal everything in the house, whether it be jewelry or, I guess, cutlery. I didn't realize that it was like kitchen stuff too. That's crazy. I don't think that's socialism, but hey, whatever. Ironically enough, who's stealing jewelry? Oh, Austin. He steals all my, like, he used to. He doesn't anymore. Ironically enough, the thing that we do that is like closest to socialism, Cutie Cinderella refuses to understand, which is a cooperative formation of a company. So that's the hilarious part about this, is that like the most socialist thing Cutie refuses to recognize as is. So, you know, how many forks do you own? If someone stole one fork, I would notice. I don't know how many fucking forks I own. What are you, crazy? I own a lot. Anyway. But yeah, I'm flexing. I'm flexing the amount of kitchen stuff that I have. Yeah, fork haver, baby. Max basketball highlight TikTok version. Okay, here, look. Tylil versus Plagboy Max highlights during their 1v1. Tylil just fucking bodies him the entire time. And I don't think he can do that to me. And I mean, Max was definitely fouling him too. Like, let's be real, because there's not really much else he can do here other than foul him. But Tylo can't do this to me. You know what I mean? Which is why I want to ball with him. I want to ball with him and see how that would go. SGA Max. Max was also foul baiting. You should hoop one-on-one with Silky. I'd be down. Trying to decide if I want to make a comeback to TwitchCon this year or any of your streamer friends going. You need to do more community stuff again. When I was a 15-year-old, I originally only came on here to watch your OK Buddy segments. Yeah. SGA objectively less foul baiting than multiple NBA Finals MVP. Okay, there's a SGA defender in here, dude. Come on. Austin Ox, it's been years since you even did OK Buddy. Community is in shambles. Bitch, it's been years since you've spoken in this chat. The last time you spoke in the chat was 6/12/2025, said landlord detected, and then 6/9, and then 5/21, 5/19. Look at this man. Bro, you've been out. You rarely come in here and say shit. Every couple of months, you just like, can you cover some more news like this so I can make it into a TikTok without acknowledging the fit? Bro, just say you hate the community. Stop deflecting. No, I'll do more community stuff. Chat Vice, P.O. Box. I'll do it all. I got to bring it back. I know. What is this? That's when I started watching too. Time flies. Curse of the VIP. That's why you've never VIP'd me? Yeah. No, that's what it is. That's why I will never VIP Megaphonics. Because if he leaves, then all hell has broken loose, you know? This sounds exactly like your New Year's resolution. Yeah, look, guys, I only fucking I only do a lot of news because a lot of news are happening. But I think like I only do a lot of news because a lot of news is happening. Okay. And in the summer, there's supposed to be less news happening. So I'm going to, react appropriately and pull back a little bit from the news, dial it back a little bit, do some normal shit, look at like, I need to be more like Jokic. Okay. Look, this is a man with hobbies. It's not just basketball. Okay. This is a man.
You are an NBA champion, Nicola. How does that feel?
It's good. It's good.
This man treats basketball like a 9-to-5. Okay. I need to start treating news like a 9-to-5. It's not my hobby. It is my occupation. Okay. And then horse racing for him is obviously his hobby. It's the thing that he cares about the most. You look at him. He just won. He won. He doesn't give a shit.
Go home now.
Well, if you hadn't told people to vote for the Burger Reich, then the news would be slow. Yeah, no, that's what I did. Remember when I did that? When I was like, everyone definitely vote for Donald Trump, please. Oh my God, my impact.
Thursday.
I need to go home.
Gilbert Arenas was arrested alongside an Israeli crime figure for operating high-stakes poker games. That's hilarious. Anyway, I remember when you said I should vote for Vermin Supreme. No, I said vote for Trump. Get it right, guys. I said I love Trump. I'm a fan of Trump. Please vote for Donald Trump. Remember when I said those things? Yeah, that's right. It's real. Speaking of things that are not real, I saw something that I found very interesting. I guess there's like a dude out there. Remember the guy who like Sex Pest and he was like debating, duking out in the marketplace of ideas? He's some lawyer guy named Pisco or something. And remember when I was talking about that? Apparently his community actually did something that's quite interesting. Instead of behaving like Destiny Orbiters normally do, which is just like fucking lie about my positions and then design an entire narrative off of this falsehood that they've created around a position that I do not hold, they actually went back to the original, okay? They actually went back to the original fucking content and assessed it without Destiny filtering it, okay? And I thought that was really interesting. And I wanted to see if I can find it real quick. There's like, yeah, no, it's specifically about me and my advocacy for re-education camps, which is not even a thing that I have said, it's not even a thing that I've advocated for, but I found it quite interesting because I don't really look at the other side. I don't really broach into the dark side of the internet frequently. But it was interesting seeing people basically go back and be like, hey, I don't really like Hasan. I'm a liberal, but I've realized that a lot of these other like liberal content creators have just been straight up lying about Hasan's positions, which is like, yeah, that's exactly what's been going on in perpetuity, pretty much for every single thing. One of the ways in which people do that is when they take something that I've said that is a joke and act as though I'm saying it sincerely. That's obviously a classic version of this. But what's crazy about it, oh my God, they deleted it? You shouldn't trust DGG with how to interpret Hasan's ideology. Re-education camps is an example. Wait, what the fuck? Why did he delete it? Wait, this was like a long effort post that I was going to go through. Deleted because too much context. Context is not allowed. The account got deleted? Wait, what the fuck? How is it? What? Bro, this shit was there. This shit was there this morning. The account being deleted shouldn't delete the post. Yeah, what? Bro, this has 39 upvotes, dude. It doesn't make any sense why anyone would get so mad at it that they would brigade it to that degree where they would just like make the account delete the post and then delete the fucking account itself. Like, what are these guys doing? That's crazy. And if you actually look at the post itself, like you will understand why it's so crazy that they deleted it. You shouldn't trust DGG, Destiny's community, with how to interpret Hasan's ideology. Re-education camps is an example. Part 1, re-education and Hasan's ideological beliefs. On yesterday's stream, someone named Zip Zip called in and claimed that Hasan wants re-education camps and referred to his conversation with Ethan Klein about them. Hasan does not believe in having re-education camps, and this interpretation that he does is clearly bad faith when you listen to Hasan's fleshed out thoughts. Here are the clips. But I guess you can't even fucking see the clips now because because everything is gone. Ethan, if the will of the people is to go back to do a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism? I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically to any kind of socialist movement. Not to that same degree of violence, but yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more re-education? Re-education, certainly. Yeah, I know that's a trigger word. Let's put them in camps? No, not like that. I know it's a trigger word because everyone goes, oh, re-education, what do you mean? Well, China does that. Are you talking about resident schools? Are you talking about Xinjiang? China has re-education camps. Yeah, 100%. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang, which is pretty good, right? No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. And this is something I've openly criticized as well. That's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built in Xinjiang is not good. So what would be a good socialist re-education camp for a capitalist? I don't think it would be camps. It depends on the crime, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with because they are anti-communist, where they launch military dictatorships, whether we like it or not, those things happen. So in a situation like that, I think if there's any terrorism happening, yes, if there's violence, that is obvious, says Ethan. I say, then yes, I do think there should be an enforcement mechanism. And in that enforcement mechanism, I think rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, which would probably be a lot better than like a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America. He explicitly rejects the idea. This is the input from the person. He explicitly rejects the idea. What is this? Former orbiter alert. He covered the video and it has videos. Pisco stumps Destiny, leaves him coping in heated Twitter exchange. He explicitly rejects the idea of the re-education camps. In the way Hasan explains it, he talks about the education of socialism to be the same in how a capitalist country would teach or indoctrinate for capitalism. In the way he talks about re-education, he's talking about a rehabilitative process for people who commit violent crimes or ideologically motivated terrorism. For Hasan's alternative in practice, it already exists. There are several liberal democracies that run compulsory and voluntary de-radicalization programs for violent extremist offenders. Exactly. Which is ironic because, like, I have in the past jokingly said, like, we need re-education camps for these people when describing this process of, like, violent right-wing extremists that are committing acts of terror, right? Like, crazy anti-vaxxers and shit like that. Zip Zip is one of the most deranged DGG foot soldiers. He even attended his court hearing, and I shit you not, made footnotes to share with the Epstein for the stream, completely presenting the victim as a liar. They are not normal and definitely take a parasocial to a whole new level. There are a lot of people like this. There are a lot of people like this in this community. It's like parasocial. It's like maxed out parasocialism with incredibly weird, just an incredibly, like, they do like psyops, you know what I mean? And they're in here right now probably too, but they just like, it's like a cult. It's like a sex cult where they do psyops at the behest of their favorite content creator. And even if it doesn't work, even if it doesn't actually end up, working, it still doesn't matter. They still do it all the time. It's very, very weird. What is a crazy anti-vaxxer? A forced re-education for parents who had vaccine injured child? Come on, use a better example. Vaccine injuries are real. I think they use an example here to say, here's my support. Part 2, Destiny, thought crimes and Hasan derangement syndrome. I had actually I had actually looked into this a few days ago because I heard Not So Erudite talking about Hasan, and she repeated the same bad faith interpretation as well. So basically what happens is I say something, Destiny cuts it in half, chops it up, immediately fucking frames it in the most negative way possible and extends it to the most like extreme hypothetical that I'm not advocating for, even if I'm directly knowing full well that someone is going to do a bad faith interpretation, even if I actually, ahead of the dishonest interpretation, literally spell out exactly what I want, right? Literally spell out exactly what I want and exactly what I think is the appropriate thing to do in this scenario. It doesn't even matter because he has a network of other content creators, including like these apolitical orbiters that also take that out of context snippet and just go along with that narrative and pump it to anyone that will listen. And then that's how you arrive at like all of these crazy conclusions that people have about my Asmund does anyone exactly the same thing with you? Yeah, there's a bunch of like relatively large content creators who also participate in this, which is, you know, understandable why so many people have enmity towards someone like myself, because they just don't know what my worldview is. They've only seen my worldview through the most negative lens that they could possibly see. And they use Reddit for this propaganda. They use Reddit for this like this purpose, because Reddit is like so easily brigaded. And this effort post was yeeted. Like, look at this. This effort post with 39 upvotes was destroyed. The account that posted it was deleted, and the post itself was deleted by the person who made this post. How crazy is that? 29-minute in that YouTube vid was linked to see how D poisons the well and misconstrues your point. Let's take a look. Is this it?
The will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy. Is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that, yes, the solution to that would always be education and
re-education camps.
So,
offering.
dude, literally, he is immediately, the narrative is just like knee-jerk, pure knee-jerk, and now he's going to justify it for the rest of the clip. So the question was just, how would a socialist state enforce socialism? Yeah, how would it perpetuate socialism? How do you know it wouldn't just turn one generation ago capitalist and it all comes crumbling down? How would that be perpetuated? And so I was like, well, similar to capitalism, you know, education. Re-education? Why don't you give it them? Why don't you hear what he's saying first?
More
re-education?
Or spaz?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
What total spaz?
Somebody give me the clip of that one loser who's like, we would house our comrades in re-education camps. Somebody please give me the clip. Please give me the clip.
I know that that's like a trigger word.
Camps.
No, not like that.
Like, not only did he falsely present the argument that I was making, okay, by cutting the context in half, but then he just like follows up, I guess, by adding a total ridiculous thing that I'm not advocating for, by presenting an alternative, like a totally separate person, and be like, this is what he believes. No, I started off by talking about the importance of rehabilitation. Why not ignore these morons? The reason why I wanted to cover this specifically is because I noticed that this is happening within Destiny's own orbit. And that's the only reason why I'm covering it. Because like these guys, including this guy who's covering it, including like this community that's covering this, are a lot of people that are in this other, like on the apolitical / liberal side of the internet. And this is the first time that I've seen people on that side be like, wait a minute, these motherfuckers have been lying to us all along about Hasan's positions. Like, it's not a who cares situation. I think it's important to understand this, and it's important to address this, especially because I have ignored it for years and years, and they haven't really gone away. They've literally designed an entire industry, an entire cottage industry around just literally pumping out content that revolves around doing exactly what this microcosm is here, okay? Where I say something, people immediately interpret it in the most bad faith way possible, and then they just like pump out content surrounding this like bad faith misunderstanding. And but the reason why I have always ignored it is because like there's not really much you can do about it. People are just always going to lie. And my expectation is this true? And then come in here on their own and try to understand with a little bit of charitability, right? And it does happen. There are plenty of people in this community that probably originally started off with a false interpretation of what I believe, what I represent, and what my advocacy looks like, and then came in and watched my commentary personally and were like, okay, this was completely wrong, right? But there are plenty of people who don't take that leap, and there is a steady flow of circulating content out there that they don't ever have to take that leap, because even when I'm not streaming, they're like scouring the internet to find older clips of me to like recirculate, to be like, see, he's bad. Just remind yourself that he's bad. And it constantly feeds into that. It constantly feeds into this like, fuck Hasan. Hasan is bad because he's like a scary Marxist-Leninist who's going to kill you all, right? So this is the first time I've seen one of these communities, like one of these like orbiter, like Destiny orbiter communities actually really look at the subject matter and be like, this was crazy. Like, this is not correct. They were just like lying about Hasan's positions and then making content off of those positions. And then that narrative becomes, for that side of the internet, that narrative is my positions. Like, no one is actually jumping. No one is actually leaping past that point and being like, what is this guy's actual opinion? They only see me from an incredibly negative lens. Why are there no ads on the stream? It's because my contract ended. Thank you for asking. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and no one else. They still think you're pro-Russia. That's one of the most famous examples. I know. That's exactly what I mean. Like, any kind of nuance that I've actually offered in commentary that doesn't go along with like the immediate pro-America position, a lot of people will grab onto to be like, no, he loves the enemies. And it's usually very simplistic narratives too.
I know there's a
not the camps. Oh, no.
trigger word because everyone goes, oh, re-education. What do you mean? Like, immediately people think like, are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about Xinjiang? Yeah, 100%. They do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang, which I think
good, right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like, that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus that they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be good about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily, I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends.
Well, it wouldn't be camp. Oh my God.
Like, we already have a pre-existing system of rehabilitation that exists under liberal capitalist democracy. I think we should continue doing that. And also, this is complete fucking alternative reality hypothesis here. We do not live in a socialist country. We do not live in a socialist utopia. We do not live in a global socialist organization of the economy.
I don't hate him. I don't hate Hasan.
What's wrong? You haven't even heard his answer yet. You haven't even heard what he said. Literally talking about rehabilitation for people who have committed crimes, like violent crimes and terrorism, ideological terrorism. What's the problem? That's what Hasan's position is here. We've just gone over that. No one's got any good pushback. Liberal Latino spazzed out at first, but then can't justify anything. So we've got no good pushback. It seems like Hasan is just asking for rehabilitation that includes like education about how to fit into that society with the ideology that is in the government. In much the same way that we try and de-radicalize people from Islamic extremism in many Western countries because that ideology does not fit with the ideology of the government. Why does he believe socialism will win with education, though? It seems very cultish. Well, everyone believes their well, hopefully everyone believes their ideology would win with education, right? I believe my ideology would win with education, right? You just assume that most people are rational actors, and if they have access to all the information, then they'll come to the right decision, and you believe that your decision is the right decision. And as such, if everyone had perfect information and you're all going, we would all come to the same decision, right? Hopefully everyone thinks that, unless your ideology relies on you tricking people, which it might.
I hate her.
Whoops.
All of the mind-numbingly retarded fucking fans that can watch him squirm like this and not think that it's the most. You literally have.
And you see it like the way he's designing this conversation, which is not even like that contentious. It's just, this is back when Ethan and I were obviously cordial with one another. And this is supposed to be like a normal conversation. He's asking questions. There's a little bit of bad faith, but that happens in all back and forth debates. It's fine. But this is like the initial jump off point. And he just says, like, I'm squirming. So then his parasocial fans also consider this to be squirming. And then they just like repeat it over and over again. And then ultimately, the only thing that people remember from that, if they don't actually watch the original source material personally, and they only watch it from this like negative lens, that's the only thing they remember.
Have the
I said most people are rational.
Important caveat, they're not new fans. They're just tired of the obsession from D's community. These people have brain rotted themselves in the gibberish. The two orbiters think you simp for terrorists. Yeah, these guys are not fans of mine. I think they, especially when it comes to foreign policy, I suspect they still have firmly held commitments to like American imperialism and probably think I'm like a dangerous person on that in that regard. I think that it kind of feels like this is the first time I've encountered this person, but it makes me feel like these guys are basically realizing after years and years of this like negative framing, this incredibly negative framing, that maybe the negative framing wasn't correct. And I think part of that is because Destiny took such a strong stance that was pro-Israel doing a genocide, and that the environment shifted in my direction as I knew it inevitably would when people realized the totality of this violence that Israel is pushing in Gaza. And we're here now. So I think a lot of people are basically reconsidering their stances because they were so heavily invested in whatever Sex Pestiny was saying and just kind of regurgitating that this is a moment where it's like, well, maybe regurgitating Sex Pestiny's stances are not the most appropriate way to go about this. Maybe we should reconsider the way we have broached the subject because, hold on. Doors open. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta grab this.
Most people are rational. On average, on balance, most people are rational. If you have enough people voting with access to all the information, the rational decision will win out. Okay. My ideology is that mass education is fundamentally impossible. We're doomed to a cycle of constant changing systems. Okay.
Then asking the most innocuous questions, and Hasan is acting like he's getting
absolutely
in front of like a fucking Senate Judiciary Committee, and he's like under oath, and he's like committed like 50 million crimes he's trying to hide from the United States. Like, it's actually appalling.
Depends on it depends on crimes, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America.
Sorry, hold on.
It's my
we just skipped so much shit. Just stupid. My synergy froze. Oh, this is the
But rather than
this is the clip. Hold on. This is what they want to do.
Abandoning the diagnosed or untreated mental illness will be substantially lower. It's a sad fact that some violent or predatory individuals may never be capable of
Yeah, so he then moves on to like someone else's position instead of addressing mine after he's already like thoroughly dismissed it and poisoned the well about a position that I'm not advocating for. But by the time I actually describe myself, he can also say, oh, well, he's now hiding this position that I ascribe to him. So I say something and then I add additional qualifiers to it. But before the additional qualifiers come in, he already has like jammed that position. Okay, he's already jammed that position to me where he's like, Hasan wants death camps. Hasan wants re-education camps where people are being tortured for thought crimes, right? I literally am in the process of explaining that that's not what I'm advocating for at all. And it's actually something that we already have in liberal democracy. But by the time he lets the video play and his audience hears my full perspective, he's already decided that my position is actually that I want re-education camps where people are getting killed for thought crimes, and that I'm actually hiding my truth. I'm squirming. I'm hiding what my true perspective is. And then he moves on to something totally ridiculous, like totally separate. Like he does the thing, he slams that position, and then he goes, see, this is what he wants by bringing up a totally separate YouTuber who I assume he's doing the similar thing to as well.
back into society. But rather than abandoning these people, we must do our best to give them the best possible chance at recovery and reform with the hopes of eventually re-entering society. In situations where re-entry does seem possible, care must be taken to monitor and assist these reformed individuals to preempt relapse or deception and to ensure that the patient successfully merges back into wider society. Reactionaries and counter-revolutionaries would be treated in a very similar manner. How we deal with former capitalists, fascists, and other such oppressors will be one of the great tests of anarchist society. Great care must be taken to treat them compassionately.
I'm not even an anarchist. He is, it seems, right? Like, not that it matters. I don't know what his like full worldview is, but like, notice how he's not actually covering my position at this point. He's like completely moved on to someone entirely separate. There's a reason for that. He's doing that because he's just saying this is all the same. These are all bad opinions, and Hasan has these bad opinions. Do not look into his opinions on your own. Sex Pest, and he lost this shit on Pisco at least 10 to 15 times on a panel a couple of days ago. It was insane, all because Pisco is saying maybe Hasan isn't as bad as Trump or Hitler. Yeah, but I get why. I get why he has to be this bad faith, right? Because he's designed his entire persona around taking the opposing position to whatever I'm advocating for. So if the thing that I'm advocating for makes too much sense, then all of a sudden maybe he has to take a strong stance on something really terrible, which is precisely the reason why he has to make it seem as though I'm hiding what my actual opinion is. And one of the things that they always point to is the conversation that I had with the Deprogram boys, where he's like, Hasan hides his real opinions from the broader public. I don't. I actually am pretty straightforward with my perspective. As a matter of fact, perhaps too straightforward with my perspective. The difference, however, is that I change the way I message, even if my moral compass is still the same, depending on the audience. If I'm talking to a bunch of 75-year-olds, I'm not going to use, for example, memes that only 30-year-olds would understand or only 20-year-olds would understand. You straight up said you were a propagandist on Piers Morgan? Yes. And if you listen to the entire conversation with Piers Morgan, you would recognize that my position on that is that propaganda is a neutral term. Okay? I had a show on the Young Turks called Agitative Propaganda. Propaganda is a neutral term. What Piers Morgan is doing is propaganda. What the New York Times is doing is propaganda. Marketing is propaganda. PR is propaganda. Okay? Propaganda doesn't necessarily always have to be something evil and bad and nefarious and wrong. Okay? It doesn't mean that you're lying. As a matter of fact, what I say is I wear my positions on my sleeve. I think everyone has biases, right? Everyone has biases. And I think it's more honest to say what your biases are ahead of time rather than act as though you are actually examining something without any biases whatsoever, because you can't be devoid of bias. That's it. Yeah. Public service announcements telling people to wear seatbelts to help save their lives in case of an accident is technically propaganda. Exactly. What is this? The underage kid they're grooming over at the Diddy G Discord. Yeet already clipped and made a Twitter post about this discussion. I'm telling you, they're freaks. Yeah, no, I know. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like I said, that will always happen. But I'm happy to see that there are people out there, even in these communities, that were incredibly brain broken. Okay, that are personally kind of seeing a way out of this cult, regardless of the endless faucet of negative commentary. And I'm using this as an example of like how some people have seen that this is technically not true. Like a lot of, if this is not true, what else has Sex Pestini said that's not true is the second question that people should have. If a lot of these people were to basically re-examine a lot of the positions that Sex Pestini has presented of mine, and then actually saw what my real positions are, they would realize that 99% of the time, okay, with the exception of that 1% where they just genuinely disagree with me, 99% of the time is just like a total false framing.
And humanely, giving them every opportunity.
Is Hasan even an anarchist? I don't think this guy even
starting by treating them like any other comrade with special circumstances. Rather than ship deposed class enemies off,
this isn't representative of Hassan.
Revenge, they should be placed in reform centers where they are able to live in comfort and benefit from counseling and education, teaching them about the benefits of our new society. Some may never be willing to give up their abuses, and these diehard oppressors.
Only 27K viewers. You're really falling off, babe. I know it's over. My career is over. I should. It's done. I'm dying.
Need to be secluded, perhaps indefinitely. But capitalists and reactionaries who demonstrate a willingness to re-enter society on equal footing should be given every opportunity to learn, grow, and eventually rejoin our community in peace.
Bros.
Which they could easily do if they wanted. The amount of misinfo surrounding your interview with a Houthi terrorist is insane. Seeing as he says he's not a Houthi in the first 2 minutes of the interview, not that it matters that he's not. I know. That was a classic example as well. That's another great example. Anyway,
somebody link this to Ethan. That's what Hassan wants.
I just see it was happening the whole way through leftovers. The whole way through leftovers. This guy was desperate to see Ethan freak out on Hassan. Was desperate and was priming his audience heavily. And then the moment there were cracks showing, they infested his subreddit. They did. They infested Ethan's subreddit. It was blatant. Everyone could see the op. It's just so transparent. I don't know how anyone falls for this shit, man.
Well, would
so
probably
crazy.
be a lot better than like,
Bro, shut the fuck up. You know you're wrong for that one. For what? See, this is what's so interesting to me about people that like pick on something that they pick on something that they personally think is like that they just decided is like not correct. And then they'll just like hammer it over and over again. Trolling hard, love you, man. I know. I get it. I understand, chatter. You're baiting. But it's very interesting. Wait, is this person reacting Pisco or someone else? No, this person I think was also like one of the Sloptuber commentary guys that was in Destiny's orbit, and he's reviewing an effort post that someone made in Pisco's community. Pisco is a lawyer who was also a collaborator of Destiny. I think they had like a podcast together or something. I don't know. But these guys are all like liberals of varying degrees, and some of them are finally realizing like maybe Destiny doesn't have like a discernible worldview, and it's just basically constantly presenting whatever the fuck I'm saying as like a horrifying alternative. And now that there is something that is significantly worse, like Donald Trump, they're starting to realize that like maybe this guy isn't serious or sincere about his worldview or about his politics, and it's just like spite based for the most part, which it is, right? Because when you got a fucking fascist administration ripping through the regulatory agencies, okay, and destroying America's already limited future, while simultaneously doing kidnapping operations all around cities, ripping families apart, and you got like a supposedly liberal content creator focusing all of his enmity not towards Donald Trump, and even sometimes agreeing with Donald Trump, like when it comes to foreign policy, like when it comes to bombing Iran, or when it comes to like defending Israel's genocide, and presenting someone like myself at a time when people are desperately looking for someone to fight back. Presenting someone like myself as the true evil in America is going to make a lot of liberals turn their heads and go, I don't think you're right on this. Do you know what I mean? Are you a communist? How to do highlighted message? Are you a commie or just a Bernie bro? What do you mean socialist? Is it true you don't want people to own their own company? What are you saying? Like, this is the worst time to be a centrist liberal. Exactly. And I think like a lot of people are moving away from that, and they just want the Democrats to fight back. They want our representatives to actually represent our interests, to defend our communities. So when you got a guy like myself who has been saying that, who has been vindicated because of all of the warnings that I put out there about the Kamala campaign, about not doing anything about Israel, not actually counter messaging against the devastation that would be caused by mass deportations, like all of these things, and how public attitude would shift dramatically in the opposite direction once the mass deportations were actually implemented. When you have all that stuff, when you have all of that stuff unfolding in broad daylight, and you got Deborahs and Barbaras basically saying like, Hakeem Jeffries, you have to put your body on the line. No one wants centrist, wishy-washy, middle-of-the-road commentary, you know? You just can't be neutral at a time like this. And if someone is like presenting a little bit of neutrality and simultaneously saying one of the few guys that's out there that's like actively trying to fucking get the Democrats on board with actively fighting back against the Trump administration, me, is actually a villain in your worldview, then the reality is a lot of people are going to go, I don't think that it's appropriate that you are singling out a person who has literally been fucking apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol for his criticisms of the Trump administration as the real villain here. I think the Trump administration is the real villain here. That's like, at a certain point, there's only so much fuck Hasan propaganda that you can do until people go, I think there's a much bigger villain here, dog, and you're missing the fucking forest for the trees. Anyway, Destiny Part 2, Destiny, Thought Crimes, and Hasan Derangement Syndrome. I actually had looked this up a few days ago because I heard Not So Erudite, which is another one of Sex Destiny's like criminal associates. I think this is like the Ghislaine Maxwell of Destiny's community, right? Or is that her or is that a different person? Anyway, I don't know. Who like actively silenced the victims from coming out, tried to stop the victims from coming out against Destiny at the time. Anyway, she had a podcast with him as well, and I think she still does. I don't know. She repeated the same bad faith interpretation as well. This is what compelled me to search this up, as I have seen her having Hasan Derangement Syndrome. Then I felt compelled to make this post about DG because after hearing this yesterday, I looked for more clips with ChatGPT. The prompt was something like, Hasan Piker is accused of advocating for re-education camps. Can you find me clips of him doing this? The first 2 clips it gave me were literally Destiny clips of him going over this. To point out the bad faith in the Destiny clip, before Hasan has ever even given his answer, he is asking his chat for a clip of someone else talking about re-education. He then just asserts Hasan is lying, plays the clip of someone else talking about the re-education camps, and says this is what Hasan actually wants. The clip has someone basically saying people should be put into re-education camps for thought crimes that go against socialism. Hasan clearly does not advocate for that and rejects the idea of it as bad. He only advocated for re-education as a tool for de-radicalization of ideological violent criminals and terrorists, and to make it a part of the rehabilitation process as a replacement for American-style prisons. That's precisely my point, by the way. And I advocate for that within the framework of liberal capitalist democracy as well, for like white supremacist Nazi terrorists. I think it's an important facet of rehabilitation. Okay? Destiny even poisons the well for people who interpret differently what Hasan is saying by demeaning them as regarded fans. I assume this is a substitute for the R word. I have never once in my life ever watched Hasan as a form of entertainment. Like 99% of my consumption of Hasan has been through either Destiny, Sitch, and Adam, and the other 1% has been fact-checking what other people say Hasan said. I don't really know that much more about Hasan's politics. In the past, I had looked up a few statements about Hasan that Dan Saltman said that also turned out to be mostly lies. Pisco has been calling out more of the lies that come from this community, mostly lies involving himself, and I hope he continues to do so in other ways that narratives are misconstrued from there. Part 3, Not So Erudite caught the Hasan Derangement Syndrome terminal. This is going to be slightly discombobulated because I want to finish this and I've spent too much time on it already. I wanted to include the clip of her making this claim to show that more people from DGG just believe whatever narrative Destiny spins up. And because she goes beyond just accusing him of advocating for re-education camps, she doesn't just think that Hasan wants them, but wants them for political speech he doesn't like, and claims he is similar to Trump in that way and would be just as authoritarian, if not more so, than the Orange Man. She also thinks Asmongold is better than Hasan as a content creator for young men. Not really important to my post, but shows the terminal nature of the Hasan Derangement Syndrome. Like, this is something that I have noticed as well. A lot of these like liberal, supposedly liberal content creators are shepherding their audience to find right-wing content creators like Asmongold to be more permissible and better overall than someone like myself, because they've designed their entire worldview around like saying fuck Hasan, and Hasan is so scary. And that's the reason why you see so many of these like accounts that go along with these fucking insane narratives. That's literally, I mean, that's just insane. That's just insane. I mean, I don't even know where to begin, but like Asmongold is pro-Trump at its most base, right? At his most basic approach, he is pro-Trump. So if you're a liberal in this regard, why are you saying that he would be better overall than someone like myself for like de-radicalizing the youth? Yes, you're right, Hasan is a fucking conspiracy. I mean, this basically lays it out. Do you have a disagreement with the way that this stuff is presented? Or do you just want to say, oh, it's just a conspiracy? I don't think it's like a conspiracy theory necessarily. I think there are ideological differences between someone like myself and someone like Sex Pastini, someone like all of his orbiters, for sure. I get that. I understand that. The problem is we're not actually having a conversation on ideological differences. We're having a conversation. We're not even having a conversation. It's just basically someone consistently going through meticulously through every single thing that I've said and misrepresenting it in the most, potentially the most negative way possible, while simultaneously presenting someone who is directly a right-wing, far-right individual as a better alternative. I mean, we saw this already, and the reason why we're having this conversation is because of this. It unfolded with this massive apparently massive debate amongst like the liberal content creators that debate everything, including whether or not I would be worse than fucking Adolf Hitler or Donald Trump as the president. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this is a deeply unserious hypothetical to begin with. I'm a Twitch streamer. I think that there is like, I don't command that much influence or attention. But also, my worldview is directly outside of both of the major political parties in a way where I would say Nick Fuentes and his views are not directly outside of either of the major political parties. Nick Fuentes is a lot closer to Donald Trump in his worldview, with one very big exception, which is, hating Jewish people and claiming that Jewish people are controlling American politics. But outside of that, they are fairly aligned on most of the issues, which is precisely the reason why he can, go and have dinner with Donald Trump alongside Kanye West, for example. Whereas my position is unfortunately not very close to the Democratic Party. I wish it was, and I wish the Democrats would actually advocate for more radical solutions, which aren't even radical at all. They're just better overall for the well-being of Americans, right? Free healthcare, free college education. These are not like crazy concepts. These are things that exist in other comparable OECD nations, right? So I don't think that it's necessarily like a conspiracy theory. I think it's just like it's just a false presentation and like a very a not necessarily successful, but like successful in certain communities, a smear operation that has gone on for what, 5, 6, 7 years at this point. It is what it is. But now that I'm seeing like the damn crack on that side without any intervention from my end whatsoever, that's the reason why I wanted to highlight it, because I find it to be interesting that people that otherwise would never find a charitable interpretation on their own are basically seeing this reality. They're coming to this conclusion on their own. It's aligned interest in a neolib center-right community. It's not a conspiracy. It's people who are observing their aligned political perspective, losing all the power and influence it had maintained a stranglehold since the birth of third-way politics, which has demonstrated to every voter in the West that it is a failed method of political maintenance. Yes. Anyway, and for everything she says about how important it is to weed out leftists like Hassan because they don't advocate enough for voting for the right candidate, she actually doesn't even care who they vote for and tells voters they shouldn't be voting for people if they don't think they actually care about them. The last clip is to say if she doesn't care who young men vote for and she doesn't think you should vote for someone if you personally believe they don't care about you, then it is odd because Hassan and his audience would probably fall into the category of people whom she says she doesn't actually care about how they vote. Yet she is constantly criticizing them for it. The reason she gives, they didn't earn anyone's vote, is probably something Hassan also believes and might even be further than what he says. Yes, I believe that the foundational principle of representative democracy is that our representatives are supposed to represent our interests. And democratic elections are supposed to be a pressure valve for all of the anxieties that people experience, all of the anger and resentment that people experience on a day-to-day basis. We have a lot of issues. Our politicians are supposed to at least advocate to solve those issues. When they don't do that and their expectation is like, shut the fuck up and vote because the other side is far worse, you are no longer doing democracy. You're doing something different, a duopoly, okay? A counterexample and final thoughts. This is the only log or clip I could find of Hassan advocating for re-education camps. Offhand statements does not mean policy, and it seems to be an emotional, hyperbolic tweet, like DGG has never seen those before. If there's more than this, I could not find it. it might have you raise your eyebrow, but when he explains his thoughts on the matter, it is not the radical commie idea of re-education camps for speech or thought crimes. Rather, it is a much more nuanced and understanding way to allow violent extremists back into society so that they are at less risk of reoffending and hurting people. Pisco and the caller didn't get hung up on this point as he just conceded it. It wasn't that important, but in the future, I don't think taking DGG talking points over perceived enemies on face value is a good idea. Pisco did not need to give on this point at all and could have had the caller completely concede they were wrong when comparing Hasan to Charlie Kirk. Like what has been happening with himself lately, there are a lot of misconstrued narratives that come from that community that are built on lies or incredibly bad faith interpretations to the point it is nearly indistinguishable from a lie. Rather than evidence or truth, I guess my prescription is that in the future when DGGers make claims like this, Pisco should be more often skeptical and ask for clips or logs to prove what they're saying over their very outlandish statements like he has been doing for himself. Hasan is a tanky who dishonestly moderates his views after the fact to trick rubes like you into effort posting for him. It is as transparent as right-wing fascist dog whistling. You are just too stupid and ideologically captured to realize this. See, this is the other side of this story that I think is like kind of ridiculous because like this comes from the ideological disagreements. The most radical aspect of like left-leaning politics is literally fucking abolishing the commodity form. Okay, in a hypothetical future where you are a communist in a communist utopian society where there is no more need for money, okay, or borders, where the scarcity problem has been solved. Like this is not happening anytime soon. Okay, this is not happening anytime soon whatsoever. But that's the most extreme version of this. Whereas the most extreme version of right-wing ideology, fascism, is we've seen how fascism works. The most extreme version of right-wing ideology revolves around ethnic cleansing because there is something there that is intractable, that is just like, you are different. You are you are ethnically impure. It's purity politics. It's tribalist. Class politics is very different. The greatest example I can give you is like, for example, when you lose all your money because you fucking failed and you bankrupted your business, you don't get killed in that process, okay? You just change your class. You have to go back and become a worker, like 99% of society already is. Whereas there is no alternative in the fascist dystopia, okay? That is a major difference. Let it go, dude. You're losing energy to this, and I'm not undermining the severity, nor the emotional impact, nor the cultural context as per anthropology, but it is not worth your time anymore. Stop arguing with NPC. I'm not. I rarely ever do this, especially lately. But the reason why, like I said, I wanted to cover this briefly, and, it's only been like almost an hour. The reason why I briefly cover this is because it seems like there is I've noticed that there is definitely a crack in the dam here with the way that Destiny has presented my positions with just straightforward lies, rarely in air quotes. I mean, yeah, it is rare. When is the last? Okay, point to the last time I've actually covered anything that Sex Destiny has said about me in particular and did a deep dive on why it's fucking bullshit. Drama is every other day in here. No, it's not. That's not true. Was it drama when I was directly interviewing two teenagers that are stuck in Gaza? Was that drama? People just kind of say shit, but it's mostly cope. The last time you devoted a substantial amount of time to him was allegations. Yeah, exactly. That was definitely one of the last instances. You didn't cover drama. You covered his crimes the last time you talked about him. Yeah, it wasn't even fucking drama anyway. To people like that, they literally treat everything like drama. Yeah, and this is not even necessarily drama. It's more so meta commentary on the way that this like extensive counter-influencing operation has worked online for the past like 6-7 years at this point, and why there are so many fucking random haters who have no idea what my actual positions are, because there is a dedicated audience to this that run around and go to like every single fucking comment they can possibly find anywhere I'm mentioned to concern troll and to be like, well, Hasan is a terrorist, scary Diddy Epstein associate affiliate. He loves Donald Trump. He voted for Donald Trump, but also Donald Trump is good and much better than Hasan. Like it's all over the place. And if you're wondering where it comes from, they're going way harder on LSF now because Sex Destiny is getting pushback. There's been 3 to 4 2K, 4K comment threads on you in the last week, all brigaded. So they go on r/all. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't work. That's my point. And the less it works, the Didn't you advocate for Trump? No. You've been in here for 8 months. When have I advocated for Donald Trump? Are you fucking insane? No. This is what I mean. There are so many people that just like we're literally having a conversation about what my actual positions are and how much there is an entire network of content creators that just like refuse to listen to what my actual positions are and instead just make up their own random straw man position. So it's like easier to fucking destroy. Anyway. And then also my own fucking idiotic audience and my actual fucking fans will turn around and go along with the meme so that like all of the onlookers right now that are completely that are just like first encountering my commentary will not understand that like my community is fucking joking when they say, oh, well, you played the fucking Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump song a bunch of times. Those people then go, well, his own fucking long-term community fans are actually fucking advocating and saying that he loves Donald Trump. Yeah. These people consume your content through clips. Even if you had a brief 10-second aside in the middle of an unrelated topic, it counts to them. Yeah. That is what it is. Hasan is sometimes someone who likes to actually inform people despite their obviously biased slant towards them. He will still correct their misinformation and explain the original point. Correcting misinformation is Hasan's MO. This isn't drama. This is just literally what he does. Yeah. I obviously haven't like tailored my commentary I obviously haven't changed the way I do commentary. I still do sarcasm quite regularly. I still push for that shit all the time. I will still make jokes even if it's a super serious topic. But ultimately, you know, it is what it is. Like there's only so much I can do. I'm not going to change the way I talk. But I think these guys are basically showing their asses right now with how horny they are to do like fuck us on content at a time when there is like an undeniable evil in charge. Yeah, I was listening to Kyle Kalinski's podcast from yesterday and he actually made a comment about this. He basically said a lot of them don't even know why they hate you. Exactly. That's why you see so many people, especially with like Israel, Palestine, for example. You'll see motherfuckers with like the Palestinian flag in their bio be like, you know, fuck Hasan. I actually hate him. And you're like, what? Why? And it's just because they literally saw a clip that someone else presented in this complete false way. Okay? Like I saw a TikTok yesterday, and that's part of the reason why I'm talking about it right now. Because I saw a TikTok yesterday from someone who literally was like, we need more Zohran Mamdanis. Okay? Which is something that I obviously agree with. And in that same TikTok, he was like, and unfortunately, Nicholas Fuentes is gaining a lot of ground in the youth. He's doing collaborations, and he's actually, building a platform that is fairly prominent. And it's really fucked up because you see comments that are going, I'm a liberal, but I kind of agree with Nick Fuentes. What is going on? And this person in that same clip turned around and was like, we need more Zohran Mamdanis because he's killing it. And then said, unfortunately, the only left representatives are Destiny and Hasan. And they both suck. They're uncharismatic and they suck. They're horrible. They're horrible representatives of the left. And it's so funny because like, dog, you said we want more Zohran Mamdanis. And then you said, I suck. What do you mean? That's my guy. Like, how do you arrive at that? How do you arrive at the position that like Zohran Mamdani is great, but also I'm bad? Like that is what I don't understand. It's your personality, I think. I mean, I'm sure that's a part of it. I'm sure that plays a role in this. But I also think that the all the snarking and all of the negative associations and all of the drama that follows everywhere I go, that is completely outside of my power because I've just tried to actively not cover it over and over again, has obviously taken root, you know? It's because you call your fans and people who pay your bills fucking idiots quite a lot, to be fair. I mean, yeah, but people shouldn't be fucking idiots then. You know what I mean? Do you blame yourself for that taking root? I don't know what to say about this because, like, of course, I think one of the biggest problems is like how you manage that discourse early on. but there's not really anything you can do in that situation because like I don't cover it and it doesn't go away. You know what I mean? It's just like there is an entire industry designed around it, and we saw it. And you just said cracks are happening without you covering it. They will crack on their own. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, your snark subreddits are legit the last strongholds for Israel left on Reddit. They're running cover for GHF and the genocide under the guise of shitting on you. It's a much bigger phenomenon than it seems. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to basically, which is that there is a nefarious purpose. Okay, there is a nefarious purpose associated with this. And the reason why, the broader reason why I wanted to talk about this is because it's something that I've noticed as well. It's something that I've actually tweeted about last night, which is that this is the last stronghold for a lot of these people. I said, in late 2023, the serious thinkers on this website and in the media at large called you a QAnon-level conspiracy theorist, radical, if you suggested that Israel intentionally bombed a hospital. This poster is talking about the Al-Ahli strike that took place. I was one of those people as well that understandably pointed the blame at Israel, considering that Israel had already previously, 2 days prior to the Al-Ahli courtyard explosion, had actually shelled the Al-Ahli hospital. Okay? And that was early. That was early on, right? And that was like the first moment. And then after that moment, the way that the Biden administration handled it, it created the new counter narrative, Hamas-run health ministry. Okay, and basically what I said is there's an entire commentary sphere on YouTube that is poisoning the brains of America's young men under the guise of apolitical commentary, whose only involvement with Israel commentary has been to try and smear the few content creators who have actively spoken out against Israel. So there is that secondary nefarious purpose here that a lot of people, I think, don't fully contend with. Like, they don't fully understand. Okay? It's just like those people. I thought you didn't have Twitter on your phone. No, this is a desktop post late at night. There are a lot of people that have quieted down, I think. There are a lot of people that have quieted down at this point, with the exception of those who are just like overtly pro-Israel still at this point. And it's interesting because those commentary slop tubers, like, they are quietly trying to shift the attention away to like other forms of drama to never have to reckon with how much they defended Israel, how aggressively they defended Israel, and how they kind of still continue to defend Israel instead of, but doing it in this nefarious way. Instead of like directly defending Israel and saying, oh, Israel is actually in the right for doing this, they basically will just say, oh, these content creators that are criticizing Israel, they're bad and they're wrong. I also think Israel is wrong, but all of the other people that are saying Israel is wrong are actually terrorists, or it's because of Hamas. It's because of Hamas that Israel has to do this, which loops back around to, which basically loops back around to like exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu was saying. There's not a lot of difference between someone who says Israel is bad and wrong, but Hamas, and what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, which is Israel is good because of Hamas. Israel has to do these things because of Hamas. Do you see what I mean? The problem with those commentary slop peddlers are that people who watch them are children. It sucks even to have to mention them, but they kind of have to be called out and dissected by someone. Yeah. And I don't think they've ever had a fraction of the microscope that I've existed under for my entire career, of course. So when there's any sort of daylight to their behavior, obviously people immediately find them to be fucking repulsive. You know? Kyle Click,
one of the things that makes me really happy is that I felt very lonely for a long time when I started to like relentlessly go after the MAGA comedian podcast bros. You know, your Joe Rogans, of course, and your Andrew Schultz and your Tim Dillons, like all these guys, everybody in that Rogan sphere who sort of hopped on the Trump bandwagon and tried to ride the vibes. I've been going after them hard for a long time, and it was fucking lonely, bro. Because this was at a time they were peaking, their numbers were as high as they ever were, they seemed untouchable, they seemed like the cool kids, and everybody was fucking, you know, on board with their bullshit. But now it's been a while since their peak, and a lot of them...
Kyle used to love Joe Rogan, yeah, which is why his comments against Joe Rogan hold more weight. because Kyle used to be friendly with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan would have Kyle Kalinske on his show. Okay. So if he was simply invested in clout and didn't have a genuine, firmly held worldview, a commitment to the truth, then he wouldn't fucking shit on Joe Rogan. He would just be quiet about Joe Rogan. Okay. You used to enjoy Joe Rogan. I still enjoy Joe Rogan, but obviously I don't agree with him at all. And it's been years and years since I've called myself a Joe Rogan fan sincerely, right?
Have started to fall off a little bit. And you get the sense that there's genuinely a lot of criticism of these people now, right? Like, so shout out to these channels. There's a bunch of these channels like Comedy Enforcement and others that do what that channel does. And they're just like, they almost like exclusively cover the Rogan sphere and make fun of them. They make fun of the Tom Seguras and the Bert Kreischers and the fucking Andrew Schultz and the Joe Rogans. And so like, so that's cool. We like that. But now even others are getting in on it. So there's this channel here. Shout out to this guy, Kamal, Kahmal. Stumbled across this guy's channel recently. Now, look, him and I don't have perfect agreement on everything. I mean, this guy, he strikes me as like a sort of a center-left kind of guy. You know, he's not a fan of Hassan Piker, which is a shame because I feel like there's a lot of Hassan derangement syndrome out there. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of like hating him, and then when you try to dig into why he's hated, it's like your reason is not that good to hate him.
Yeah, if you're Malcolm X posting and you hate me, then you literally do not understand my worldview. Like if you are Malcolm X posting as a positive, and then you also have enmity in your heart to my worldview, then you have completely misunderstood my worldview. Like 100%. That makes zero sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. Someone has duped you into believing that I have a firm commitment to a worldview I do not have. And it's kind of funny. I'm glad that people are speaking out on this. Like Kyle is speaking out on this. I'm glad that even Bad Empanada spoke out on this as well, like the Hassan derangement syndrome stuff, because like there is no the people that are creating these like fake positions, the people that are creating these like negative positions around me do not agree with you if you are also a Malcolm X poster, if that makes sense.
Like, why
but
you hating?
Again, I don't know who this guy is, and I don't know what his worldview is at all.
On him. But anyway, that aside, this guy did a great video here titled "Comedians Sold Us Out," where he's going to get into the Rogan Sphere comedy podcast bros and basically explain how they all suck ass and how they ended up basically duping their entire audiences. And
it's not even politics. They just don't like you. No, it is the starting point for that enmity comes from politics, though. That's usually where it comes from. It's like one issue that they just truly disagree with, right? Like sex work could be one. Pro-trans commentary could be another one. It could be anti-imperialism is a major one, right? And a lot of these content creators themselves that gear up their audiences into feeling this way don't really have like a firmly established worldview regardless, and they're just usually going along with the wave.
Fools of themselves and supporting Trump. So let's watch.
Well, these leaders that they call leaders, this included comedians, comics. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we said you're a great father up top. First thing you say is, I've got great kids. You didn't take credit.
Lots don't like you because of woke purity test. Ironically enough, I don't do that. I understand that people's starting position is like, oh, the Kamal guy likes Willie Slop Show. Yeah. They don't believe you. These guys think you're a hypocrite. Yeah. But again, that's because of a failure to comprehend what my worldview is, or a false understanding due to Red Scare propaganda of what socialism is supposed to be anyway. Do you understand? That's what it is. That's like literally, oh, he's fucking rich. He's socialist but rich. Fuck this guy. That's it. That's where a lot of this resentment breeds from. That's where it comes from. There is no reason someone dislikes us on Red Scare. I mean, I think that's part of it for sure. I'm sure there's plenty of great reasons as well, guys. People probably fucking don't like my vibes. Okay, that's fine. They're like, sure, great. But I think for a lot of people, like the starting point, the starting point can be a number of different things. I talk about every single hot button issue on the fucking planet. Okay, there are always going to be people who hold on to those issues and keep them close to their chest. There are people who think I'm anti-trans, okay? There are pro-trans people who think I'm not pro-trans enough, for example. I think it's honestly a vast majority of his jealousy of you being successful, also being a moral human being. You are a testament to their failure on both or the first. Yeah, I mean, for content creators themselves, like that is definitely a part of it. That's why that's why so many apolitical content creators who wear vice signaling on their sleeve, like being a fucking piece of shit is like a virtue almost to them, will often literally admit, they're like, Hasan is faking it. He must be faking it because he always finds himself on the right side of issues. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So you're admitting that you're on the wrong side of this issue? Like, this doesn't fucking make any sense. I've talked about this before. There is this idea that like being a piece of shit online is the best way to show authenticity to a lot of people. Okay. Being a piece of shit online for a lot of people, especially people that spend most of their social interaction online or some of their formative years only creating a sense of community online, have completely lost touch with like how normal people operate in the real world. What is this? You create way too much content that feeds white reactionaries, like you have other white leftists saying slurs and spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric and racism. I love your content, but you make South Asian racist jokes. Malcolm X posters are not going to like you when you end up covering Biden's prostate on his 100th birthday. What? I'm confused about what you're saying. This guy literally is a friend of Willie Slop Show. Do you think he cares about like, I don't even know what you mean by making South Asian racist jokes. What? Do you think Malcolm X would be a Biden supporter? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm confused. I've also actively talked about South Asian hatred online with regular frequency, unless you mean like swagapinos. Anyway, I should probably stop responding to every single person that has like a personal vendetta that is born out of like a misunderstanding.
And then your entire answer, I thought this was really cool. Your entire answer is about how great your kids are. That was a very cool thing.
Thank you. That's very nice. I think I like this interview. I think
If you are just waking up right now, NBC News now officially projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency.
This group influenced the presidential election of 2020.
Yo, listen. Don't even say influence. We decided.
We were the turning point.
Just know he was not up until this pod.
It's true.
After the pod, he surges, what, 3 or 4%?
Yeah, it was a wrap, dude.
Never went back down after that.
Images of MAGA supporters literally burning their red MAGA hats are going viral online. And all of this comes a day after Trump berated Republicans as, quote, stupid and foolish for wanting more information about the disgraced financier who died by suicide while in federal custody.
You know what I'm getting a lot of? You talked to him, you platformed him as if he was at 0%. And then we talked to him and then he won the election. As if he had fucking no shot of winning. Hold on. People were like, this guy's a monster, he's not a human being. Then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Since all this drama. This is the thing, right? Like, they're refusing to take accountability for what their position actually was and what they believed and what they did. Like, bro, you guys were meat riding a geriatric, bloated, corrupt war criminal freak. Fucking own that shit. If these guys just came out and were like, hey, dog, my bad, I fucked up. I fell for the scam. Fell for it again award. Turns out Kamala would have been better. Trump sucked. Sorry. Like, that's all you got to do, bro. That's it. And then everybody be like, okay. Right? But they can't. It's like they're trying to weasel out of accountability and responsibility for their own actions and pretend like they weren't actually meat riding Trump. And even now, like you'll see it later on in this video, Schultz still doesn't feel bad about his softball interview with Trump. All right, let's get it. By the way, phenomenal editing in this piece. So shout out to Kamal. He's about to come on screen now.
He's not a human being. Then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Since all this drama with the Epstein files, I've noticed that a few of these podcaster comedians have been speaking out against their little buddy Donald Trump, and no one's played the situation worse than this guy.
Like there'll be people that they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for. Yeah. I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
And as soon as little Andy posted this genius revelation, to his surprise, his audience wasn't immediately kissing his ass, but instead was calling him out for taking 8 months to figure out the most obvious shit of all time. Saying things like,
not being able to see through Trump's blatant bullshit for 10 years is honestly baffling at this point.
You endorsed him proudly. You wore the red hat, posted the memes, excused the cruelty, justified the lies. You stood by when others were silenced, targeted, dehumanized.
Shout out to his audience, man. God damn. They saw right through the shit, right? They're like, nah. You're not going to play this game, bro. You're not going to play this game. Because they didn't. Guys, it was all about vibes. They all liked the Trump vibes. They all liked that Trump was popular online. They wanted to ride the wave of Trumpism online.
Have we gotten sidetracked or have we moved on to podcasters now? I mean, this is the reason why we started off this was because Kyle was talking about Hassan derangement syndrome, and apparently this guy who made this like good video about pro-Trump comedians who are now anti-Trump, Kyle is reacting to them, and he brought up the fact that this guy who should be aligned with my worldview is like a fucking massive hater or something. And I was trying to identify why. Disappointing. This guy's in a slop drama. I watched his last night. I think I've seen his content before as well. I think this is it for the HDS thing, by the way. I think the last aspect of it is just about Schulz. Yeah. I think, like, I mean, I told you guys this already. Eventually, people are going to move on from these positions. I told you, just like I told you that, like, young right-wingers that originally were pro-Trump are very quickly waking up to the reality that Trump is not actually actively solving their issues at all. And we're there already. This is something that I saw. This is something that I saw in the first Trump administration, and I talked about it actively in the first Trump administration. And this is why I made this prediction in the second Trump administration that it was inevitably going to happen. And we're there already. We are there already. We have officially arrived at that point, and it's not even a fucking year in. People are realizing that, like, all of this, anti-trans stuff that they pushed in the beginning was just simply red meat for the base. Are you really surprised when you hear that a belief-aligned people don't like you? Yes. Especially if you're like a content creator. Not gonna lie, I made this video when I was way more politically ignorant, is what he commented on the video he made about you. What's the guy's name? What is his name? Is it Kamal? Comedian sold us out. Man who ruined comedy. How Johnny Somali became the most hated. FD Signifier confronted me on stream. The worst political streamer 1 year ago. You're being radicalized. Is that what it is? Is this the one? Because, I mean, this video got 400,000 views a year ago. Intro, hypocrite, radical, being fair, realization. I do like that this is becoming common knowledge. It's scary how brainwashed his fans are. Imagine believing this guy bought a Porsche for your entertainment. I don't even know what this is. Imagine owning a $4 million house while streaming on the flag of the background. He's got like 3 or 4 videos about you. Yeah, I assume that like a lot of this came at the heat of the Israel-Palestine stuff. Criticizing public figures is fair, but coming at Hassan, this is from 3 hours ago, over Palestine is wild, especially now given everything we know. I get the criticism about his takes on class and race, like saying poor white people are still winning. But to me, poor is poor. Struggle doesn't care about skin color. Wait, what? That's not even my position. Hassan's not perfect, but he's trying to get people to think beyond what we've been told. Rich people have manipulated the narrative for years. He earned his money streaming nonstop. Nothing wrong with that. I'll keep watching. I came from Kyle's video. You should revisit his channel. He got worse now and even whitewashed the genocide in China. Bro, are you pro-capitalist? Hassan earned his money from his labor, not from capital exploitation. Was with you until the Rittenhouse stuff. Good to know that there are people who caught your lies. Makes my comment from earlier a bit superfluous. I'm not sure about this one. I've only watched Hassan clips for the last 6 months on and off, but I rarely disagree with his perspective and would consider myself pretty far left politically. Of course, he's not the perfect example of the cause he fights for, but he's a messenger, and I feel like he's pointing people in the right direction. Read his reply. Where? Edit. Wow, after the Israel takes, this video did not age well. Unsub. Best of luck, brother. Not gonna lie, I made this video when I was way more politically ignorant. That's good. A lot of these content creators, I think, like, make their first foray into politics by just basically getting involved in drama. Politically ignorant, commenting on a political commentator. Brother, there are a million of these guys. Okay? Most of the guys that do this are like this. At least this guy admits that he was wrong, I guess. Okay? I'd rather have all of these fucking slop tubers, even if they never admit that they were wrong, even if they never admit that they were wrong about me, but they just like move in my direction, worldview wise, and then stop fucking doing all of these like fuck Hassan style content. Are you trying to say Willie Mac show isn't well read? I mean, yes, of course. He only reads Reddit comments and makes videos copying and pasting whatever the fuck is being said in the Destiny subreddit. But yes, these guys do not have any sort of real political education, and they just run along with existing narratives. That's why there's so much of this kind of fucking content out there. So I'm I'm happy when people at least recognize that they're, in the wrong and move on quietly. Okay, that's it. Yeah, this is it. I'm sure many people in the chat know people in the wild who are put off by you, even if they're aligned, risk or reverse to even the slight chance you say something bad. That's what I mean. I've seen them literally make up you being some kind of rad lib and canceling people. They're clueless. Yeah. Was that your Met Gala fit? I never went to the Met Gala. This is from like 2014. Okay. This is me wearing a Friends merch that people love posting and pointing to. You should do what you said you can to the Moldman D&E and just let your mainstream journalist friends know how YouTube is openly against terms and harassing other content creators to destroy them. It's not going to work. That doesn't matter. Yeah, of course it's photoshopped. I wasn't at the Met Gala, chatters. What are you, crazy? I know people IRL here in MS that think Hasan is a part of the Diddy circle. That's fucking nuts. Anyway, let's move on from the hater talk. Let's get to some real news. You have a whole industry actively working 24/7 to clip chimp and smear you. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. There is not really much you can do, but if you encounter someone like this in the wild, you can just like point them in the direction of my actual opinions. You can point them in the direction of the stream to be like, dude, listen, the quickest solution to this concerted effort of smear campaigns is to basically show them the truth. And you can do that with one of two different ways. Either you can do that by being like, that's not true, just watch a stream. But if that's too much for a lot of people, and I understand that because there is like definitely some people just don't want to watch Twitch, and I totally understand that. Okay. Then what you can do is just point them to a fucking video of mine from my channel. I have everything that I talk about is repackaged in a much more consumable format on my YouTube page. Okay? That's it. So if there's someone out there that is like confused about a perspective that I have, you can point them in the direction of the channel. That's it. And the quickest solution to stop people from behaving this way is to say, dog, you're an adult. You have your own opinions. Why are you letting another man decide what you should think about a content creator instead of making up your own mind about this person? That's it. Okay, a little shady, but I tell people stop watching clipping and go hate watch the stream. You can talk to him, and it genuinely got two people I personally know that changed their opinions. Yeah, I believe that the way I see the world, and I think you believe this as well, right? We are in this community. We all believe that the way we see the world is popular. You just have to convince people to change the way that they filtered everything that they're experiencing. Right-wingers do a really good job with this, okay? Right-wingers do a really good job with this. They filter everything from the lens of hatred. They filter everything from the lens of hatred, and they constantly redirect people's enmity towards vulnerable populations. And they convince people that actually their enemies are their neighbors. They convince people that their enemies are people that just like look a little different than they do or speak a different language than they do. Okay? You can do the same. That's what I do. I try to redirect people's animosity to those in positions of power who have actually designed society in a way that actually hurts them. Okay? Rather than focus people's attentions and priorities on some of the most powerless people in this country, undocumented migrants or trans people or whatever, I try to get them to redirect their attention and their animosity towards those in positions of power. That's it. ML's like, you were always hated in America, but now it's materially is imposing itself. The economy sucks. Everything sucks. It's like a very long-term hate getting finally vindicated, and you're great to educate us on it. Yeah. The best solution to slander is just the truth. You can get people to arrive at the truth about my commentary, for example, by simply focusing people's attentions, simply making people focus their attention on the stream itself that is unfiltered by negative framing from haters. It's that simple. All right. One of the first things I wanted to talk about is this Isaac Chotiner article, because this is actually, I mean, Isaac Chotiner is very good at just like ripping people apart in the by just simply asking questions, and also asking follow-up questions he's done this many times with like radical settlers and things of that nature, right? And so I think it's good for getting people on board. I think it's good for getting people to understand what's going on, especially people that are still in the margins or whatever, right? And I'm going to cover this because I saw Chris Hayes say something that I disagree with, even though Chris Hayes is a HasanAbi head, and much love to Chris Hayes. He basically he tweeted out this interview that Isaac Chotiner did. Where is it? I replied to him, but I don't know where his comment is. I don't know. Maybe did he delete it? Hassan, I'm at Ghislaine's prison. Wait, what? Oh, here it is. He said, this interview is the first time I felt like I had any understanding of what the problem of the GHF was supposed to solve. And it's a political one. A big part of Netanyahu's coalition wants zero aid entering Gaza. And I think this kind of like takes the responsibility away from the United States of America here. And so I replied to him. I said, GHF is as American as the fake aid peer. It is all crafted to offer plausible deniability to Israel's deliberate starvation policies in the eyes of NGOs/media. It's clearly worked on some since they're only realizing it now. Okay. So without further ado, and I will talk about Bernie Sanders' like genocide is a legal term take later. Let's get into it. How the Israeli right explains the aid disaster it created. The fiercest defenders of Netanyahu's war in Gaza continue to insist that Palestinians aren't starving. Last week, in a piece for The Guardian, Nick Maynard, a volunteer surgeon at a hospital in southern Gaza, wrote, I've just finished operating on another severely malnourished young teenager. A 7-month-old baby lies in our pediatric intensive care unit, so tiny and malnourished that I initially mistook her for a newborn. The phrase skin and bones doesn't do justice the way her body has been ravaged. She is literally wasting away before our eyes, and despite our best efforts, we are powerless to save her. The humanitarian situation in Gaza, which was already dire, deteriorated even further in July, with 63 people, including 25 children, dying from malnutrition-related causes, according to the World Health Organization. This past weekend, Israel announced that it would pause some military activity in the territory to allow more aid in, although it remains unclear how long that pause will last. As more reports and images of emaciated children emerge from Gaza, close Israeli allies such as France and the United Kingdom have issued harsh critiques, calling the current humanitarian situation a catastrophe. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, announced that his country would become the first member of the G7 to recognize a Palestinian state, and Keir Starmer, the British prime minister, also pointed to do so unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire. On Monday, even President Trump acknowledged that children were going hungry. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, meanwhile, has continued to insist there is no starvation in Gaza. 2 Israeli human rights groups have begun referring to Israel's actions as genocide. The scale of the crisis has also caused a number of American politicians and commentators, including defenders of the war, to argue that more aid needs to be allowed into the territory or that the war itself has become unjust. Amit Segal, the chief political correspondent for Israel's Channel 12, is widely considered one of the country's most influential journalists. Segal is a prominent defender of the Netanyahu government. He has written on topics such as what he calls the settler violence scam and the need to annex parts of Gaza. This man is a chief Hasbarist, a chief genocide defender. Okay, Amit Segal. Important. This is who Isaac Chotiner is interviewing. Okay. Last week, he wrote a piece for the Free Press in which he said that Gaza may well be approaching a real hunger crisis. Now, the Free Press is directly an arm of the Israeli mouthpiece, okay? The Free Press, Barry Weiss's operation, works in tandem with the Israeli government, okay? Just so you understand. So when you hear something from Barry Weiss's outlet, the Free Press, understand that that is the Israeli government's position that is being massaged for the Western audience. You could say that the New York Times plays a similar role as well, but the Free Press is playing an even more direct role in this process. This is not like a conspiracy theory. This is not me being like a fabulist at all. It is straightforwardly an arm of Western propaganda for the Israeli state. Okay, Dropsite did extensive coverage on this. A pro-Israel nonprofit is funneling news content through Barry Weiss's Free Press. As Weiss's news organization explores a deal to sell to CBS, much of its content on the Middle East is produced by a shadowy think tank tied to pro-Israel advocacy. And now she's getting $200 million in a potential CBS merger as CBS moves further in the right-wing direction. Just understand how connected and intertwined this kind of nefarious propaganda is. This is an influence peddling operation to try and present what Israel is doing as not war crimes, but simply a real need for Israel's violence, a real need for Israel's brutality, and they are directly through funding measures insidiously connected to the Israeli state as well. We'll cover that later, but understand that when they say, oh, this is just a sequence of mistakes, when Free Press writes a sequence of mistakes that has led to the real hunger crisis, that is not a mistake at all. That is the new mechanism of propaganda for the Western world that Israel is trying to dish out. Okay? He approvingly quoted the Israeli journalist Haviv Retik Gur, who said, it's hard to convince Israelis of that because literally everything said to them for 22 months on this topic has been a fiction. He also wrote that without Hamas's gleeful hoarding of food, again, a lie, Gaza would not be facing the current food shortage. The following day, Reuters reported that an analysis conducted by USAID found no evidence of systematic theft of U.S. humanitarian supplies by Hamas. Another report in the Times said that Israeli officials privately agree that Hamas has not systematically looted United Nations aid, directly contradicting a central talking point in the Israeli war effort. So, understand that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was not launched out of nowhere. This was a deliberate effort created by the Israeli government and the American government, and crafted almost entirely by the Boston Consulting Group, utilizing mercenaries that were already in operation in the Gaza Strip, American mercenaries, to basically create these aid traps, okay? Aid traps that play a role in PR for Israel. Because as I've said before, the one thing that all of these NGOs will point to as a non-starter is denial of aid, okay? Even if, like Human Rights Watch, for example, that was founded by a Holocaust survivor who literally after October 7 said Israel's actions are not genocidal, why did he change his attitude? Because he saw and recognized that what Israel was doing was genocidal. Why did he recognize that? He recognized it because Israel had denied aid. You can always contextualize all of the death and destruction by simply claiming that this is collateral damage. You can say 60,000 deaths, even though the number is far higher. 18,000 children have been slaughtered mercilessly by Israel, but that's actually war casualties. That's just collateral damage in precise targeting operations that are sometimes imprecise. There is a legal way to engage with bombing campaigns, but there is no legal defense for denial of aid. When you are the belligerent occupier over 2 million populated open air prison, if you refuse to render aid to the civilian population, it's over. Okay? There is no defense of that whatsoever under any circumstance. Obviously, we all consider Israel's bombing campaigns to also be illegal too, and it is illegal because it's an ethnic cleansing operation, but denial of aid is impossible to defend under any circumstance. It is a mass starvation, mass deprivation campaign specifically to kill as many civilians as possible. This is precisely the reason why NGOs very quickly said, nope, it's over. We know exactly what's going on. This is genocide. So in an effort to defend against that in the, in the international legal community, America tried to cook up a scheme. It was called the Gaza Aid Pier, if you recall. It was a $250 million failure, but it actually wasn't a failure at all from America's interests. America wanted Israel to continue doing its ethnic cleansing campaign. This was under Biden, remember, but they wanted to make sure that there wasn't too much legal scrutiny over Israel's behavior, so they made it seem as though Israel was allowing America to bring in aid. That pier never actually brought in aid at all, as a matter of fact. It was not created to bring in aid, because if you wanted to bring in aid, you would just tell Israel to continue bringing trucks of aid that were fucking lined up at the Gaza envelope on the other side of the border. That's it. And the Gaza Aid Pier failed numerous times, cost $250 million, but the sole purpose of it wasn't to actually bring in aid to the Palestinian population living in Gaza. The sole purpose of it was to say, see, Israel is letting us bring in aid. I would say the same thing about the World Central Kitchen. As a matter of fact, before Israel actually killed the World Central Kitchen aid workers, the reason for why World Central Kitchen was allowed to render aid was simply to say, no, we are letting in some aid. Like, you don't understand. You can't claim that we're not letting in any aid. See, this is a very famous liberal chef, Jose Andres, that is actually bringing in aid. Okay? It's just PR. And the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is the worst, most insidious version of this kind of PR, because the aid delivery mechanism was basically created to kill more Palestinian civilians that are desperately trying to get a crumb of aid. Okay? It was a trap. And it's not just my assessment. We kept saying over and over again, basically highlighting Palestinians, describing their own situation in the Gaza Strip. There were plenty of journalists who covered it, Palestinian journalists who covered it, and then Western journalists who highlighted the Palestinian journalists talking about what the GHF was actually doing. Yeah, it's not the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, it's the Gaza Holocaust Front, basically. And for months, the international humanitarian rights organizations panned America and Israel. They bouldered America and Israel. They said this is illegal. It's perfidy, which it is. Okay? Designing a military occupation front as a distribution of aid delivery is illegal under international law. Aid needs to be rendered by third parties that are uninvolved with this conflict. And yet Israel and America designed this scheme with Boston Consulting Group in an effort to basically continue this ethnic cleansing operation. Having said that, however, people are finally coming to that reality only after the fact. Okay? I recently spoke on the phone with Segal during our conversation, which has been edited for length and clarity. We discussed his wavering opinion on whether there is hunger in Gaza, his support for Trump's plan to develop Gaza without Palestinians, and just how much power the extreme right has over the Israeli government. For Americans, why won't you just let BCG off the hook, dude? What do you mean? Boston Consulting Group played a massive role in this. Boston Consultancy Group is one of these consulting groups like Bain or what is it? The one, Pricewaterhouse Cooper, McKinsey. These are all consulting groups, and Boston Consulting Group was a part of the planning procedure for this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Anyway, for Americans who might not know your work, you're often talked about as someone who's very familiar with Netanyahu. I was thinking, are you in touch with? Yeah, that's correct. I'm not the mouthpiece of Netanyahu. I'm a right-winger, but not more than this. I speak only for myself. I just meant that people say that you understand his thinking and have good sources in the government. I wouldn't deny it. Yes. So tell me, what caused you to write this piece for the Free Press saying that there was grave concern about the food situation in Gaza? So first of all, I don't think there is hunger in Gaza. I want to put that first and foremost. You don't think there's hunger in Gaza, says Isaac? Segal responds, I don't think there is hunger campaign that Hamas runs in the international media is anything remotely connected to the truth. However, I do think there's a situation that can actually deteriorate to something like this. For the past 22 months, Hamas has been running a hunger campaign in Gaza. Israelis and maybe some Americans are wary of these accusations because they know it's propaganda. The fact that there is developing crisis does not emanate from Israeli decisions, but a cynical game played by Hamas and the United Nations. This man, Benjamin Netanyahu's mouthpiece in Israeli media, is directly saying that Hamas and the United Nations are actually depriving the Palestinian population of aid. And it's not actually Israel's design. It's actually the United Nations collaborating with Hamas. The UN is Hamas. If you want to understand like where Israeli society is at this point, this is not an extreme position. Okay? This is not an out there far right position. There are a lot of fucking people in Israeli society who unironically believe this. And there are a lot of people who defend Israel who unironically believe this in the West. Okay, this is complete nonsense. It's completely psychopathic. However, Israel will be blamed for it. That's why I want Israel to be wise and not only be just. Just to be clear, your article does talk about a hunger crisis in Gaza. Developing. The piece is titled, The Price of Flour Shows the Hunger Crisis in Gaza. There are reports of starvation deaths in Gaza. Are you denying those? I doubt 90% of it. I can't tell you that it doesn't exist in specific places or specific people, but I don't think that the numbers Hamas and the international media quote are the numbers. One of the things that your piece says is that essentially for the entire duration of the war, there have been false warnings about a hunger crisis. Why do you think the warnings were false previously? Hamas tried to depict a picture that does not exist. There was no hunger in Gaza. For years, Hamas has claimed that Gaza is starving. Hamas always used this weapon of alleged hunger in order to get more humanitarian aid. A UN study from 2022 prior to the war found that more than 3/4 of the Palestinian families reduced the number of meals they consume because of a lack of food. So this is even before October 7. How could that have happened? How could that have happened if Israel does not have complete control over the Gaza Strip, even prior to October 7? It's because Israel does have complete control over what kind of food is allowed into the Gaza Strip. At times, they have quite literally stopped cookies from going into the Gaza Strip. The sex pest that I was previously referencing, sex pestiny, has actively lied at the behest of the Israeli state to claim that Hamas has the capacity to actually take cookies and turn them into rocket fuel. Okay? That is how fucking stupid the argument is. That they were saying we're not letting in cookies into the Gaza Strip because they can turn cookies into rocket fuel. They can turn the sugar in the cookies into rocket fuel by, I guess, by way of alchemy. That's real. That's a real thing. I'm sure someone in the chat has the clip that I can show you.
It makes
I'm on a
things
diet when the population has always had a calorie surplus.
Yeah, even the diet
calorie surplus. They literally have. That's why when the famine started, when all the people were moved, I believe it was UNRWA that made the statement that this is a region that has never experienced hunger before.
That's what's so infuriating.
And that's also why Finkelstein got mad, because if you try to say, really, wait, these people are starving? By what metric? You can't find
that's what's so infuriating, Stephen, is that you want to start counting calories and try to discover whether they have a surplus or not, when you're missing the fact that Israel getting to decide what food gets into Gaza is itself outrageous. One people does not get to control whether another side gets to have cookies for their children, and or potato chips or sodas. You don't get to do that. That's a level of dominance and oppression that is unacceptable.
But you're not capable of having it because you won't even admit why the blockade exists. So you don't even deserve to be in.
What do you want him to admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah, you tell me.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel is preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated by military.
Why were cookies being prevented from going in?
And
what were custom
chips.
rockets fueled with?
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah.
With sugar and fruit and fertilizer. Yes, that's how they made the early rockets. The first generation that was
we're going to deny
used.
Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used.
For the record, this wasn't enough for people to go, hey man, I think you're out of your fucking mind and you're simply just repeating whatever the fuck Israel has claimed as a verifiable truth. There is no mechanism to turn the sugar inside of cookies into rocket fuel. Okay? And if that was the case, then Israel would not have allowed cookies to ever enter the Gaza Strip, which they did. Why did they let it enter the Gaza Strip? Well, they did because John Kerry saw that it was actually not allowed. And he was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Why won't you let pasta into the strip? And then they were like, oops, okay, I guess we'll let some pasta into the Gaza Strip. That's it. Toilet paper, pasta, cookies, flour. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I'm mentioning all of this because, I mean, there's a purpose for why I'm mentioning this, okay? The reason why I'm mentioning it is because Israel makes ridiculous claims for every single point of oppression when they are talking to the Western world. When you actually listen to what they say in Hebrew, they're pretty open about it. The same person that speaks, the same Israeli American, for example, that speaks very differently when they are talking in English, will then literally turn around in Hebrew and be like, this is awesome. We love that we're starving these people, and they're not even people at all. Okay? But in English, they'll be like, oh, yeah, there is a little bit of a starvation, I guess, taking place, so we have to do something about it. Oops. And for the record, this is not like ridiculous. I mean, look at Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu released a statement in Hebrew the other day where he openly stated, oh, we have to let in some aid. I'm really sorry. We have to let in a modicum of aid because people are getting really mad at us.
Well, first of all, he's not allowed back in because he's more sophisticated, right? But again, he's not going to admit it. I just want to be clear another time. Another thing you're not going to admit. Why does the blockade exist?
Yes.
It's literally just because of the evil Jews trying to...
Anyway, it's just so stupid. Let's continue. The Times reported that at least 20 Palestinian children had died from malnutrition and dehydration. So we're not denying that people have died, right? No, we do not deny that people died. We are just not sure that people died from dehydration or starvation. That report I just quoted was from March of 2024. I see. I beg to differ with the New York Times because the New York Times bases its reports on Hamas sources. The New York Times is Hamas. The New York Times is the most pro-Israel outlet in the Western world alongside the BBC. And these guys are saying the New York Times is Hamas. The New York Times relies heavily on stringers in Gaza that have two options: either report what Hamas wants or die. And I blame the New York Times for this. The head of the legal department of the New York Times told me, how can you blame us for writing what Hamas wants? Our journalists died because in the past they reported things that Hamas didn't like. This is a fucking lie. That person told you this on the record. They wanted to sue me when I claimed that they relied on stringers who collaborated with Hamas. So they told you this privately. Yeah, you can quote it. David McCraw, the lead newsroom lawyer at the New York Times, was identified to me later by Segal as the person who allegedly said this. McCraw told the New Yorker, I never said any of that. We never threatened to sue him, and our journalists have not been killed by Hamas. In 2023, McCraw asked Segal to make corrections to some statements he had made on social media, including that the Times employed ISIS-embedded stringers. So even if we take into account the fact that 20 children died to dehydration, which I doubt, and which the IDF doubts, there is no way to double-check it. And then in parentheses, in the past several days, a number of news organizations have called on Israel to allow international reporters to enter Gaza, something that it has thus far largely restricted them from doing. What can make hunger in Gaza is the unholy coalition between the UN and Hamas. Each and every organization in Gaza has to pay at least 15 to 20% of the humanitarian aid directly into the pockets of Hamas. Hamas. We have to starve the Gazan children because Hamas. The UN is Hamas. The New York Times is Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. Sometimes the fucking Israeli hostages that were released are also Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. The IDF is Hamas at times. Everyone is Hamas. This is not a sustainable worldview, okay? It's not. It's ridiculous, and it's been ridiculous since day one, especially when you realize that what they're talking about when they say Hamas is the understandable notion that Palestinians want liberty, they want freedom, they want sovereignty. That is what Israeli society broadly declares as Hamas. Okay? Do you understand? Anyone and everyone who opposes Israel's death and destruction campaign is Hamas. Yeah, by the way, Segal literally is calling the New York Times Hamas. Amit Segal, the New York Times' campaign to prop up Hamas. The New York Times caused a stir by anonymously quoting two senior Israeli military officials who claim that the IDF has no proof of Hamas systematically stealing aid from the UN. But as is often the case with the Times report on the war in Gaza, this one should be taken with far more than a grain of salt. I once called an Israeli politician to inform him he'd been caught red-handed voting twice in the parliament. The legislator immediately denied it. That's not true, he protested, but there's camera footage, I said. Who are you going to believe, he snapped, me or the camera? Anyway, this is just a long, convoluted way to say that the New York Times is relying on Hamas once again, which, again, you need to understand something, okay? You need to understand something. Hamas sources are 100% more reliable about what's going on in Gaza than Israel is. Israel has a track record of consistently lying about everything. Hamas does not have that same track record. They cannot afford to lie about shit. And even though they do not lie about things, people still don't treat what their statements look like as the truth. It is ridiculous. Okay? And I'll give you the example. The greatest example of this is the Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza. Okay? The Gazan Health Ministry's estimates of death and destruction is incredibly conservative. Okay? It is incredibly conservative. It is an undercount by hundreds of thousands at this point. Okay? The number that you hear all the time is like, 60,000, 18,000 children. We all, at this point, know it is a severe undercount. But you know who actually, on the one hand, says this is the Hamas Health Ministry's numbers, while simultaneously uses said Hamas Health Ministry numbers? The Israeli government, and also the American State Department. Every single international human rights organization has double and triple checked previous Gazan Health Ministry numbers in the past and have found them to be usually undercounts. Okay? The UN has done so, and that is precisely the reason why they are incredibly reliable as a means of understanding the situation on the ground. They are so reliable that Israel itself uses their estimates. And so does the American government, while simultaneously in the media consistently claiming that these Hamas Health Ministry numbers are false. You can't trust them because it's Hamas. Okay? The UN and Hamas are not on a campaign to feed Gaza. They're on a campaign to stop the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation from the distribution of food in Gaza. Why? Because they want a monopoly. The GHF is a private nonprofit set up by the American and Israeli backing to deliver food. Let's admit it. It's an Israeli-American creature that is focused on feeding Gazans. He openly states this. Well, the Israelis have said they're not funding it. Are you saying that they are? I don't know if there's direct funding, but Israel is the organizer of the GHF. There are Israelis that have said they're funding it, for the record. There's members of the opposition party that have openly admitted that Israel is funding the GHF. Okay? There has been a lot of time spent denying that. Israel's behind this foundation, but the idea is noble, and it is to keep humanitarian aid from becoming a weapon for the survival of Hamas. Now, here's the question for you. Why is the UN obsessed with the GHF? The hundreds of people who have been killed at GHF sites, asks Isaac. It's not even hundreds. It's actually more than 1,000 at this point. No, this is what Hamas claims and what the New York Times quotes. By the way, the vast majority of people killed in the GHF were killed by Hamas. Hamas tried to kill and shoot people who came to take food from the GHF because the purpose is to save Hamas's regime. American mercenaries at this point have openly revealed that they are the ones who are fucking shooting the Palestinians that are at those aid delivery locations. American mercenaries have openly revealed that the IDF is also shooting tank shells into crowds. The Israeli occupying forces' own veterans that have directly participated in this shooting at Palestinian civilians at the point of aid delivery have openly admitted that they are the ones who are shooting at people who are trying to get aid. There are videos, there are countless hours of videos of unarmed civilians begging for their lives, trying to get to the point of aid distribution while being shot at with Israeli weapons. The idea that this is actually Hamas that's shooting people is so insane that it requires you to close your eyes, plug your ears, and just assume that the IDF soldier on camera that's directly shooting at Palestinian children that are trying to get aid at the GHF drop sites is actually secretly a Hamas militant. Hamas has actually overtaken Israeli Merkava tanks and are driving the Israeli Merkava tanks into crowds and shooting the Israeli Merkava tanks at Palestinian civilians. That's what the expectation is. That's what you're supposed to believe here. It is fucking insane. The GHF contractor told Senator Van Hollen directly that he was directly told the GHF's client was the IDF and to never disobey them again. Okay? His name is Aguilar, the Green Beret, who came out and is on video, on the record, talking about all of the numerous atrocities that the GHF has contributed to in the Strip at aid sites. Okay? Yeah, this is a good point. If Hamas was actually doing all of the shooting, then Israel would have no reason to not let journalists see it. Former U.S. Green Beret Anthony Aguilar says he routinely witnessed Israeli forces firing artillery tank rounds and mortar rounds in the crowds of unarmed, starving Palestinians at GHF aid sites in Gaza. I witnessed war crimes, the GHF security contractor told the BBC, calling the attacks indiscriminate and the most brutality he's seen in his life.
Into a crowd of people, destroying a car of civilians that were simply driving away from the site. I witnessed mortar rounds being fired at the crowds of people to keep them controlled.
As a professional soldier.
Here, this is the Aguilar, Chris Van Hollen conversation, okay? This is how Aguilar found out that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation client was the IDF. At one of the distribution sites in Gaza, some starving kids have been lifted up onto a berm to save them from being crushed. An Israeli soldier tells the GHF soldiers to get them down, or he would. Aguilar tells him to calm down, so the Israeli official radios the nearby IDF position to shoot the kids. Aguilar intervened and prevented the murder. One of his superiors then took him outside and told him to never say no to the client again.
Directly to my face that our client is the IDF.
Your client is the IDF.
Our client is the IDF. And this came out in a discussion once where I was in the control room. I was on I was on control room duty that day.
They're mercenaries. So yes, their client is the IDF. This is how mercenary work works. This is why the term mercenary is one that is repulsive to the average person. Your business and your job is to sometimes kill children at the behest of the Israeli military. If that's your client and if the Israeli military wants to kill children, you can't say no.
Shifted responsibilities on a rotational base. So I was in there that day with the radio observing site number 2 distribution. A Palestinian man had picked up some children to let them step on his shoulders to get onto a berm because they were being crushed in the crowd. Site 2 is very small, smallest of all 4 sites. And these children are being...
Remember, if you were unfamiliar with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, You might have seen them on Ethan Klein's Instagram stories as he consistently kept defending the GHF with all of its press releases over and over again, adding me on his Instagram stories saying, here are your favorites. The GHF says, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation says it's Hamas that's doing the killing, when it was actually the GHF in unison with the Israeli Defense Force, which is their client, that was actually doing the killing at these aid distribution sites. He kept doing that over and over again until this past week, when the starvation campaign had reached its boiling point and it finally broke through to Western audiences. He turned around and literally fucking brought up Sudan. Okay? Hasan trying to not bring up E or D every 30 minutes, impossible difficulty. Do you think that we should let propagandists for this genocidal campaign get away with it simply because they're fucking online propagandists? Do you feel like this doesn't have any fucking bearing on the story at all? Do you feel like it's totally unimportant? Because at this point, it's no longer drama. At this point, it is quite literally a person that is spending every single waking moment defending Israel. Okay? And then recently, once the starvation campaign became so overt, he posted this. Ethan Klein resorts to Zionist deflection tactic. What about Sudan? Trump has the ability to end the famine in Gaza with a phone call. Negative media attention made Western leaders force Israel to let in more aid. Why the hell does that bother pro-Palestinian Ethan Klein? Meanwhile, in Sudan, also strange that Ethan shared a screenshot of an outdated version of a wiki article. The page currently cites 700,000 as the number of children malnourished, not deaths. So where did Ethan get this screenshot? He likely copied it from an anti-Palestinian Hasbras. Also funny to see multiple removed and downvoted posts on the H3 subreddit from fans that haven't yet recognized the Kleins are demented Zionist Hasbras who are deeply invested in defending Israel. Was Hila praising IDF killing child-killing pilots not enough for a wake-up call? What is the context of Ethan posting about malnutrition deaths in Sudan? I don't understand the point of this post. Is he pulling a whataboutism with Gazans and Sudan's famine? I understand he's trying to make a statement about his enemy's virtue signaling, but why would you compare one famine to another when there's plenty of other low-hanging fruit to show hypocrisy? Just because someone says that they're a stalwart ally of the Palestinians doesn't change their output. If their output is entirely around constantly deflecting the attention away from Israel, constantly defending other groups that are designed to work alongside Israel that is doing a genocide, then you're not actually fucking anti-genocide at all. You're pro-genocide. Yeah, this was the other thing that I saw. Has Ethan Klein ever even once mentioned Sudan prior to the world finally beginning to take issue with Israel's forced starvation in Gaza, now that it's reached the point of mass death? Just because this person is an online content creator doesn't change the reality that they are actively and deliberately defending Israel. Okay? Defending Israel's starvation campaign, defending Israel's genocide. Before this, he kept repeatedly posting, and I'm sure someone has the link for it, kept repeatedly posting GHF statements, GHF press releases at a time when, if he had actually done a little bit of research, he would have recognized that the United Nations was literally screaming about the GHF being a scheme, an illegal war crime scheme. Here it is. Hasan Piker, come get your freedom fighters. GHF statement on operations. Hamas is the reason hundreds of thousands of hungry Gazans were not fed today. The group issued direct threats against GHF operations. CC at Hasan Piker, your friends at Hamas are in desperate need of spin. Urgent statement from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The very same evil entity that we are currently talking about, Ethan Klein has literally fucking defended over and over again. Now that it's getting to a point where it's indefensible in other people's eyes as well, finally, Western media is like actively talking about this, okay? He has now moved on to deflect the attention away to Sudan, which is the rapid support forces in Sudan also doing a man-made created famine. They are doing this with Israel's ally, the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates, which gets all of its weapons from the United States of America, is backing another ethnic cleansing campaign in Sudan. The reason why you don't get to hear much from Sudan is because, once again, it is America's ally doing it, okay? And it's very strange that a country that is aligned with the UAE, Israel, and its defenders will only simply use the the famine that is taking place in Sudan, that is, again, backed by the United Arab Emirates, an ally of Israel, they only bring this up as a deflection point to be like, well, you care about the famine in Gaza. Why don't you care about the famine in Sudan? And it's crazy because we have talked about the famine in Sudan. He has not. The only reason why he brings this up is because other people are talking about what's going on in Gaza. It's just a prop. It's a mechanism of deflection. It is alarming how most people don't fucking see it.
Crushed, and you pick them up there and put them up on the berm. And the Israeli Defense Forces liaison officer in the main control center with us comes up to the screen that I'm watching and he says, "Tell your men to get them down." I was like, "We got this under control." I was like, "I know they know what they're doing. No, they're children. Let's calm down. Mm-hmm. Get them down now, or I will." Well, there's no IDF on the site. So I didn't take it as much of like much more than just being, well, there's no IDF on the site. So I didn't take it as much of like much more than just being, bombastic and like, okay, like, hey, we got this. He leaves and goes to his desk in the operations center and he gets on the radio and he speaks something on the radio. It was in Hebrew. I don't speak Hebrew. One of the contractors that was there was American that did speak Hebrew, and he notifies me. He said, "Hey, he just told the snipers at the IDF position, because the site number 2 is co-located with an Israeli base." Mm-hmm. He said, "He just told the snipers to take these kids out." I was like, "On the radio?" He's like, "Yeah." This lieutenant colonel then comes back up and he says, "Get them down." And I look at him and I say, "Did you just call on the radio and tell your men to shoot them?" And he said, "I'm going to take care of this if you don't." I said, "You are not going to shoot. You are not going to shoot children. You're also not going to shoot because if your men miss, you're going to hit others. You're not going to shoot." Thank God we didn't come to the conclusion of figuring out whether he would or not, because the children jumped down and ran off of the site. They didn't want to be there. They were unarmed. They didn't have shoes. One wasn't even wearing a shirt. They were starving. The chief operations officer for Safe Reach Solutions, our higher headquarters, so to speak, in the contract, beckoned me outside with him, and he looked at me in the face and he said, "Never say no to the client." And I asked him, I was like, "I didn't know the client was in there. Who's here? Did Johnny Moore come to visit?" And he said, "No, the IDF." I was like, "The IDF are our client?" He said, "Yes, we work for them." A light bulb went off in my head because...
Here is further. Green Beret Anthony Aguilar recounts how a 5-year-old Palestinian kissed his hand to thank him for the food Aguilar gave him. Seconds later, Israeli soldiers shot and killed the starving child.
And he put down the little food he has. You notice he doesn't have a box. He doesn't have a box of food. He has half of a bag of rice that he found on the ground, a broken bag, half a bag of lentils that he found on the ground, and he was thanking us. Thank you. This little boy, from where he came from, walked 12 kilometers to get there, just to get there. 12 kilometers. Look at this boy. And when he got there, he thanked us.
This is what Trump is talking about when he says he gave $60 million, by the way. He's talking about the GHF. That's what they actually added a spending package on. This aid distribution death trap. Okay? Understand. When he says, "Oh, we gave $60 million, he's talking about the $30 million that the Trump administration gave recently, this past week, is the GHF aid distribution scheme so they can fund the mercenaries.
The remnants and the small crumbs that he got. And he sets them down on the ground, because I was kneeling at this point, and he sets his food down, and he places his hands on my face, on the side of my face, on my cheeks, these frail, skeleton, emaciated hands, dirty. And he puts them on my face, and he kissed me. He kissed me, and he said, "Thank you," in English. "Thank you." And he collected his items, and he walked back to the group, and then he was shot at with pepper spray, and tear gas, and stun grenades, and bullets shot at his feet and in the air, and he runs away, scared. And the IDF were shooting at the crowd. So they're shooting to control the population that's along the Marag corridor, and as they're doing that, they're shooting into this crowd. And Palestinian civilians, human beings, are dropping to the ground, getting shot. And Amir was one of them. Amir walked 12 kilometers to get food, got nothing but scraps, thanked us for it, and died. I served in the Army for 25 years. I've been shot 3 times in combat. I'm pretty tough. This gets me every time because, to what you're saying, the dehumanization. And what I want to say to the American people and to the people of Israel, I've been there. I have touched them. I have talked to them. The civilians in Gaza that are getting the food, they are starving. They are not animals. They are human beings. and they're being treated like animals. We treat these civilians in Gaza worse, with less dignity than we treated the ISIS fighters that surrendered in Baghuz Faghani in Syria in 2018. This young boy, this is on May 28th on secure distribution site number 2. The aid had been distributed. A lot of people had left. You see behind, there's a crowd of people still with their boxes, kind of getting ready to leave. And this little boy, his name is Amir, and he was standing, he was with the crowd.
I think this is why I always say, if the New York Times accurately covered what was going on since October 7, you would have a lot more people who feel as angry and as resentful as you do. Okay? There is a reason why so many people have come after me since October 7, 2023, trying to get me deplatformed. It's because I have, in my coverage, first and foremost, always relied on Palestinian reporters, Palestinian journalists, Palestinians who are basically describing their own demise, their own conditions on the ground. On the other hand, a lot of mainstream media outlets have entirely relied on the Israeli narrative, from Israeli envoys, Israeli officials, Israeli military commanders that go on television and go to the New York Times to specifically contextualize why these violent incidents are taking place and how it's actually normal and how it's actually good. And if it's bad, it's just a mistake. Do you understand? That's it. That's it. It shouldn't be left up to Americans to finally have the Western world pay attention to this. Okay? But that is the unfortunate reality, that only when an Israeli military official anonymously gives a quote to the New York Times does it get reported on as though it is the God's honest truth. Only when it's an American soldier that reveals this information do people actually start paying attention to it. Unfortunately, real journalism relies on covering all angles. Real journalism relies on refusing to cover a blanket statement coming from a government entity that has consistently lied over and over again. Israel has lied so much, as does every government, okay? This is not exclusive to Israel, but it's crazy that, like, Israel has lied in such immediately dismissible ways that no institution that cares about the truth, no reputable outlet should ever take their word at face value. After the 11th time, you're supposed to go, I think you're lying about this, like you did the past 11 times. And yet, even to this day, 22 months into this ethnic cleansing and starvation campaign, this genocide, the only way that you can get any information that is at least close to the truth of what has been going on for months and months on the ground in Gaza is when an Israeli official admits to it. It is devastating. What a great abdication of responsibility from Western news reporters. And I know people in these newsrooms. I know people that are actively fighting, that are trying to get the truth out, that are trying to get the word out, and they get stopped every step of the way. It is alarming, but it is also the reason for why. It is alarming, but it's also the reason for why so many people do not trust mainstream institutions anymore. Okay? And for what purpose? The New York Times does this ass-covering operation for the Israeli state only to have defenders of Israel consider it a Hamas newspaper anyway. The Bill Ackman point comes to mind. The New York Times finally wrote a report on famine because it's become undeniable. And because these guys obviously have an interest in presenting themselves as a credible institution, when too many people are talking about an issue, they have to cover it. So they did. They covered the famine that is taking place in Gaza, okay? And in the process, they basically turned around and actually got yelled at, okay? They got yelled at nonstop because one of the people, one of the victims, one of the child victims of starvation, one of the child victims of starvation was a child with a genetic disability. Israel thinks this is a good way to flood the market with a counter narrative that, like, people are lying. People are lying about what's going on. Here, Bill Ackman has been posting about this nonstop. They did this thing, okay, where the New York Times basically stated that the photo, the viral image of one of the hundreds of children that have starved to death also had a genetic condition, okay? A genetic disability. These guys pushed this narrative by way of the New York Post and all these other Hasbara institutions, okay, to criticize the New York Times. The New York Times buckled. And in the process, they wrote this editor's note. The editor's note isn't as bad as I think people are reading it as, because it doesn't actually lend credence to the fucking smears, but I think it's ridiculous that they even had to post an editor's note such as this one after all of the reaction and the retaliation from pro-Israel groups. We have appended an editor's note to a story about Mohammed Zakaria al-Mutawak, a child in Gaza who was diagnosed with severe malnutrition. After publication, the Times learned he also had a pre-existing health problem. Read more below. Okay? Children in Gaza are malnourished and starving, as New York Times reporters and others have documented. We recently ran a story about Gaza's most vulnerable civilians, including Mohammed Zakaria al-Mutawak, who is about 18 months old and suffers from severe malnutrition. We have since learned new information, including from the hospital that treated him and his medical records, and have updated our story to add context about his pre-existing health problems. This additional details gives readers a greater understanding of his situation. Our reporters and photographers continue to report from Gaza bravely, sensitively, and at personal risk so that the readers can see firsthand the consequences of war. There was no reason to add this. Okay? The mother of the child has been interviewed. She said, "My son was born in December 2023 during the war without any chronic illnesses. Doctors diagnosed him with macrocephaly, which they said was caused by nutritional deficiencies during pregnancy due to the Israeli war. Over the past 4 months of displacement, his condition worsened due to the severe shortage of food. That is when he developed acute malnutrition." She shared with Misbar a photo of the child taken before his health deteriorated. This pre-existing condition to which the Times refers is, in fact, deliberate starvation by Israel's genocidal war criminals. Now understand something. Does this change the reality? Does this change the narrative at all? Yes, Israel is starving all children, including disabled children. How is this supposed to be a defense of Israel's starvation? This makes no sense. It just makes the situation worse. And there are examples of this, okay? There are examples of this in history. The example is the Holocaust. To claim that, actually Anne Frank died of typhus. Line in service of outright Holocaust denial. There were many in the death camps and in the concentration camps that died of other fucking untreated diseases, including typhus. It is insane. So Israel's military campaign has not only caused these conditions to arise in children, but it's also still starving that child, even if that child had a genetic predisposition that had nothing to do with Israel's actions. What are we talking about? Israel's still starving that fucking child. The only way you think this is an appropriate counter messaging campaign is if your head is slammed so far up other pro-Israeli accounts assholes that you think this does not look horrifying to the average individual that is watching from afar, that is shocked by the images of emaciated children. That's what's so crazy about this. These guys literally do not understand that people with a fucking soul out there that see these starving children and then hear someone who's defending Israel go, nah, that starving child also had a genetic condition. They don't look at that and go, oh my God, I've been duped. I guess that child with a genetic condition deserved to fucking die because of Hamas. They don't see it like that. They look at you and think you are 1,000,000 times worse than Hamas. Okay? Which is true, because you are. You are. If you defend Israel at any point, but especially now, you are 1,000,000 times worse. 1,000,000 times worse. It is ridiculous. It's not even comparable. Okay? It is not even remotely comparable. No more but Hamas. That does not work. That never should have worked, but it certainly does not work at this stage. Ridiculous. But here is Bill Ackman. Even after the New York Times wrote this thing that they weren't even supposed to fucking add onto the story, the New York Times has caused enormous harm, and this is apparently the best they can do to correct their malfeasance. No apology, no acknowledgement for the harm they've caused. What harm? Israel should bring libel suits against the New York Times and other publications. These are open and shut cases. The only thing worse than starving people to death is reporting on people being starved to death. That's your argument? Your name will become a curse to future generations, just like Hitler and Eichmann. It's fucking insane. Israel said one of the starvation victims died from hypermetabolism related to diabetes. The main way to treat hypermetabolism is consistent with high caloric meals. If you think this is insane, this is German, still unbanned Twitch streamer calling himself a journalist and human rights activist. This has been ongoing for years with this Nazi. What? This is a German Twitch streamer? What? German journalist echoes Nazi propaganda by implying Gaza's kids starved by Israel are dying due to genetics and cousin marriages, but the EU sanctioned me at Germany's request for pro-Palestine journalism, accusing me of creating social and religious discord. After seeing so many children with hereditary diseases in Gaza in recent days for which Israel is not responsible, perhaps we should explain to the people in Gaza that one should not marry their first cousin or relatives in general, even if Muhammad the Prophet is said to have done so. This is, among many other things, the reason for the many sick children. In addition, such cousin marriages lead to a lower IQ between 5 and 13 points. Child mortality is up 50% higher, and it results in physical deformities. Not just a Twitch streamer, he's also a German politician. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, this Tobias Hutch guy, but I know everything I need to know about him and his fucking worldview. This is literally Nazi propaganda. But instead of saying this about the Jews, he is saying this about an appropriate target, a target that you can say this about, which is Muslims as a whole, but certainly the Palestinians that are currently experiencing the fucking Holocaust. Let's get back to Isaac Chodener's conversation with this far-right propagandist for Netanyahu. By the way, I'm not the only one to understand this. President Biden in October 2023 actually forced Israel to provide humanitarian aid, right? And then he said, I quote, if Hamas diverts or steals the assistance, they will have demonstrated once again that they have no concern for the welfare of the Palestinian people. And it will end. As a practical matter, it will stop the international community from being able to provide this aid. For a long time, people have been saying that there is going to be mass starvation in Gaza. Even Netanyahu a few months ago warned about reaching a point of starvation after they'd been complete shut off of aid into the territory. Subsequently, more aid was allowed in. You're saying all these warnings were essentially not correct. I say that Gaza is not the United States or Israel or Albania, in which the regime takes care of the wellness of its people. But you're aware there was a complete cutoff of aid for months, right? There was a cutoff from March to May. But here's the question. If the cutoff was between March and May, how come the hunger and starvation began in July? In which Isaac reports multiple aid experts told the New Yorker that the worst starvation would arrive sometime after a total aid cutoff because they have stockpiles of food. That's not how fucking starvation works. As Arif Hussein of the World Food Program told the New Yorker, it is a delayed effect. Households and markets will have some stocks, which they run out of if no further supplies arrive. And the answer is because Hamas steals the UN humanitarian aid in order to sell it or store it and sell it later. To which Isaac reports, the New York Times reported last week that the Israeli military never found proof that the Palestinian militant group had systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war, according to 2 senior Israeli military officials and 2 other Israelis involved in the matter. In fact, the Israeli military officials said that the UN aid delivery system, which Israel derided and undermined, was largely effective in providing food to Gaza's desperate and hungry population. So the problem was fully created by Hamas, Segal continues to say, continues to lie about. Not by an Israeli decision to genocide in Gaza. Israel is the only country on earth that provides humanitarian aid to the enemy in the middle of a war. It is the only country on earth. You're not providing aid to the enemy in the middle of a war. You're providing aid to an entire population of people that you are literally at war with. You are openly saying you're doing a genocide. The question is whether Israel will allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. They weren't paying for the UN aid. Many countries allow foreign aid to enter war zones. The only one interested in feeding Gazans these days is the GHF. There have been some right-wing ministers in the government, such as Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, who've made comments about how aid should not be allowed in Gaza. I assume you're going to say that's not the official policy of the government, correct? He says, right, exactly. Okay, but do Smotrich and Ben-Gvir want the genocide you said wasn't going on? It's a little confusing to have people in the government essentially saying out loud what people are accusing Israel of doing. This is the nature of the parliamentary regime and a multi-party coalition. Just to put things straight, Smotrich didn't say that humanitarian aid should not enter. He said that it should be done through the GHF. At multiple points, Isaac Chodener butts in and does a correction. At multiple points during the war, Smotrich has blocked or spoken out against aid entering Gaza, and in 2024 stated, no one in the world will allow us to starve 2 million people, even though it might be justified and moral in order to free the hostages. Remember that famous quote from Bezalel Smotrich? Ben-Gvir actually did say this, along with many other stupid things, in the first month of the war. He's just trying to shift the responsibility away from Netanyahu to Ben-Gvir and make it seem as though Netanyahu is simply stuck at the mercy of the far-right coalition that he's created. Okay? Remember, it's all bullshit. The majority of Israeli society knows that this is going on and are on board with it. They might change their attitude now that it's getting more coverage in the Western news. But up until this moment, they were fully aware of what was going on and they wanted it to happen. It's not just Bezalel Smotrich. It's not just Ben Gvir. It's not just Netanyahu. The Jewish demographic of Israel, by and large, agrees with this starvation policy. Okay? There are those who oppose it. That is true. And their numbers are growing, for sure. But throughout the past 22 months, there has been overwhelming support for this. Make no mistake. Israel supporters' insistence that the government is responding to the global outcry over starvation simply goes against what Israeli leaders are actually doing. They're working on a new plan for a siege of the Strip, which would, again, cut off all humanitarian aid. Netanyahu held a cabinet meeting on Monday evening devoted to Gaza, during which the military presented a new plan for a siege of the Strip, which would, again, cut off all humanitarian aid, according to the Khan broadcaster. This is not just the position of a big part of Netanyahu's coalition. It's the majority opinion of Jewish Israelis. Again, this is not my demographic predesignation. It is the Israeli government's demographic predesignation. Okay? They bracket off Israeli society in two. Okay? They say either you are Jewish, you're a Jewish Israeli, or you're Arab. When they say Arab, what they actually mean is Christian or Muslim. Okay? What they're actually referencing is Palestinian citizens of Israel. People that were given citizenship in 1948. Okay? This population of Muslims and Christians make up 25% of Israeli society. They are relegated to second-class status. Okay? They're talking about the Druze, they're talking about the Muslims, and they're talking about the Christians, the non-Jews, Jewish versus non-Jewish. The reason why they have this population designation is not just because Judaism is an ethno-religion. The reason why they do this is because they are an ethno-religious supremacist society. It's that simple. Even though the majority of Jews in Israel are Arab Jews, Jews of Arab background, Jews of Arab descent from the MENA region, they are categorized as Jews. Okay? They are not categorized as Arabs. I have had a conversation with someone who is of Arab descent, but is Jewish, if you recall. It was a teenager in Israel. And he actually got mad when I said, well, you're Arab. Like, your family is from an Arabic country. Like, from an Arab country. And he was like, no, I'm Jewish. The categorization for Arab Jews in Israeli society, the specific designation for it is Mizrahi. Okay? There are Ashkenazi Jews, Eastern European Jews that are white, many of them also living in the United States of America, the majority. There are Persian Jews as well, okay? And there are Arab Jews that are Mizrahi and Sephardic. Okay, Sephardic Jews are from Spain or by way of Spain through the MENA region. But these designations, these separate designations are all bracketed under Jewish. Okay? Full rights. But in any case, I sidestepped away from the Israeli demographics because I always have to repeat that point because I think it's pretty illuminating about how Israel treats its population. This is not just the position of a big part of Netanyahu's coalition, it's a majority opinion of Jewish Israelis. Here's one IDI poll from February 2024 showing 68% oppose aid into Gaza. A Channel 13 survey from May 2025 shows 53%, but it included Palestinian citizens of Israel. Palestinian citizens of Israel are the non-Jews in Israel that have Israeli citizenship. Okay? So understand that this position is not an unpopular one. It is one that is popularly backed by the Israeli population. Regardless of what some people try to present it as. Oh, this is like not the majority opinion. This is just like a loud minority or anything like that. It's fucking bullshit. Not that it even matters. It does not matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because if America said tomorrow, stop this, cut it out, you're done, Israel would have to cut it out. Okay? Make no mistake. Yair Golan, the center-left politician, said on the fourth day of the war that we should not allow humanitarian aid into Gaza until the hostages are back. So it was a consensus. If you look at the indictments in The Hague against Israel, you would see many quotes, and many of them belong to the center-left, which is correct, by the way. He's trying to defend this human rights violation by pointing to the rest of Israeli politicians as well. Center-left my ass. This is what's confusing. If no aid should be let in, then people are going to starve. And you're saying that a consensus in Israel, but you're also saying Israel's not going to starve anyone. No, because it's two different things. First of all, there's a difference between a war that lasts, I don't know, a few weeks and one that lasts 2 years. And second, it's theoretical because when President Biden arrived in Israel in the second week of the war, there was a decision made by the Israeli cabinet that humanitarian aid would enter Gaza. Israel cut off aid completely, as we talked about, for over 2 months between March and May. And then after that, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was set up. And it was set up in part because Netanyahu didn't want to be seen as allowing aid into Gaza. That's why it was given this American imprimatur, because he didn't want to piss off the far right, which doesn't want aid to enter. No, not at all. This was a Smotrich initiative. So why is Israel denying they are behind it? I guess because it would not help Gazans if the food had an Israeli flag on it. Okay, go on. That seems... There are rumors that Israel is funding the GHF. I haven't seen proof so far, but Israel is behind it. But I have to ask you something. You spoke about 20 children who died a year ago in Gaza from dehydration. If it happened, it's a tragedy. I don't think there is anyone who wants to see babies and children die. Again, bullshit. Israeli society or Israeli politicians, especially right-wing Israeli politicians, do absolutely want to see Israeli babies and children die, Palestinian babies and children die, because they have said as so. They've literally stated their desire for this. So the idea that they don't want to see this is fucking bullshit. Many people in the Israeli cabinet, maybe people in the Israeli cabinet, but beyond that, there isn't a single Israeli minister that wants to see babies die. You know how I know it? Because Israel has a nuclear weapon. If Israel really wanted to have a genocide, it would have done it already. I know it's a waste of time to speak to a liberal news outlet in the United States about the numbers. You won't find a single initiative by an Israeli cabinet minister that wants to kill babies on purpose. You know about Ben-Gvir and the wedding. Which one? Where there was dancing. Which one? Pretending to stab Palestinians. It was a disgusting event in which someone stabbed the picture of a baby, and it was disgusting. This was in 2015 at a wedding that Ben-Gvir attended. Dancing guests held up a photograph of a Palestinian baby who had been burned to death by right-wing Israeli extremists several months earlier, and one guest stabbed the picture with a knife. Ben-Gvir was the lead arsonist attorney. He later called the display at the wedding stupidity. And there were indictments because Israel is a law and order state. Ben-Gvir didn't do it. Maybe he participated. I wouldn't have taken part in an event like this. That's good to know. Okay, there are 7 big reports in the New Yorker about the so-called starvation in Gaza, but there are 0 reports about a genocidal event, the massacre of Druze in Syria, over the last few weeks, and 0 reports about 7 million displaced persons in Congo. Bitch, you don't care about any of that. What do you mean? Your Honor... You're accusing me of being a serial killer. And while that might be true, think about all the children that have also been killed by other serial killers. That doesn't matter. You are the one who is currently being examined here. It is your individual crimes. You can't just turn around and go, what about all the other people that are doing murders? That is fucking ridiculous. I just want to offer the idea that the West preoccupied with the state of Israel murdering and genociding Gazans and Palestinians, even when there is no proof. You just said so-called starvation. In your own piece, you quote someone saying, mass starvation seems inevitable without a change of strategy. But it's a little confusing because if Hamas decides who eats, then why is Israel changing its policy? If Hamas has all the food, it can do whatever it wants. Why has there been panic in official Israeli circles that things are getting out of hand? Hamas does it, but the world blames Israel for it. But why will a policy change by Israel matter if Hamas is controlling everything? Yeah, that's literally what Ethan Klein had on a story talking about Sudan. Because once you flood the area with food, you actually prevent this argument from being heard. There is footage today from the markets in central Gaza in which there's plenty of bread and flour and food and each and every kind of commodity. Isaac writes, when I followed up to ask what footage he was referring to, he sent me a clip that he said was from the Abu Ali Express, which Haaretz has called a news channel for PSYOPs. The video appears to show 2 young men in a room containing some food supplies, putting small snack packages in a bag. In 2021, Ben-Gvir tweeted a photo of 2 of you together and said that you signed a personal dedication for him in the book you had written. What was it? I don't really remember. I sold 80,000 copies of the book. Anyway, I'm going to skip that part. Let's take a step back. As you see it, what is the long-term goal of the war at this point? The long-term goal is to dismantle Hamas and Gaza both militarily and as a regime. The Times magazine had a big piece a few weeks ago basically saying that this war has been continuing for political reasons for well over a year, and that Netanyahu essentially knew that there was nothing left to accomplish militarily a year ago. And one thing that's strange to me is that so much of the debate, both in America and Israel, includes these impassioned arguments about the purpose of the war. But the article and much other reporting about Netanyahu has made me think it's not even clear he believes he can truly dismantle Hamas. What do you make of that dissonance? The smartest thing for a politician to do, especially Netanyahu, is to win this war as fast and as decisively as possible. It is very unpopular to have an ongoing war, which is bullshit. Israeli society literally gets behind and rallies around the flag anytime Benjamin Netanyahu chooses to actively anytime Benjamin Netanyahu chooses to actively fucking decide to bomb another country, Israeli society, by and large, gets behind him. Also, the idea that you want to disband Hamas is also bullshit. They don't want Hamas to disband. Hamas has said that they would disband. They've literally said that they would disband and allow a technocratic committee to take place and take over the control of the Gaza Strip. They've literally said that as a condition for the ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu refused to allow that to happen because if Hamas goes away, they literally, or if the hostages are released and Hamas goes away, then there's no other reason to continue this fucking death and destruction campaign, because the ultimate goal is to ethnically cleanse the entire fucking strip. Okay? It is to militarily occupy the Gaza Strip. It is to purge the Gaza Strip of all Palestinians. Now, the question is there an alternative for a faster end to the war? And there is one, that Israel withdrawing to the original borders, thus leaving Hamas free to rearm itself. We'd exchange all the hostages for every single terrorist and murderer who is imprisoned in Israel, including children, by the way. He's talking about children. Israel has 10,000 plus Palestinians under administrative detention with no real trial whatsoever that they have kidnapped. 2,000 plus of them that Israel has kidnapped since October 7, as a matter of fact. They picked them up from the Palestinian citizens of Israel. They picked them up from the West Bank, specifically as a bargaining chip. That's how little they care about the safety and security and dignity of Palestinians. They do not treat them as anything but fucking bargaining chips. The Israeli government has allowed for literal teenagers to be detained indefinitely, permanently. Okay? There are so many war crimes and so many things that are otherwise considered completely illegal in this nightmare, this hellish dystopian nightmare of a fucking country that is just regular practice. In my opinion, and Netanyahu's opinion, and in the opinion of many of Israelis, this would necessarily lead to yet another October 7 if they just like fucking withdraw from Gaza. So they have to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Oops, nothing else that they can do. After doing those horrible things, it would pave the way for another event. Even the leaders of the opposition, most of them, when you ask them whether they would end the war and have the same borders, say no. This is why you support moving all Gazans from Gaza. No, I don't support moving all Gazans from Gaza. You commented on Trump's proposal to remove Gazans from Gaza, that there is no way in the world that we could have hoped for something better. But Trump did not offer deportation. He offered emigration. The fact now is that Gazans are not allowed to leave Gaza. Egypt blocks all the roads. Egypt blocks all the roads. You block all the roads. You make Egypt block all the roads. All I want to do is let Gazans be like Isaac or Amit and to live wherever they want. If it's Gaza, so be it. If it's another country, so be it. Now, this is also bullshit, and here's the reality. The reason why this is bullshit, and unfortunately, this is the extent of Isaac Chotiner's like worldview, and it's this major limitation, is that he could just very quickly turn around and say there is a current proposal that the Israeli Knesset has fielded, okay, that dictates a concentration camp being created in the Rafah area. This concentration camp will house all of the remaining Palestinians, and its sole purpose is to deny them freedom of travel unless they are being deported out of the Gaza Strip. That is the current Israeli policy. Trump said they would not be permitted to return to Gaza. First of all, I'm not a spokesperson for Trump. You said you could not have hoped for something better. I support the idea of letting Gazans emigrate. And that's where it ends. And while we were having this back and forth, while we were reading this, another country, this time Canada, has mentioned their intention to recognize the state of Palestine at the UN General Assembly in September, subject to commitment by the Palestinian Authority to conduct reforms, Canadian Prime Minister says. Once again, this probably resembles the bullshit French conditional state recognition. You cannot do a shitty state recognition, a false state recognition without actual sovereignty. You cannot do this if you are still, one, arming the IDF, continuing to fucking fund and facilitate the Israeli society broadly. No, it's the French one that originally started. And then the British one came. But the British one was even worse than that because its conditions were, we won't even recognize the fucking state of Palestine if Israel allows aid to come in. Yeah. Two-state solution document endorsed by France, European, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Qatar, the Arab League, circulated at UN and revealed by Times of Israel, calls for dissolving UNRWA without implementing the right of return for Palestinian refugees. I explain. This is Ali Abunima of the Electronic Intifada. Okay, one of the more reliable outlets in terms of covering what goes on the ground in Palestine. The document talks about the achievement of a just solution to the Palestinian refugee issue without mentioning or reaffirming the right of return. This is long established process code for abrogating the right of return, resettling Palestinian refugees outside Palestine so that Jewish demographic supremacy is not threatened, and at best, monetary compensation. It talks about UNRWA handing over its duties, not to the government of an independent Palestinian state, but to prepared and empowered Palestinian institutions in the Palestinian territory. In other words, all this takes place prior to the supposed independence of a supposed Palestinian state. It is a formula for dismantling any international institutions and frameworks that protect Palestinian rights. There is much more in this document revealing its anti-Palestinian hostility, including demanding the disarmament of the resistance and handing over its weapons under occupation to the Palestinian Authority and endorsing a demilitarized Palestinian state, while the occupier that is perpetrating a Holocaust retains all of its capacity for genocide. We know what that looks like. It's called the West Bank, and 40,000 Palestinians have been displaced since October 7 in the West Bank. Israeli settlers, armed to the teeth by the Israeli government, getting weapons from the United States government, will go in and kill Palestinians and use Molotov cocktails to permanently displace Palestinians from their ancestral homes. And then the IDF will continue its bloodshed by killing the Palestinians that even are in the vicinity of the Israeli settlers. That's what they want across the board. In the same document endorsed by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Turkey, and European countries, etc., they demand that the Palestinian resistance completely disarm in the context of ending the genocide in Gaza and hand over its weapons to Israel's proxy, the Palestinian Authority. Remember, the Palestinian Authority is the governing body of the West Bank. The Palestinian Authority is a part of the Israeli security apparatus. Make no mistake. Regardless of what Benjamin Netanyahu says now about the Palestinian Authority, claiming that it's actually also just like Hamas, and that no statehood should ever exist for Palestinians and Palestine in general, the Palestinian Authority is functionally an arm of the Israeli security apparatus. They work in unison with the Israeli security apparatus. They are the second least popular entity amongst Palestinians in the region. Obviously, the number one is Israel. There is no reference, of course, to the entity committing genocide and disarming. On the contrary, all this is meant to ensure the security of the genocidal settler colony and leave its victims totally defenseless. In other words, they make ending the genocide conditional on Israel achieving its goals. Make no mistake, while this is a step in the right direction, I have also stated that this is completely fucking ridiculous. It's only a matter of impact due to how little, especially these Western European states have offered recognition to Palestinians and Palestine as a nation state. But it's definitely too little too late. And not only is it too little too late, but it's a bait and switch. Yeah, The Onion on October 10th, 2023, New York Times issues apology for reporting Palestinian deaths. 3 days after October 7, mind you. And here it is, the New York Times literally issuing an apology for reporting Palestinian deaths. The reason why they're engaging in this newfound recognition is because they need to soothe the interest of the masses. It has gotten to a point where people are understandably, unimaginably angry and resentful. They have destroyed all notion of the democratic process. Okay? The issue of Israel's genocide being committed with Western weapons is at the heart of the main contradiction that liberal democracies never want you to address. Overwhelming majorities of the public want this to be ended. Overwhelming majorities of the public kind of understand their government's involvement in this process, and yet the politicians themselves refuse to acknowledge it and refuse to do something about it when they have all of the power in the world to stop it. Yes, as friend of the show Felix Biederman has stated, this is like a preemptive land acknowledgement. That is what they're doing. They're offering a preemptive land acknowledgement here. Anyone who has continued to defend Israel at this point, regardless of how they're engaging in this defense, maybe they're saying Israel's doing something bad and it's fucked up, but also the other side is way worse and we have to let Israel continue doing this, is a fucking monstrous piece of shit. It is an increasingly smaller and smaller audience that is demanding this kind of commentary. They will be forever remembered as the Holocaust deniers that they are. They will have participated. When the dust is settled, everyone will know that they have participated in defending and continuing the modern day Holocaust that we have all seen with our own two fucking eyes. Some, as the walls are closing in, refuse to reckon with that reality. They continue to double down, triple down. Others, at least, are quiet. Okay? They realize that the attitude has swung dramatically in the direction of opposing this genocide. So they just know better and they shut the fuck up. But for the Ethan Kleins and the Destinies and the Brett Stevenses at the New York Times of the world, they continue to defend Israel's genocide because they're just stuck. They're unable to recognize, I guess, that they should most likely keep quiet at this point, to shut the fuck up. Even the Asmongold's of the world recognize the situation is untenable, and even they, from what I understand, every now and then keep railing against Israel. What I urge people, you mean they should shut the fuck up as a function of self-preservation? I think they shouldn't shut the fuck up. I think they should be yelling loudly every single day for Israel to stop and to say they were wrong. That is the right thing to do. And there will still be plenty of people who will remember all of the child murder that they fucking actively advocated for. Okay? This should be a moment of repentance. But I understand the situation in front of us. I get it. I recognize it. Okay? So I understand that for public pressure to mount and to continue, there is need for those who have kept quiet, who have actually defended Israel initially, to come out and unconditionally offer support to the Palestinian victims of this Holocaust. Okay? We can figure out what people's previous positions were later. I won't forget. And I know plenty of you will never forget either. And it's totally understandable that you don't. But at this stage, every single person, regardless of how much they fucking dick rode Israel initially, should be screaming bloody murder. Okay? And if they don't because their conscience shifted, they should be doing it out of self-preservation. For Dropsite News, I investigated the information warfare specialist, including a Columbia teacher who helped dismantle Gaza's aid network, install the militarized GHF, and spin the narrative around famine and the daily massacre of starving Palestinians. The Information Warfare Consortium shaping the Gaza Holocaust Foundation's PR offensive. Bro, I'm over here talking about a fucking ongoing Holocaust, and this motherfucker's like, were you not invited to this AMP pool party? What the fuck are you talking about, chatter? Are you okay? Is your brain all right? Guess where that teacher worked before Columbia? Jennifer Counter of the Gaza Human Starvation Foundation is also a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, another entity that Ethan Klein loves and has propped up as defending Palestinians. Huh, interesting. But why were you very harsh with Jon Stewart yesterday? Those people are way worse than him, bro. We should team kill no matter the teammates. I even side with Nicholas Fuentes on this topic. I don't care. The enemy is my enemy is temporarily my friend. First of all, fuck Nicholas Fuentes. And secondly, the reason why I'm harsh with Jon Stewart is because I know Jon Stewart has a much more radical position. And people should be bold. People should be unafraid to be bold in this circumstance. Just like AOC. I wasn't against Jon Stewart. I just wish that Jon Stewart would be more aggressive in his commentary. Because the moment demands it. Because when people like Jon Stewart start talking like myself, then that gives permission for others to also come out and have harsh statements that are a necessity at this point. Also, fuck Nicholas Fuentes once again. Like, get the fuck out of here. The reason why I'm critical of someone like Jon Stewart is the same reason why I'm critical of someone like Bernie Sanders, and the same reason why I'm critical of someone like AOC. The moment requires these people to be more aggressive in their stances. To say, no, it's over. Israel is done. Okay? That's it. Because when more and more people say that, especially at a time like this, people that are supposed to be leaders in this movement, people who others look up to in this movement, will then feel emboldened, will then feel galvanized in the correct position, because that is the correct position. Okay? The Zionist project is over. It's done. It was always designed around ethno-religious supremacy and exterminationist policies from the inception of the Israeli state all the way down to the final solution, the Holocaust that Israel is implementing in Gaza. People like Bernie Sanders, people like AOC cannot just sit around and get lapped by cynical grifters like Nick Fuentes or cynical grifters like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson. This is completely unacceptable. Fill the fucking void. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? People feel very comfortable taking popular ownership of legal concepts like free speech and due process and murder, but when it comes to the Jewish state announcing and then committing a genocide, all of a sudden it's for the experts only. Here's Bernie Sanders' take that was frustrating to hear once again. Bernie Sanders, talking to CNN, had this to say.
The point yet where you would call what's happening in Gaza a genocide?
You can use whatever word you want.
But Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that she's the first Republican to go there.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Look, genocide is a legal term. What is going on now clearly is absolutely horrific. 60,000 people dead and 140,000 who have been wounded. But the important point is not what you call it. It is horror. And I think the whole world knows that. The answer is, what the hell do we do about it? Should the United States taxpayer, should your taxpayer dollars go to support a government that is doing it? That is the most important issue. So immediately, you got to get ceasefire, you got to get humanitarian aid in, but the United States cannot continue to aid and abet the Netanyahu government doing what it's doing.
Do you want to see United States personnel on the ground helping distribute aid? I mean, what is another?
United States personnel are on the ground helping distribute aid, in air quotes. It's called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and they're participating in the slaughter of Palestinian civilians. The only implementation at this point of U.S. military involvement should be to invade Tel Aviv, okay? Should be to forcibly stop Israel. That is the appropriate and just response. It will never happen, obviously, because Israel's actions are directly in line with America's interests in the region, something that I keep responding to over and over again, something that I keep repeating over and over again, and it would never get to that point regardless, because all it would take is one fucking phone call, okay? It would never get to that point. That's why BDS is the most peaceful solution to stop Israel from behaving this way. The Financial Times, unless the Israeli government agrees to an immediate end to the war and a surge of aid into Gaza, Western countries should be sanctioning Netanyahu and his government. Yeah. And if Israel chooses not to stop, then they should fucking invade. Okay? That's how this works. You either have a pressure campaign, you either have a pressure campaign and you have a boycott, divestments, and sanctions that are implemented against the state of Israel, and that you have Western nations cut ties with Israel, and the fear of those ties being cut for Israel is enough for them to stop doing what they're doing, or if they continue doing it, then you fucking invade. It's that simple. It is that simple, okay? We invaded Nazi Germany. If we were actually operating on the same boundaries, if there was any sort of like morality left within the Western civilization that they claim to care about, they would fucking invade Israel militarily and force them to stop. Am I misremembering, or were you hesitant to do BDS initially? No, you're misremembering. I've never been hesitant to do BDS. Bernie did mention stopping arms shipments. Honestly, that's just being realistic. No. What is realistic is not what Bernie says. What is realistic is that mentioning the stoppage of arms shipments, both defensive and offensive, is only a realistic possibility if the likes of Bernie Sanders are actually saying we have to cut all ties to Israel right now. All ties, all economic ties. We have to do a sanctions package that no one has ever seen before. A sanctions package that resembles Russia's sanctions package. That's what Bernie should be saying, so that average politicians that are on the fucking center on this issue, even though there is no both sides of the fucking genocide, should come to terms with that idea. The position that Bernie has had since 2016, or even far before that, which is to cut off weapons transfers to Israel. It would never get to that point anyway, which is why I keep saying all it takes is a fucking phone call. When Israel first launched its offensive, most of the world stood by a nation traumatized by the abhorrent October 7th attack by Hamas, the Palestinian militant group that killed 1,200 people. Okay? 400 military, by the way, 800 civilians. Other nations supported Israel's right to self-defense, to hold the perpetrators to account, and to attempt to secure the release of 250 hostages seized. Hamas should have released all hostages long ago. Hamas tried to release all hostages long ago. Israel denied this opportunity. Hamas should have released all hostages long ago. is meaningless because Hamas has tried to release all hostages from the get-go. I think it was October 10th, 2023, when Hamas said, if Israel doesn't invade the Gaza Strip, we will release all hostages, as long as Israel releases all the Palestinian hostages. In any case, Israel's offensive is long gone beyond all bounds of proportionate response. The longer it has continued, the more it has borne the hallmarks of a vengeful assault by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right government to destroy the very fabric of Palestinian society. This off-ramp that they're giving to Israel is an off-ramp that I said the Democrats should have been using long ago. The idea that this is Netanyahu's war. Maybe, with all of the untold, incalculable human casualties, the death and destruction that befall the Palestinian society in the Gaza Strip, 4 months in, the Democrats should have been talking about an off-ramp, laying the responsibility entirely, squarely on Benjamin Netanyahu's war cabinet. It is far too gone for that. It's gone. It's done. It doesn't work. And I think these guys are still pushing this line because they think it will work. It will not work. Israel is a pariah state. People are repulsed by Israel. People are repulsed by Israeli tourists as a direct consequence of Israel's actions. This is understandable. If you don't want this enmity, you have to be very loud about your distaste. You have to be very loud about your anger and resentment. Okay? I don't care anymore when people say, well, this is racist. You're being anti-Semitic because people are being fucking rude to Israeli tourists. Okay, stop fucking filming yourselves screaming death to Arabs. May your village burn when you get denied service at a fucking institution that is not in Israel. The fuck do you mean? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your fucking feelings. If you're defending this, you deserve that enmity. It's that simple. What do you mean? Can you imagine Germans being like, we are being ruthlessly bullied everywhere during the fucking Holocaust, during World War II? Why won't anybody think about the Nazi Party members during World War II? By the way, Germans did say this. Germans literally did say this. Except there was also a far larger percentage of the German population that was fucking imprisoned in the process of resisting against Nazi Germany's violence. 800,000 of them, okay? 800,000 Germans were arrested and sent to concentration camps for resisting against Nazi fucking Germany. There are not 800,000 Israelis that have resisted against the Israeli fascism, okay? What the fuck are we doing? At most, there are like 800. Half of them are in this fucking chat every day. Anti-Zionist Jews living in Israel. Anyway, yes, I saw pieces of the Majority Report's interview with the Israeli conscientious objector who literally fucking criticized, AOC on the Majority Report and was like, what are you doing with this defensive weapons bullshit? Everyone in Israeli society understands that as long as America is committed to the defense of Israel, Israel gets to be as violent as it wants. That motherfucker lives in Israel, okay? That motherfucker lives in Tel Aviv. He's the one saying it's bullshit. This defensive weapons nonsense is fucking bullshit. What are we talking about? The pattern is repeated on a lesser scale in the occupied West Bank. Israeli military operations and Jewish settler violence have forced thousands from their homes. A small but increasing number of genocide scholars are concluding that Israeli actions in Gaza amount to genocide. On Monday, B'Tselem, a respected Israeli rights group, reached the same verdict. In a report, it said Israel's policy and its horrific outcomes leads to the unequivocal conclusion that Israel has taken a coordinated action to intentionally destroy Palestinian society in the Gaza Strip. It took them far too long to get to this point, by the way, which is why I kind of understand why people sometimes will get mad at B'Tselem as well. But in any case, Bernie Sanders being like, oh, well, I'm not a legal expert, I don't care about the term genocide, is ridiculous. As Dylan Saba correctly points to, he says people feel very comfortable taking popular ownership of legal concepts like free speech and due process and murder, but when it comes to the Jewish state announcing and then committing genocide, all of a sudden it's for the experts only. This is genocide denialism. Dylan Saba is Jewish. This is genocide denialism, and it's inarguably rooted in Jewish supremacy. I remember in 2021 when he berated us for using the term apartheid. Sanders is a pattern of racist tone policing, but it's more dangerous here because the horror is not a punishable crime. Genocide is. Someone like Bernie Sanders, as I've talked with Noah Colwyn over and over again about this issue, okay? Someone like Bernie Sanders is supposed to be a leader here, okay? What is this? Someone like Bernie Sanders is supposed to be a fucking leader here. He's supposed to be, as the most popular Jewish politician in the country, he is supposed to be like, he's supposed to be saying like, I'm Jewish. This is a fucking genocide. It's not being committed in my name. It's ridiculous. We have to literally stop all ties with Israel tomorrow. You are supposed to be the tip of the spear. That is my expectation, okay? You cannot be a fucking liberal Zionist. What is this? Someone sent this to me.
Genuinely cannot believe how dumb Hasan Piker haters are. For those of you who do not know who that is, this is Hasan Piker. He is a progressive socialist Twitch streamer who is very popular. And he has a lot of haters who are absolute mouth breathers. To be clear, you know exactly who I'm talking about right now. I don't consider people who root their dislike of Hasan Piker in reasonable and intellectually honest disagreement of his work and behavior to be Hasan haters. No. Real deal Hasan haters who cite childish NPC reasons of disliking him will shock you with how dumb they are. Here's an example. I often make videos about my friend Hasan, pictured here. Him and his family live in the Gaza Strip, which is currently experiencing IPC Stage 5, which entails catastrophic levels of food insecurity and famine, all at the hands of the IOF. And I am helping direct contributions to their GFM campaign. Every single time, without fail, multiple peoples in at least one of my comment sections will comment something to the effect of, isn't Hasan Piker a millionaire Twitch streamer? Why would anyone donate money to him? Ha, so much for socialism.
I think this has to be bots, right? It can't be just like people who are NPCs and behaving like bots. It's got to be like, whenever there is a mention of my name, there's got to be some bots that fucking write like the same preconceived nonsense. I would be shocked if they were only just bots, because that doesn't make any fucking sense.
In these videos where I talk about my friend Hasan, I literally always include pictures of a child and paragraphs of context that they live in the fucking Gaza Strip. It's like they hear the word Hasan and go into tunnel vision attack mode. I shouldn't have to explain how first names work to anybody besides a toddler. Wipe the drool off your phone screen, my dude. Your obsession with this man is straight up unhealthy, and you are putting everyone on Earth at high risk of catching a fucking brain aneurysm from reading your comments. Anyways, back to my friend Hasan. I do have an update. They were recently displaced yet again, which of course means that any semblance of stability that they had was completely and utterly upended.
Re-upload because less people who know Hasan Piker, because less people know who Hasan Piker is than I expected, so I just added that context. Oh,
They are currently safe as they can possibly be given the search.
So wait, do you like Hasan Piker or no? Wait, so the kid is a Twitch streamer? People don't know Hasan? We love Hasan.
Circumstances, but they are still very much in need of contributions. To get to their campaign.
He's literally talking about a little kid in the Gaza Strip that is experiencing genocide, and there are still motherfuckers who are like, what about Hasan? I now want to find some of these comments to see if my suspicion is correct, though.
And go to my bio, click here, and then click here. Seriously, wipe the drool off your phone screen. Sometimes
Would you agree that Bernie serves the purpose of rehabilitating Israel's image rather than to defend Palestinians? You guys, there's never been a moment, contrary to whatever some dumb fuck on TikTok says, there's never been a moment that I have said Bernie Sanders is like completely on board with this with the situation. Okay, it's just not the case. I have always been critical of Bernie Sanders' liberal Zionism, but I also match Bernie Sanders' statements with the rest of Congress. Okay, with the rest of Congress, and on that front, he is unfortunately above and beyond, specifically because of how horrible the rest of Congress is when it comes to the issue of Israel. My expectations of Bernie Sanders, however, is supposed to be that he goes way further than the average politician as someone who has been to Israel, as someone who has been committed to anti-imperialist sentiment throughout his multiple decades-long career, okay? At this stage, you cannot be outflanked by anyone in Congress, especially if you are someone who is an independent, especially if you are someone who has actively communicated a different position, who has never shied away from literally calling into question our allegiance with Israel when you were running for fucking president. Okay? The guy that says we need to cut off weapons to Israel cannot fucking turn around and say we need to cut off weapons to Israel right now. Okay? That same guy should be saying it's over. Israel is done. We need to invade Israel is what he should be saying. Yeah. Your expectation is that he pushes the Overton window for Israel by speaking boldly as the most popular Jewish congressperson, like you said earlier, who would expand the permission structure greatly. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think this is an insane expectation from Bernie Sanders either. Optics on this matters. Bernie Sanders being Jewish and socialist matters. Okay? Bernie Sanders being a Jewish socialist here matters quite a bit, because Rashida Tlaib can scream bloody murder every single day, but racist fucking Americans are never going to listen to her. As a matter of fact, she's been censured by Congress. Randy Fine, on the other hand, has not been, even though he has directly said genocidal things over and over again in defense of Israel's genocide. Rashida Tlaib was censured for saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I have not forgotten, okay? Sorry, that is the reality. That's the same reality why so many people still come in here to this day and call me a fucking terrorist, okay? Hasan versus no being a terrorist. Like, do you see? Do you understand? This is the average dumb fuck American, okay? Well, not the average dumb fuck American. This number is getting smaller and smaller every day. If I were to ask this person, do you like what Israel is doing? He would probably say, nah, Israel sucks, but you shouldn't hand it to the terrorist groups or something, because they're cowards, okay? Phantom Hammer Murderer, do you like what Israel is doing? Have you taken Israel's dick out of your mouth? A year ago, these guys would say, fuck you, Israel's in the right. I hope they fucking crater Gaza. Now, even these guys say, I don't really like what Israel's doing, but you fucking love terrorism. Yeah, fuck you. Why is AOC not on the list? She is. The 10 members of Congress calling Israel's genocide in Gaza a genocide. Rashida Tlaib, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Summer Lee, Al Green, Delia Ramirez, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, John Garamendi, and Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene. I'm surprised Tom Massey is not on there. Yeah, Greg Kazar also not on there. Incredibly disappointing. He's the head of the Progressive Caucus. It's fucking over. AOC cannot figure out which side she's on. No. That's the worst part about this. AOC's positions do not make sense. Do you understand? Because she has called it a genocide long before many members of Congress ever did, with the exception of some on this list. Okay? She's called it a genocide already, which makes her recent statements about defensive weapons to Israel even dumber. If you think that a supposed ally is committing a fucking genocide, you can't advocate to give them defensive weapons. You can't advocate to give them anything. It doesn't make sense. Dude, that Phantom Hammer Murderer only follows you. They're such a loser. They made an account just to harass you. Wait, they haven't responded, though. I asked one question and they buckled, even though they created the sock account exclusively to follow me. We haven't heard from them since, sadly enough. Wonder why they quieted down. Anyway, but yeah, the Bernie position is ridiculous. He knows better. He should know better. He should be on the forefront of this conversation, especially as things have moved in his direction. Okay? More and more people coming to this recognition of what Israel is doing and what Israel society broadly has fucking defended as permissible has allowed me to also continue speaking out on certain things that I did in the beginning as well, but not to the same degree. Okay? If your goal is to stop this bloodshed, if your goal is to stop this violence, you have to be a leader in this movement. You have to recognize that as discourse moves in your direction, you can continue moving unless you think that's the only thing you want, unless you think that, we just want to stop some weapons going to Israel. Bernie Sanders today, yet again, refused to apply genocide to Gaza, even as Israeli genocide scholars, human rights groups, and courts use that term. Meanwhile, listen to John Mersheimer with Tucker Today, explaining why it's classic genocide and the U.S. should stop funding it. In Ukraine? Yeah, I seriously don't understand her calculations sometimes. What does she think she's getting out of these choices? What are deals being made? Whatever they are, they hardly seem worth it. The only thing I've been able to conclude about AOC recent Marjorie Taylor Greene take is that her ego got in the way. She didn't want to hand it to that demon, even if it was the right thing to do. Okay, if you don't want to hand it to that demon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, then you be the person who is pushing for this amendment. Do you understand? That's my expectation. That's what I'm advocating for. I'm saying, why let Tucker Carlson... I talk to people in Gaza, okay, on a daily fucking basis. They have access to the internet. And what they see from the internet is that it's always right-wingers that are speaking out on Palestinian lives. It's never liberals. People literally think liberals don't give a fuck about Palestinian lives. Part of that is because the market is flooded with right-wing propaganda, no matter what, okay? But there is a truth to this. There is a truth to this. When you have a void, when there is a messaging gap on the issue that everyone recognizes is a genocide, cynical grifters like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and even fucking Nicholas Fuentes are going to take advantage of that. They are going to be seen as the prominent figures that speak out on these atrocities. Why the fuck would you ever allow that to happen? It doesn't make sense, especially if you truly do care about the plight of the Palestinians. It's a 92-8 issue, okay? You got the Tucker Carlsons of the fucking planet speaking out on these atrocities when 65% of the Republican Party's base of support still likes what Israel is doing in Gaza. Okay? How the fuck did this happen? Part of that is because no matter what happens, okay, right-wingers are always going to be more prominent. Twitch's biggest Zionist propagandist, Zach Hoyt Asmongold, defended U.S. funding to Iron Dome, saying Israel needs to defend itself. He claimed he wasn't explicitly supporting Israel, only was shut down by someone in the chat asking, then why are we paying for it? What is this fucking face that he makes? What is that? Fucking gross. In terms of like how Israel has dealt with Gaza or whatever, but they don't like the negative consequences of Israel doing that, which is like the Iron Dome and its security.
But the negative consequences, what he means by that is when terrorists from Hamas, like on October 7th, came over and they raped and killed Israeli citizens.
Yeah. This guy's based, by the way. Based. He's so based. He's basely defending Israel's right to defend itself, guys. Chat. It's kind of base, right? Israel's kind of base still, right? Because they're killing Palestinian cockroaches, right? Based.
And then also because you have...
Yeah. Remember October 7. That's what he's doing here, okay? Remember October 7. How is the Iron Dome supposed to fucking stop October 7, dumb fuck? What are you talking about? The Iron Dome was already working in operation during October 7. What a stupid fucking argument. The only way to prevent October 7 from happening is by allowing Palestinians to live with dignity and have their sovereignty, okay? When Palestinians are no longer being destroyed, killed, genocided, ethnically cleansed, being removed forcibly from their fucking lands, then there is no need for armed conflict. It's that simple. Guys, it's based, right? October 7, right? Netanyahu can fuck my wife. I'm based, though.
Remember, why does Israel have the Iron Dome? Well, it's simple. It's because people from these terrorist organizations shoot rockets and RPGs into Israel, and Israel needs the Iron Dome to protect themselves. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean I'm, supporting Israel.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. I'm just saying that, their reasoning for why they have to defend themselves from these scary Muslims is sound. Who the fuck still looks at this dude and doesn't realize what the fuck's going on? You gotta be real stupid, dude.
But, let's be honest, right? The citizens themselves and the people don't have any sort of, they don't have blood on their hands. They're not doing that. Why are we paying for it? I don't know.
Perishing. You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with... I mean, I'm not saying we should be paying for it. Yeah. Okay, what are you saying? You're just... You're just instantly on I'm going to disagree with whatever the fuck Hasan is saying mode, and it puts you at odds with some in your chat, I guess. Again, it's an untenable position to have. Anyway, here's Seamus Malakov Zali's suspicion on why Israel is doing this counter messaging operation to say these starving children weren't actually starving. They had genetic conditions. I have this pit in my stomach based on how it was before. Plant the idea that all these images of famine are people who would already be emaciated or sick somehow, and then you could just pretend all the masses that will die in Gaza are media fabrications or out of context. How many of us will remember the stringent insistence after Al-Ahli that the IDF would never target a hospital? Then the hospital Al-Shifa became the main focus of its attacks. Then all hospitals in Gaza became targets with little fabricated justification. The seeds were sown. The incessant nitpicking of images of the hungry and the oppressed so as to sow doubt about the well-documented crimes as a clear equivalent. Holocaust denialism. The blueprint is there, and Israel and its backers are using it for their own gain to cover up their own crimes. Now, I think that is the attempt, yes, but I don't think the public is listening to it anymore because Al-Ahli happened far too close to October 7. And those who understood what Israel does immediately were like, of course this is Israel. And that's why there was so much enmity directed against people like myself who said, dude, what the fuck are you saying? This is very likely that it was Israel. That's the reason why the BBC and all of these other mainstream institutions initially also came to that fucking conclusion. Okay, I need you to understand that the environment, the messaging environment, and the opinion that people had towards Israel and towards Palestinians was very different than it is now. Al-Ahli was far too close to October 7, and Israel was enjoying a lot of support and empathy at that point, which is why that kind of sentiment initially worked. Okay, 22 months in, it no longer works. You can have it's like Benjamin Netanyahu going on Nelk Boys. Okay, any other person, any other time and place, that is not going to invoke this negative reaction. As a matter of fact, it could even help Benjamin Netanyahu's PR. But it is so far gone in the eyes of the public that these are such irredeemable monsters that when Benjamin Netanyahu goes on the Nelk Boys podcast, the Nelk Boys end up getting shit on rather than getting highlighted as doing sick ass cool things with like foreign leaders. Israel is so radioactive that defending Israel at this point only causes negative repercussions for the institutions that try to do it. Do you understand? That's just the situation. And I think there are still people who are so stupid and so oblivious and so predisposed with like whatever kind of drama slop content that has worked for them, like the Asmongols of the world, that they just don't realize that this is the reality, that like the attitude is dramatically swung in the opposite direction. Someone like Asmongold still obviously falls mercy to whatever his chat is saying. His North Star is his chat, and they offer some moderate pushback in these situations. But there's only so many fuck Hassan moments that he can have while in defense of Israel until even his community turns on him and says, nah, dude, nope, you're done. This is fucking bullshit. You're defending Israel and it's fucking bullshit. Because he is. He is doing that. He is defending Israel when he says stuff like that. What is this? Here's another.
Remember when I said Adolf is coming back and in a big way? 82,000 likes. I tried to tell you guys. I tried to say it. Nobody wanted to listen. Remember when I said Adolf is coming back and in a big way?
Based, bro. So based. It's such a funny position to be in, by the way, where you're like simultaneously pro Adolf Hitler. You can't obviously say it to that degree, but also you're pro Israel. It's just okay. Yeah. I'm glad that you're stoked that Adolf Hitler is back. It's just such a weird ideological conundrum, a weird pretzel that you have put yourself into. Now, of course, listen. What Israel is doing is no different than what Adolf Hitler did to the Jews, okay? So what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, ideologically, it's fascist, okay? And there are actual neo-Nazis that understand this reality and defend Israel on those boundaries. Richard Spencer comes to mind. Well, this time, Hassan, the problem is the Muslims. Yeah, exactly. A reminder that the editors of the New York Times refused to issue a correction on Screams Without Words, even after 50 tenured journalism professors implored them to do so. Journalism professors call on New York Times to review its October 7 report. A major investigative report into sexual violence and the Hamas attack on Israel has drawn criticism inside and outside the newspaper. Remember, people tried to say I was a fucking rape denialist for this reason, and they still do to this day. Because I said the New York Times' own internal reporting on the matter showed that they did not abide by the editorial standards. This was in 2024, April 29th, 2024. But it was very important. It was very important for Israel's purpose. Israel had to farm as much scary propaganda as they possibly could. They couldn't just like talk about the actual atrocities that took place, because there were plenty of them. But it wasn't enough that they talked about the actual atrocities. They had to fucking say babies were being beheaded, mass rapes were being committed and directed by Hamas, all of this shit, so that people would be, at least for the first couple of months, and if Israel had its wishes to this day, be totally comfortable with the genocidal campaign that Israel is committed to. And make no mistake, during the Nuremberg trials, Nazis would say the prisoners that died from disease were only the elderly and children, who always get sick anyway. And besides, food is hard to get during wartime. This is a cornerstone argument in Holocaust denial. This is part of the reason why I fucking despise the likes of Nick Fuentes, because he engages in this kind of ahistorical and very dangerous Holocaust denial for the original Holocaust, the first one. Whenever you see it was more like 2 million or 1 million, that's what they're doing, subtracting people that died from disease, or there weren't that many concentration camps. They are subtracting the factories that leased prisoners of larger camps for labor. The prisoners were in crowded barracks, so how are we supposed to stop nature? I would rewatch those trials because the same lines are being used right now. It is fucking insane that Israel basically, after all of the years and years of Holocaust studies, decades of Holocaust studies, have basically studied the Nazi line so they could commit to it bar for bar. How insane. So while I do think that the purpose of this kind of whitewashing, laundering narrative is to basically get people on board to say, maybe it's not a genocide or whatever, and these people are just like dying, like it's a Holocaust denial, right? I don't think it's working. It works only on people that already are fully on board with what Israel is doing. It gives them, I guess, like some space to navigate conversations, to point to something falsely. But for the average public, this is not moving them away from their position. The only area where this works, like I've stated time and time again, is Hamas. But Hamas is the only distractive mechanism that still has some weight to it. Okay? But Israel has also so consistently said everyone is Hamas that even that doesn't work, okay? Because it makes no sense. Like, the death and destruction campaign is undeniable. Bro, it works on Bernie Sanders, does it not? It works on Bernie Sanders because he is committed to the liberal Zionist position. Yeah, of course, it works on Bernie Sanders because he's already there. He doesn't need to hear but Hamas. He already thinks but Hamas. And that is precisely the reason why so many people to this day still fucking go along with this narrative that I'm a fucking terrorist. I'm a terrorist. People come in here and still say you're a terrorist. J Ty, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hashem HM, thank you for the 10 gifted. The reason why they do this is because I contextualize why militant resistance exists in this region. I explained to you how Hezbollah came about, how Hamas came about, how Ansar Allah came about. I don't expect every single person to also come to this conclusion. And you can argue you can argue with me on whether or not you think I'm wrong about something, but you can't just simply say, oh, but Hamas, because that's just a thought terminating cycle. That is a thought terminating term that you are utilizing specifically to stop this conversation. Bro, will you talk about anything else? Okay, take a shower, shower 21.
This morning, the global impact of the desperation in Gaza, where the pause to let some aid in continues, but the hunger is severe. Yesterday, an airdrop of aid landing in the sea. Palestinians risking their lives for a taste of food. The Israeli government has said there is no starvation.
For the record, under normal circumstances, Israel will be shooting these guys. The only reason why they have stopped their military operations in certain areas after telling Palestinians that they're not allowed to go into the fucking water is because of all the bad press they got over this past couple of weeks.
And said Hamas is behind the pain in Gaza.
Who is responsible for this tough reality? I answered, this is Hamas.
On his trip abroad, President...
Yeah. This is, it's Hamas. It's Hamas. Hamas terrorists. Hamas terrorists. Over and over again, right? This is why when I hear that from someone who says, yeah, what Israel's doing is wrong, but Hamas, it functionally is no different than what Israel is saying, okay? Just because on the one side you are like, oh, well, Israel's doing a genocide, but Hamas, just because you come to that recognition doesn't mean you believe it. You're just saying that as a way to create a permission structure for why you think, who you truly think is responsible for the death and destruction. That's it. That's it. But Hamas is simply a way to try. Do you condemn Hamas? But Hamas. These are mechanisms to try and offer credence to Israel's genocide. There are no two sides in a genocide. You don't say, but the Jewish partisans when talking about the Holocaust. Well, some do. They're fucking Holocaust deniers. They're Nazis themselves and neo-Nazis right now. Okay?
President Trump has spoken out yesterday discussing the First Lady's reaction.
She thinks it's terrible. And those are kids, whether they talk starvation or not, those are kids that are starving.
Saying the U.S. sent $60 million for food aid and will soon open its own food centers in Gaza.
We're going to get a lot of money to the area so they can get some food.
While home.
Dude, this is so funny. Did you see what Mike from PA said recently about the Jewish ethnicity? Really messed up. I'm not sure if you've talked about it, okay? Click on the user card. Hasn't spoken in here since October 7. One time. Is this a good source? Twitter. One time to be like, your source is Twitter. Erming. I don't know what the fuck Mike from PA said, but I don't think you are an honest actor here. I don't think you are a fan that's coming in following this October 25th. Or April 25th, 2020, and noticeably absent from the conversation since October 7, 2023, only to come back once on 5/19/2024 to go, is this a good source? Twitter? And then to turn around and be like, what did Mike from PA say? I don't know what the fuck Mike from PA said. I don't give a shit, okay? And I don't care about what your concern is. Let's be fucking real. You are not concerned. You are just trying to simply farm a clip. Again, do you feel the walls closing in on you? Do you feel that? Does that make you scared a little bit? That every day, every single day, more and more people are coming to the conclusion that Israel is doing a genocide? Does that scare you a little bit? That your position is untenable and more people are aware that it is untenable? That more and more people are aware that this is a horrifying reality that is unfolded? Does that scare you a little bit? You have the option. You have anonymity. You don't have to try and farm clips. You could just easily be like, you know what? I don't think that this is appropriate. Yeah, see? Look. Doesn't mean you can say horrible shit about Jewish people. Like I said, I'm not Michael from Pennsylvania. I'm HasanAbi Piker, okay? But everything I do know about Michael from Pennsylvania, I assume that he was clip-chimped, okay? Again, Israel is genociding Palestinians. I was just wondering if you condemned it. No, you are not wondering anything. You are looking for a clip. You're looking for me to fucking defend it or something. I'm not. So now you're going to talk about it? No, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not. Go take it up with Mike. Okay? I can't believe you're fucking drama baiting while we're in the process of talking about literally even the likes of Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene calling the Gaza humanitarian crisis a genocide. What do you think is more newsworthy in this moment? You trying to actively get a clip off to be like, Hasan defends Michael from Pennsylvania. I'm not. I don't know what the fuck he said, and I don't care, quite frankly. Okay? Go take it up with him. I care about what's going on right now. And you should too. You should too. Okay? Everybody always tries to find anything they possibly fucking can. What is this? I mean, this doesn't mean it. Oh, Loner Box, Are Relevant, Chud Logic, Hunter Avalon, Stardust, Keffels. I wonder what this guy's point of view is. H3H3 Productions. He said a slur. Let's not defend him today. I don't know what the fuck he said. I'm not defending him. I don't give a shit. My point is, I don't give a fuck, okay? Literally, every single time there is anyone, myself included, you are quite literally in the chat of someone who has been actively fucking clip-chimped into oblivion, okay? By bad faith actors. Shut the fuck up. Anytime someone says this is unconscionable, anytime somebody says this is a genocide, people literally try to find any moment they can, any moment they fucking can, to be like, this is a bad person. Okay? This is I promise there's a secret reason for why this person, there's a secret hidden reason for why this person is actually against Israel's genocide. Not on the conditions that it's a genocide. It's because they're actually secretly anti-Semitic. Okay? I'm not responsible for other people or in what you have seen of their statements. Okay? I don't care. Let's continue.
In the U.S., political fallout is growing. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Trump ally, writing, "It's the most truthful and easiest thing to say that October 7th in Israel was horrific and all hostages must be returned. But so is the genocide, humanitarian crisis, and starvation happening in Gaza." Israel has denied the accusation of genocide, but other Republicans disagree with Greene, and many, while condemning the hunger, say Hamas is at fault.
You've got a terrorist group like Hamas operating in that region. They're going to intercept and divert a lot of that food aid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's the Hamas. Hamas is intercepting and diverting
that's going in there.
Yesterday, 40 Senate Democrats sending a letter to the Trump administration pushing for more aid.
Very, very disappointing. The Netanyahu government has choked off humanitarian aid since virtually the very beginning, but most brutally recently.
While tensions continue to be high, at a town hall in Illinois yesterday, Democratic Congressman Bill Foster repeatedly interrupted by audience members against the war.
What the fuck do they think Hamas does with food aid? It doesn't matter. But Hamas is like, to stop the conversation, Hamas is a terrorist group, but Hamas, shut the fuck up. That's what it is. Listen, anytime someone says, but Hamas, or do you condemn Hamas, understand that the purpose of that, you should just substitute it with, why do you care about this? Shut the fuck up about this. I don't want to hear about this. That's it. That's it. That is the only purpose, okay? Why is Hamas stealing food aid? Because they're evil. It's Hamas. What do you mean? Are you defending Hamas? Do you defend terrorism? Are you defending terrorism? Doesn't matter that it's been debunked a million times over. Doesn't matter that it makes no logical fucking sense. Oh, they're stealing aid so they can like get more support and get more people on board to fight against what? Israel's fucking genocide of the Palestinian population? Is that what you're saying? Because guess what? Hamas, in that regard, in defense of the Palestinian population, is both engaging in an act that is legal under international human rights. Legal, but it's also fucking moral, okay? This is not an assessment of October 7. Everything past that point of Israel's illegal occupation and bombardment of the Gaza Strip that is a fucking genocide, anything that the spontaneous militia has engaged in, whether it's Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, or even former Fatah members, anytime that they shoot and kill an Israeli soldier in the Gaza Strip, okay, inside of the Gaza Strip, they are literally engaging in a legal act. Anytime an Israeli soldier steps foot inside of the Gaza Strip, they are engaging in an illegal act. Do you understand? It's not even black. It's not even a gray area, okay? This is legally black and white. Doesn't matter what the fuck people say on television. Do you understand? It does not fucking matter. And beyond the legal argument, it is the moral thing to do, okay? Same with the West Bank. Exactly. The Jenin brigades in the West Bank are legal. They are legally defending their ancestral homeland. They have the right and responsibility recognized under international human rights to actively smoke Israeli occupying force troops because the Israeli occupying force's presence is illegal in the West Bank. It's ridiculous. No one ever wants to say the truth, and it makes me so angry, okay? It is quite literally legal. I know it's hard to comprehend this because everything you've been taught, all the social conditioning that you have heard from television, from stereotyping in the media, from every fucking book that you've read implies scary Muslim, brown, don't know about that, probably don't have a right to defend itself, but it doesn't matter. Under international rights, under international law, Palestinians have a legal right to defend themselves. Okay? They do, both in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. Under international human rights, Israel does not have a right to occupy militarily the West Bank or even the Gaza Strip. But because they are a belligerent occupier on the Gaza Strip, Israel does not have any right to bomb the Gaza Strip. Isn't that fucking crazy? Isn't that crazy? This is just like a fundamental truth. It is literally just in the books. Like, it is quite literally the truth, okay? And yet, you will never hear that from mainstream media. No one will ever even touch that. It is the third rail. No one can say this fundamental truth. It blows my mind. People only recognize it when the people defending their homeland is Ukrainian. They're white. Only then do they recognize it. Of course, Ukraine has a fucking fundamental right under human rights to defend their borders, a sovereign nation defending its borders from an illegal and horrifyingly bloody invasion from another country, the Russians. But when it's brown people doing it, everyone goes, well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's ridiculous. I have been consistent on this over and over again, just like my advocacy for a ceasefire has been consistent over and over again for years at this point.
And in Gaza, the fighting crossed a grim threshold yesterday. Palestinian health officials said 60,000 people have been killed since Hamas's October 7th terror attacks in 2023. And yesterday, the United Kingdom said it will recognize Palestinian statehood unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire by September and improves the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
Have you considered that I find you anti-Semitic purely based on vibes and my racism? I have considered that. Many people who say I'm anti-Semitic are either themselves ironically anti-Semitic or or it is just pure racism when they're like, well, he's Muslim, he's a scary Islamist. Hilarious to say that I, of all fucking people, am an Islamist. Whatever the fuck that means.
That would make the UK the second G7 country to offer that recognition. Savannah?
Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This morning, international pressure growing on Israel to end the war in Gaza as UN-backed experts warn the worst-case scenario of famine is playing out. Now, in a major break with Israel, the United Kingdom saying if a ceasefire isn't agreed on by September, it'll recognise a Palestinian state.
I've always said that we will recognise a Palestinian state as a contribution to a proper peace process at the moment of maximum impact for the two-state solution. With that solution now under threat, this is the moment to act.
Israel condemning the UK's announcement. Netanyahu saying Starmer rewards Hamas's monstrous terrorism and punishes its victims. Searing images of starving children have unleashed a torrent of condemnation and calls for a ceasefire. Despite the massive pressure, Prime Minister Netanyahu denies there's starvation in Gaza. President Trump, on his trip to Scotland this week, asked if he agrees with Netanyahu.
Some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved.
This morning, new satellite images showing the crush to get food in Gaza. After blocking aid for months, Israel now allowing food and medicine to be dropped from the air and delivered by land. On the ground, scores of Palestinians braving the water to try to grab what aid they can from the bundles dropped from above. Young children running into the water for basics like salt, flour and sugar. This man saying the flour is drenched, calling it humiliation, not aid. Well, we just had a statement from the families of hostages.
Yeah, all of the recognition of a Palestinian state, as I already described, is bullshit for the most part. It's just it's a way for these countries to posture against Israel in basically the least offensive way that they can do, I guess, or the least abrasive way that they can do. There are plenty of countries that have already recognized the Palestinian statehood. And even in those countries like Ireland, for example, they still can't do anything beyond. They still can't get like BDS implemented, you know? And the conditions that they offer for Palestinian statehood recognition are basically non-starters. It is by design. They are trying to actively suppress and quell the public resentment. Okay? That's it. And the funniest, the most tragicomic version of this was obviously what Keir Starmer, also known as Kid Starver, did. Okay? Because he basically gave the game away. He gave the game away by saying, we're going to recognize by September the Palestinian statehood with these other fucking ridiculous conditions unless you let aid in. Like, what do you mean? Statehood recognition should come as a condition to let in aid? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean unless? No, state recognition should happen regardless. They're basically trying to put a timeline on Israel's genocidal activities to be concluded, while simultaneously literally giving in to all of the Israeli state's goals that are understandably non-starters for the Palestinians. Non-starters such as, they're basically saying, oh, if you comply and render some aid because it's fucking up the bag for all of us, unless you do that, we're going to start recognizing Palestinians as humans? That's crazy. I'm telling you, man. I mean, when the dust settles, like, it is so fucking crazy to me. Like, I think this will be treated, if history has a slant towards justice, I think this will be treated in the same way that we look back at like human zoos and shit. Like the fucking dehumanizing ways in which we have bargained with Palestinian lives. Straight up. That's what it is. It is crazy. If you're opposed to a two-state solution, why are you recognizing what? You cannot have a state, especially one that is currently actively being genocided, without a military. Like, what are we talking about? No standing military implies no sovereignty. That is literally what Israel wants, so they can fucking turn Gaza into the West Bank once they're done with with as much ethnic cleansing as they can get away with. That's what Mark Carney has also added. Part of the reason why these fucking leaders are at a point where something must give, okay? That's it. That's why. So they think that this like bullshit, this fucking bullshit is going to be enough to soothe the interests of the masses. You are a rampant anti-Semite and God is going to punish you. That's such a funny thing to fucking say to someone like myself. I'm an anti-Semite because I say Israel's genocide has nothing to do with Judaism. You, on the other hand, someone who is pro-Jew, are saying, no, you don't understand. Israel's genocide is actually a foundational tenet of Judaism. Between us, who do you think is anti-Semitic? Me, a guy who says Jews are not a monolith and anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and that Israel's violent actions have nothing to do with Judaism or the international Jewish community? Or you, a guy who says, no, actually, Israel's genocide is good and it's doing it for Jews? Who between us is closer to Hitlerian politics, you think? Go ahead, answer. I unbanned you. The gall of these fucking morons is so funny. It's just like these guys, they fall apart under like a fraction of scrutiny. That's it. Is Zoran younger than you? No, we're literally the same age.
Just still being held inside Gaza right now, also criticising the UK's announcement as rewarding terrorism. I think they, like many here, want their loved ones home first and then a rapid end to this war. Guys?
Yes, such a crisis. 662 days since they were taken hostage by Hamas. All right, Ian, thank you.
The sheer number of deaths in Gaza is bleak and horrifying, and it also tells the story of this grim war. Sky News has been given exclusive data showing every Palestinian who has been killed in Gaza since the war began. It's from the Gaza Health Ministry. Israel disputes this data, saying the ministry is run by Hamas, and it's criticized the numbers for not distinguishing between fighters and civilians. But Sky News has independently verified the data, which includes names.
You know what's crazy? I know what Israel's assessment is. They say they use the same numbers. They use the same numbers that the Hamas-run Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza has. They just say every person that died is Hamas. Literally. There are markers on Israeli news, I remember, where they would straight up be like, every person that has died is Hamas. Like all the babies, Hamas.
For the first time, dates of death. That helps us to understand how the war has unfolded, how Israel has pursued its targets, and which have been Gaza's deadliest days. This is Ahmed al-Hassa. He was Hamas's justice minister, and he was killed when an Israeli airstrike hit his home in the early hours of Tuesday, the 18th of March. But also killed in the strike were his wife Fatima and 6 of their children.
By the way, this person is a civil servant. I need you to understand something. That is a war crime. Obviously, additional war crime considering that you also killed his entire fucking family. Like, this is basically like assassinating the attorney general and taking down the entire city block that the attorney general of the United States lives in. This person, because remember, Hamas is both a political party that governs Gaza, so every single person that is involved in civil affairs is literally a Hamas party member. That doesn't mean that they took up arms against Israel and participated in October 7th. There's a separate group, the Al-Qassam Brigades, which is the militant wing of Hamas. Okay? So when Sky News promotes this, or when Sky News is like talking about this, if they don't mention that reality, they're basically defending Israel's actions against a civil servant. Israel has used this designation over and over again to actively and deliberately target civil servants over and over again, like the police chief, like the fucking education ministry, like the secretary of education in the Gaza Strip. Like, they kill him, they kill his whole family, they go, oh, it's Hamas.
The youngest, twin girls, Banan and Janan.
So understand that, like, just because his family was slaughtered alongside him, like, it's not fucked up because his family was also targeted. It's fucked up because he was targeted. It is illegal to be targeted. It is illegal for him to be targeted like this.
He's just 6 years old. While Ahmed was a clear Israeli target, his family were the collateral damage of that morning's attack. That Tuesday, the 18th of March, was the day that Israel broke a fragile ceasefire. By sunrise at 6 a.m., at least 242 people had already been killed. But by the end of the day, that number stood at 465 people, making the 18th of March one of the deadliest days of the war. And since then, more than 8,500 people...
No, he was the clear Israeli target. It's just they should say it's illegal. Yeah, this is from March 18th. Hamas announces that 5 senior members of its political bureau were killed yesterday evening in the Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. 6 government officials have been killed in Israel's latest strikes. Head of government work follow-up, Issam al-Dalis. Yasser Harb, member of the Hamas political bureau. Mohammed al-Jamazi, member of the political bureau of Hamas. Ahmed al-Hatta, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Justice. Major General Mahmoud Abu Watfa, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Interior. Martyr Commander Major General Bashar Abu Sultan, Director of the Internal Security Service. Out of all of these guys, even this guy is involved in civil affairs, but Yahya Sinwar was also a part of the General Internal Security Service within the Gaza Strip, so you can make an argument that they're still technically can be combatants, but even then it's fucking bullshit. Okay? Understand that these are not valid military targets. These are members that are involved in state affairs, involved in civil governance. Israel has openly declared them enemies. Israel has openly targeted them. Israel has celebrated targeting them. They're not even fucking combatants. Okay? They're not. Barak Ravid says, under the Netanyahu government, Israel is suffering its biggest diplomatic collapse since 1948. Oh, womp womp. I wish that was true.
Have been killed in Gaza.
Hamas is not civil governance, Lamau. Yes, it is. Yes, you're wrong. It is. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Again, this is not a gray area. Okay? You are wrong. You're just wrong. That's it. And what you can do in this situation is recognize that you're wrong and shut the fuck up, or you can continue being wrong. It's one or the other. I suspect you'll go along with the other. You are wrong. Hamas is civil governance. There is a political bureau within Hamas, and then there is the militant wing. I already described it. The Al-Qassam Brigades are the militant wing of Hamas. Okay? This is rules of war. I don't know why chatters are so confident. I don't know why chatters are so fucking confident about the notion that that they're just simply wrong. Okay? Hamas is the official government of Gaza. Hamas has a civil governance political division. Ismail Haniyeh, for example, the principal negotiator that Israel killed, had never picked up a weapon in his life. Ismail Haniyeh was the chief of the political wing of Hamas. He was a civilian. Israel still assassinated him. in Tehran, as a matter of fact, in a totally sovereign, separate nation in Iran, but he was still a member of the Politburo. So the Hamas government aligns themselves with terrorists. Oh my God, this is a joke, right? The designation of terrorism is so that you say dumb shit like this. You understand? That's the whole point. So you say, oh, the Hamas government aligns themselves with terrorists. Everyone is considered a terrorist under the American government's vision, under the Israeli government's vision. Okay? The only way you would understand this reality is if fucking, I don't know, they assassinated Pam Bondi or something. If China assassinated Pam Bondi. Other notable examples of both civilian and military wing includes the IRA, Zapatista, Hezbollah, and the PKK. Yes. Anyway, ask yourself why 22 months in you still fundamentally misunderstand this thing. To put it in American terms, it would be like if Iran decided to assassinate the EPA secretary because Trump and his military decided to bomb Iran. Yes. There are 2.2 million people living in the Gaza Strip before the Israeli genocide. Okay? They have schools. They had schools. They had mosques. They had hospitals. Someone has to manage all of these things. They had a government. Do you think that they just literally were living in fucking mud huts and tents? They had universities. What they are both doing is terrorism. No, that is not the truth, okay? The vague designation for terrorism doesn't stand here because Israel is the greatest terrorist, okay? Israel in this, if your metric for terrorism is both what Hamas is doing and what ISIS is doing, then Israel is fucking a far greater terrorist. America's a far greater terrorist than both of these guys, okay? The fuck do you mean? Hamas is a part of a unified resistance front. It has a nationalist, emancipatory goal. Hamas does not operate outside of historically occupied Palestinian territories. They never have, and they never will, probably. ISIS, on the other hand, is an exterminationist, what you would consider jihadist group, okay? They have colonial ambitions, and they're also aligned themselves with Israel quite frequently.
The Al-Hatta family we mentioned at the start, here in green. They are just one family among thousands of people who have been killed. And they are among more than 60,000 Palestinians who have died since the start of the conflict on October the 7th, 2023. Now, this is the full data set of every death per day since the war began. The numbers here paint a very clear picture of how the conflict has evolved over the last 21 months. And here in green, you can see the deadliest days of the conflict, days when there have been more than 450 deaths. Most of those at the start of the conflict. There have been 17 of them in total since October the 7th. And we found a pattern here in the data. On every one of these deadliest days, there was a larger share of people who were killed alongside their family members. On average, 44%, nearly half of people who died were killed alongside at least one family member, compared to 30% on the other less deadly days. So our analysis...
Both in Hamas and Israel, ma'am? Wait, really? Do you think the Jewish partisans were terrorists during the Holocaust? Or do you think that terrorism was an appropriate designation for the Nazi state? There are no both sides in a genocide. You sound like a fucking moron. Of course people are going to resist against genocide. Don't try to do this both sides bullshit. Okay? I already described this over and over again, but I will continue to describe this. Hamas and every single Palestinian that takes up arms against the Israeli genocide at this moment, or even before this moment, since October 7, is participating in a legal act of resistance that is recognized as a legal act of militant resistance by the international humanitarian laws. Okay? Israel, as the belligerent occupier, is engaging in an illegal act by bombing Gaza. A single bomb dropped in Gaza is an illegal act. Doesn't matter. I didn't say October 7 is legal, okay? We're not talking about tactics. We're talking about what has happened since October 7. Every single Palestinian that takes up arms and kills an Israeli soldier in the Gaza Strip is quite literally engaging in a legal act of resistance under international human rights. It is a legal act of resistance, and it not only is it legal, it's moral. Like, it's literally both legal and moral. It's a twofer. It's correct. As far as October 7 goes, yes, there were acts of atrocities that took place on October 7 conducted by the Palestinian resistance front that is comprised of every single Palestinian resistance movement that chose to take up arms in this military operation. And yes, there were atrocities that took place, okay? And under international law, you are supposed to set that standard against the violence that the population has seen up until that moment. And in that process, you are supposed to adjudicate evenly. You're supposed to look at what kind of violence unfolded. If someone is like fucking going around like spraying children, yeah, they're going to go to prison, okay? If there's a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, that militant would go to jail. If there's someone going around doing mass rapes, that person would go to jail. It's normal. It's understandable, okay? Having said that, kidnapping operations, for example, or taking prisoners of war like Hamas did, that would be most likely, and I don't know, I'm not a fucking international human rights lawyer, I'm not a fucking judge at the ICJ, but that would be matched against why this happened. People would look to the underlying causes of why October 7 happened, and then they would make this assessment on whether this was an appropriate act of violence, even if it is technically illegal under international humanitarian law. Because the Israeli blockade that has existed since 2006 in the Gaza Strip is already illegal under international humanitarian law. It's not legal. That's completely ridiculous. Just as Israel's occupation of the West Bank is illegal. People often will talk about how Hamas is lobbing rockets over the fucking Palestinian border that Israel had created and would say, you're ridiculous, Law? Wait, what's ridiculous about that? No. Don't say you're ridiculous. Explain to me what I'm wrong about, okay? You can't just say like, oh, you're ridiculous. Don't be vague. This is back and forth discourse. You can openly state what you consider to be ridiculous. If Hamas did newspeak like Western governments, it would have sounded like on October 7, Hamas forces executed an operation to arrest terrorists in possession of stolen property. The operation didn't go as planned, but there was unintended collateral damage. It doesn't mean atrocities didn't happen, but it is the language sterilization of all governments. Yeah, they can't do that, though, because they're already internationally recognized as a terrorist entity. Okay, why is it ridiculous? When a trafficked woman kills her pimp father, you can't just say murder is bad and family is important. Apples and oranges is an analogy, but it's still fruit. You know, I think that's a decent analog here for sure. You have to address each and every take one by one. No, I don't think this is stupid to address. The reason why I am addressing this is because there are still people who have hangups when I talk about this issue that I think is of importance. Okay? No, it's worth doing. It's worth addressing people's delusions even sometimes. It's worth addressing because maybe not for that person, but there might be 10 or 20 other people that are encountering my commentary on this for the first time ever to hear and change their mind on this. You know, this is my job.
Analysis of this pattern suggests that entire families were killed in their homes or in shelters, likely while they were sleeping. Let's go back to March the 18th. You can see here is the ceasefire. There are fewer deaths before it and then a big jump in deaths. On the 18th itself, 62% of people were killed alongside at least one family member. That is the highest family strike share of the whole war. And when we take a closer look at the number of those who died that day, you can see that women and children make up 68% of the total. We've investigated each of these deaths in the data against social media posts and footage from the day, geolocating as many pieces of video as possible to show the impact of the violence and to verify what happened that day. Like the Jargoon family. Aid Jargoon and his cousin Mina Jargoon were both killed alongside their families at Aid's home in Rafah. This video, verified by Sky News, shows some of their bodies being retrieved from the rubble. 17 family members were killed in total that day. The IDF told Sky News that one family member, Jihad Jargoon, ran a Hamas weapons work.
Well, all of a sudden they can do real journalism? No, even now they're not. For the record, even now they're not doing real journalism because they're saying that like Israel's targeting procedures are justifiable when you're talking about members of government that are involved in fucking civil affairs. It's not correct. And also they're still using the 60,000 number, which is so low. The correct way to approach this is to say the underestimate from the health ministry in Gaza is putting this at 60,000, but due to how crippled the medical infrastructure is, due to Israeli bloodshed and Israel's death and destruction campaign, this is a severe undercount and that numerous studies that have been conducted at this point by both Harvard and Lancet have put the estimations above 200,000. The other side of this that I don't actually like, the other side of this that I don't like is also, like I said, covering covering this as like, oh, well, it's just this much is women and children, and some of these guys are Hamas health ministry individuals or whatever. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't mean you can kill them.
Shot, we haven't been able to independently verify this. This is where it happened. Rafah in the south of Gaza, those are the bodies being carried out there. But this was just one of 30 strikes and incidents we've been able to geolocate across Gaza, all on that same day. Now, in response to our findings, the IDF said it was targeting Hamas and that it instructs its commanders to apply the basic rule of the law of armed conflict, particularly of distinction and proportionality. But most of those killed, as we said, were women and children. And all of that, well, that is just one day out of the hundreds of this war and the tens of thousands of Palestinian deaths it has caused and continues to cause in the absence of a ceasefire.
For the reasons I cited earlier, Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025. This intention is predicated on the Palestinian Authority's commitment to much-needed reforms, including commitments by the Palestinian Authority's President Abbas to fundamentally reform its governance, to hold general elections in 2026 in which Hamas can play no part, and to demilitarize the Palestinian state. Canada will increase its efforts in supporting strong democratic governance in Palestine and the contributions of its people to a more peaceful and hopeful future.
He wants the world to know what he witnessed in Gaza. Anthony Aguilar, a retired...
The demilitarization is a non-starter. I think it's completely ridiculous. I mean, look, don't make perfect the enemy of the good, certainly. But having said that, while this is a move in the right direction, it is too little too late, and it also serves a nefarious purpose. It is one, to basically silence the opposition, to offer them a pressure valve, to get them to stop screaming about the death and destruction that Israel is committed to. And it is also to abide by Israel's goals. At a time when Israel has already voted to annex the West Bank, at a time when Israel has already shown that they are interested in permanently militarily occupying the Gaza Strip and creating a concentration camp in Rafah for the permanent expulsion of the remaining Palestinians there, it is so ridiculous to be like, you have to demilitarize amidst a genocide with no fucking ceasefire conditions that have been implemented. There is no sovereignty without any sort of military power. That's just the truth. To do this, to say this while you are directly responsible for continuously funding the IDF is extra fucked up. Okay? What does it mean? Iman Abdel Hadi says, what does it mean to recognize the state of Palestine when for 8 decades Palestinians have been systematically robbed of land, life, infrastructure, and sovereignty? These statements by France and the UK show that protest and pressure is working, but they are wrong-headed. Palestinians have to have full access to their ancestral land. They have to have full freedom, sovereignty, and equality under law from the river to the sea. Refugees must have their right to return. That means that Zionism, i.e. the system of Jewish supremacy, must be systematically dismantled institution by institution. Genocide of Palestinians is the natural consequence of Zionism, and if it is allowed to reign, then the West Bank is next and no Palestinian is safe. Okay? When politicians say they support the Palestinian state, for the statement to be meaningful, it has to answer 2 follow-ups. Will Palestine be permitted to have a military independent of Israel/U.S. security architecture? Point on a map to where exactly the state will go. If the answer to 1 is no, then congratulations, that's not a state. It is a Bantustan. And the problem with 2, even setting aside Gaza, settlement strategy backed by every U.S. president with endless money and arms, has rendered any contiguous Palestinian state literally impossible. That is exactly what they did in the West Bank over the so-called peace process that extended the timeline and basically neutered any fucking opportunity that Palestinians had for legal resistance and armed conflict in an effort to say, hey, if you play ball with us, you'll get a state maybe someday. Except they never had that intention, and they openly partitioned the areas where Palestinians live in the West Bank illegally, mind you, into non-contiguous Bantustans, just like apartheid South Africa. Okay? What the vast majority of American and European politicians support when they traffic in vague two-state solution pablum is a fully demilitarized Baltistan that exists at the pleasure and caprice of the U.S. and Israel. This is the far left flank of acceptable opinion. It's ironic because Benjamin Netanyahu considers this a non-starter too, by the way, because of how insane Israeli society is on this issue.
U.S. Army Green Beret.
Can you explain exactly non-contiguous? Non-contiguous means there is no continuation of a state. There is no like real state. It's just like piecemeal, partitioned off. Look at a map of current West Bank. Look at a map of the West Bank in like 1970, okay? And then look at a map at the West Bank with all of its settlements since the 1970s and what it looks like now. Palestinians have been physically separated from each other in their own personal homeland illegally. And curiously, all the anti-BB pro-Israel folks will find absolutely zero space to ever criticize him or his aims for the past 2 years. God, I hate it.
Worked as a security subcontractor for the US and Israel-backed firm, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. He's deeply shaken by what he saw. In this exclusive testimony, he reveals untold details about the GHF and its aid delivery plan. Anthony filmed this footage in Gaza.
As you can see, we're about 40 meters from the edge of the food line.
I believe that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is complicit in war crimes and that they are involved in an enterprise that has failed from the beginning.
Anthony Aguilar was hired by UG Solutions, a security subcontractor for the GHF.
There are UG contractors that are in Gaza that are utilizing non-lethal munitions and lethal munitions in unauthorized ways, and people are getting hurt. Palestinians are getting hurt.
Since the end of May, the GHF has opened 4 aid distribution sites, 3 south of the Israeli-controlled Marag corridor. There are 3 incidents that are seared into Anthony's mind. One involved a Palestinian woman who was seeking aid.
A stun grenade was thrown into the crowd directly next to a Palestinian woman who was with the aid box that she had, waiting to put her items into a bag so she could leave. And a UG Solutions contractor threw a stun grenade that detonated, and the metal top of it hit this woman in the head, knocked her unconscious. She was lifeless. She wasn't moving. She was then loaded onto a donkey cart by the other woman that was with her and moved off of the site.
France 24 could not independently verify the identity of this woman or confirm if she was killed. On that day, the Hamas-controlled health ministry reported 27 Palestinians were killed close to the Rafah distribution site. On the 29th of May, at site number 4, Anthony says UG Solutions contractors fired live bullets towards Palestinian civilians.
UG contractors opened fire, and there was catcalling and celebrating it.
I think you hit one.
The bullets were being fired by a UG Solutions contractor in the southern tower of site number 4, a fully automatic machine gun. He was spraying in bursts. And the second shooter was a UG Solutions contractor who was standing on a berm, firing with his individual rifle on fully automatic into the crowd as well. What they characterized as warning shots. But these shots were being fired at the feet, over the heads, and into the crowd of the departing Palestinians.
UG Solutions says no personnel have ever directed warning shots at civilians, aiming instead upwards in the air and towards the coastline. They say the contractor heard on video was encouraging IDF fire and has been terminated. There are some faces Anthony will never forget.
A young boy.
It's crazy because it's all on video. Like, this isn't like a confusing situation at all. It's just straight up. They're not hiding it. Like, it's literally on video, bro. Look, this guy's a fucking Green Beret turned mercenary, okay? I'm not going to sit here and say he's a good guy, but he doesn't need to be, okay? Even a bad guy can fucking turn around and recognize even worse shit. It's just, I mean, we need people like this to speak out. Like, I don't know. I mean, these guys see exactly how horrifyingly evil Israel's actions are, that even a fucking Green Beret turned mercenary goes, man, this is a bridge too far for me. Not gonna lie to you, big dog. This is a bit much for my taste, you know?
Hard to tell what his age was because of the starvation. Maybe 7 years old. No shoes, tattered clothes, covered in dirt. No parents or adult supervision or anyone with him. He was alone. And he held out his hand, and I called him forward, and he held my hand and he kissed my hand. This young boy had nothing to do with what Hamas did on October 7th. As he walked out with this crowd, as the UG Solutions contractors were shooting warning shots and throwing stun grenades and tear gas, and the Israeli Defense Forces at the position at the intersection were firing into them. That is the IDF unit, the 143rd Brigade. We had a meeting with them last night, and I came up on the berm, and I could see Palestinians, civilians. You could see their white bags lying on the ground, items spilled. I saw that, and I felt that I don't want to be a part of this.
We contacted the IDF. They did not deny the claims, but rather said, following incidents in which harm to civilians who arrived at distribution facilities was reported, thorough examinations were conducted in the Southern Command and instructions were issued to forces in the field following lessons learned. The incidents are under review by the competent authorities in the IDF. UG Solutions and the GHF deny all allegations made by Anthony Aguilar, labelling him a disgruntled former contractor who seeks revenge. Aguilar disputes this, saying that they are liars who are...
Yeah, I think it's valid for him to seek revenge, man. Like, yeah, you brought him in there. I don't know why he still thought he was going to do something good, but I guess let's say he was silly enough to think that this was going to lead to, like, actual good shit. Remember, Jake Wood, who was put in charge of the Gaza Holocaust Force, GHF, literally resigned day one. He did not even get to see the fruition of this aid trap. He straight up looked at this and was like, nope, not putting my fucking name on this at all. He literally resigned. The guy who was in charge of the GHF resigned the first day. And he's a fucking Marine sniper who's also turned mercenary. He literally was like, this is the Holocaust. Like, what are we doing? Nope, not going to be involved in that. I don't want to have my name be remembered in history as one of the fucking concentration camp guards that they brought in.
Focused on money.
So tiny, so frail. Baby Watine is 3 months old, but weighs less than when she was first born, suffering as Gaza starves. Milk and diapers, her mother says. That's all I'm asking for my daughter. If she stays like this, I'm going to lose her. Watine's mother, like so many in Gaza right now, unable to breastfeed because of the lack of food. Around 90 children have died from hunger in Gaza during this conflict, many in the past 2 weeks. The most vulnerable, those suffering from other medical conditions. But doctors say Watine was born healthy.
There's a total loss of muscle. It's only skin on top of bones, which is an indication that the child has entered severe acute malnutrition.
Aid is being airdropped into Gaza now.
Yeah, there are Egyptians that are holding police precincts hostage right now, or were doing so, because they're pissed off about the Egyptian government's collaboration with the Israeli government. Things are reaching a boiling point. Yeah, things are reaching a boiling point in the region as well. How much? This has been the #1 point of contention within the State Department from day one. There were plenty of people who have worked their whole lives within the American State Department that knew exactly what Israel was doing after October 7, what Israel was going to do after October 7, and they recognized that this was actually harmful for America's strategic interests in the region, that Israel was going to overstep and basically destroy the grand design. Okay? That's why they quit. They fucking quit ahead of time, and they warned people. They were like, we're headed down a very dark path here. I say this as someone who cares about America. I say this as someone who cares about America's foreign policy, and no one is listening to us. Those guys weren't doing it because they were like, upset about the human toll. I mean, maybe some of them were, but they're working for the fucking State Department. Their job is to literally overlook human casualties, okay? Their job relies on them. That relies on their capacity to refuse to recognize human casualties in these endeavors, okay? They were just upset about what Israel was going to do, that would harm America's strategic interests in the region. They were right.
And Israel is allowing more trucks in too. But the chaos on the ground means most are immediately looted by desperate people and criminals. The amount of food entering the territory is nowhere near enough to feed a desperate population that many allege Israel has deliberately chosen to starve.
Nothing reaches us from the aid that comes through land, air and sea. Gangs and thieves take all of it and sell it at high prices. So what benefit do we get from this? Nothing at all. We used to have money, but now it's all gone.
At a UN conference in New York, more than a dozen countries launched a statement calling for an end to Israel's war and the disarming of Hamas.
The only realistic, just and sustainable solution is two states.
Outrage at the bloodshed in Gaza is leading to a revival of the long-discussed two-state solution.
Mr. President?
God, I hate these fucking monsters. For the record, when Palestinians are talking about people stealing the aid, this is something that I have heard from Palestinians on the ground. They're not talking about Hamas. There is one militant group that Israel has funded and armed. They are of Palestinian descent. They are ISIS affiliates. They're now known as the Popular Forces, not the Popular Front, the Popular Forces. This is Abu Shabab's brigade of militants that get their money from Israel, they get their weapons from Israel, get their arms and gear from Israel. They get to operate in the Rafah red zone. Okay? I'm sure some of them are Syrian. Certainly. I mean, they're drug smugglers. They've used the Rafah tunnel system to smuggle drugs into the Gaza Strip. And Abu Shabab was in prison before October 7. Israel bombed the prison. Abu Shabab escaped. Yasser Abu Shabab. And he became the leader of the Israeli-backed collaborative forces. Israel gave them the arms and offered them protective cover with drones, okay, specifically so they can literally steal aid. In Hebrew, Israeli media admits Netanyahu's lying about the UN being to blame for the famine in Gaza. IDF has been forcing aid trucks to take an unsafe route known as the Looting Valley, where Israel's proxy gangs would loot the overwhelming majority of aid under IDF protection. Yeah, I'm talking about the famous Wall Street Journal columnist Yasser Abu Shabab, who has famously, his family actually disowned him, famously, said he's not one of us, fuck this guy, who famously works by Israel's own admission with the Israeli government. Their headquarters are in the red zone in Rafah, where no Palestinian is allowed to exist. Constant surveillance, drone strikes, they get to operate out of it. He is also illiterate. He is famously illiterate. He dropped out of, I think, like second grade or something. He literally cannot read nor write in Arabic, let alone fucking English. Yet he wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal, an opinion editorial. How did that happen? His family has called on his associates to kill him. Yeah. So when Israel says Hamas is ISIS, they actually are trying to get you to believe that Hamas is ISIS. They are literally working with ISIS right now. Okay? Why so obsessed with Israel? Is it really that bad? And Hamas is kind of like Germany in the 40s. You actually read about what's going on. They do the same stuff. No, my friend, Hamas is actually similar to Germany in the 40s. You're right, just not in the way that you think. Hamas is similar to the Jewish partisans. Hamas is similar to the resistance front inside of Germany against Nazi Germany. Israel, on the other hand, is closely resembling Nazi Germany in the 40s. So yeah, you're technically not wrong. I just don't think that that's what you were trying to say. But yes, October 7 could be compared to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, and Hamas's activities could be compared to the militancy that the partisans engaged in against Nazi Germany. I'm not rage baiting. I want an honest conversation. I don't understand why everyone is so obsessed with this. We have bigger problems in America. We can't fix their problems. We have to fix ours. Yeah, that's a really funny way to approach the subject matter, especially considering that Israel is American politics. There's not really much we can do. It's my money. It's my fucking tax dollars and yours going there instead of fixing your fucking potholes. So I think we should actually talk about it. That's mean. Okay. Well, you should be more predisposed with what's going on. The violence that is unfolding with your tax dollars. You know, I do care. Okay. Oh, well, I'm glad you do. I hope you understand my position, though. This is why I'm, quote unquote, so obsessed with Israel. Because what Israel is doing is what we are doing. We are allowing Israel to do this. We are giving Israel the weapons to do this. We're giving Israel the protective cover to do this. And also, simultaneously, this current administration, I don't know if you've been asleep or not, is literally prosecuting American citizens and non-citizens alike that are supposed to be protected by the Constitution under the First Amendment for the crime of speaking out against Israel. So it is certainly an American problem. Israel has made it an American problem. Israel could not exist without the United States of America funding it every step of the fucking way. So yeah, it's literally the most uniquely American issue. Like more so than even the Rapid Support Forces also doing a genocide in Sudan. The Rapid Support Forces are backed by the UAE. UAE gets almost all of its weapons from the United States of America. So the Rapid Support Forces that are conducting a genocide in Sudan are technically doing so with American arms that are being trafficked to the RSF by way of the UAE. So we are responsible for that to a certain degree as well. Not to the same degree as how much responsibility we have over Israel's genocidal conduct in the Gaza Strip. Since October 7, the United States is single-handedly responsible for all of Israel's defensive and offensive munitions. 70%. 70% of all weapons that Israel has used, both defensively and offensively, since October 7 has come from the United States of America. Okay? 70%. Without us, there is no genocide. Feel me? Do you understand why this is a uniquely American problem? Perhaps you should care a little bit more. All right. Netanyahu claims there are secured roads. They have always been. On the ground, they were only open now due to international pressure. Prime Minister Netanyahu said during a visit to Ramon base that there are secured routes. They have always been there, but today it is official. In response to UN claims that Israel is preventing the transfer of aid to Gaza. In reality, so far, only one route has been marked, which did not allow for safe transfer of aid and was looted immediately after the trucks passed through. Now, following pressure from the UN, Israel has opened several additional routes as requested for weeks. This is Barak Ravid writing at N12. What Israel says in Hebrew to the Israeli audience is very different than what Israeli officials say to the Western world. If an Israeli official is speaking in English, know that that is intended for you to hear. When an Israeli official is speaking in Hebrew, well, they're being honest. They're speaking to the Israeli population, which is precisely the reason why when they speak in Hebrew, they say much more truthful things, much more violent things, as a matter of fact. Breaking. Senior Hamas official says no negotiations under starvation and genocide. Senior Hamas figure Mahmoud Mardawi declared today that the group will not enter new negotiations while Israel continues to impose famine and mass killing in Gaza. There is no point in any negotiations as long as the policies of starvation and extermination against our people continue. The continuation of these humanitarian crimes destroy any logical basis for talks and shows contempt for the efforts made during the previous 18 days of negotiations. His remarks came after Israel reportedly sent a counterproposal rejecting key Hamas demands, including dismantling the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and withdrawing from the Philadelphia corridor. Mardawi made clear Hamas will not accept piecemeal implementation of a ceasefire. Opening one part of the agreement automatically opens all other provisions. He stressed that the agreement must be treated as a single, indivisible package, not something Israel can manage according to the calculations of just one side. His statement appeared to reject Israel's new reported ultimatum to the resistance group, accept a partial deal on Israel's terms or face annexation of Gaza's perimeter. What? Oh, so people speaking Hebrew are violent? Got it? No, I said people speaking in Hebrew when the same person speaking English says one thing, but when they're speaking in Hebrew, they are facing the Israeli audience, they say something different. And that something different is significantly more violent and significantly more honest, considering that what Israel is doing is incredibly brutal, violent. It's a genocide. That's what I mean. I didn't say people speaking Hebrew are violent. Got it. But that's what you wanted to understand. And the reason I think you wanted to hold on to that is specifically because after fucking spending 11 months in here, okay, after spending 11 months in here, noticeably absent from the conversation are you post-October 7. The reason why you have been noticeably absent from the conversation post-October 7, okay, only to come in here and say, oh, dude, you fucking suck. I watch you out of morbid curiosity and it sucks. Dumbass defense, why would you even try? Is because you recognize that you are a fucking pariah. People like you who defend Israel are a fucking global pariah. It's hella easy to bait you, no effort, one man. Okay, well, you can bait no longer. There you go. People in your immediate surroundings are they consider this kind of attitude to be despicable. Okay? You should try and bait those people around you in normal conversation. You probably can't any longer because they've literally stopped frequenting. They've literally stopped talking to you. They've stopped being around you for this reason. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Translate post from Hebrew. UK, we will recognize a Palestinian state in September. That's fine. By September, God willing, there will be nothing left to recognize. There it is. That's why it's basically a rule at this point. Whenever you fucking translate tweet from Hebrew, you see an unearthed new version of Hitlerian policy in broad daylight. Also, it's so funny that this motherfucker has been in here since 2023 trying to bait me, and I finally responded to him after months. You're making some wild justifications lately, unable to be wrong. You just did the same thing. Okay, sure, buddy. Damn, those pants are stupid. Let's vandalize your portion, laugh about it. Dumbass defense, why would you even try? You did such a great job in helping. Thanks. Pretty gross. Straight out of the RU playbook. Both sides be saying crazy shit. This motherfucker was saying both sides in 2024. Seemingly he has aligned himself with one side of those both sides. It's just the wrong side. It's just so, I mean, dude, I'm gonna be honest. The RSF doesn't get their weapons only from the US. That's wrong. Every UAE weapons manufacturer is some deal with Israeli company. That's important to note. Oh yeah, who could forget? The UAE's greatest allies, of course, is Israel, and Israel is, and the UAE also participates in Israel's genocide as well. I'm not much of a Twitch guy outside of watching you. Is it normal for someone to spend this much time watching someone they dislike? Why? Yes, there are a lot of people that unfortunately have very sad lives. And the only thing that offers them like the recognition of their humanity sometimes is someone negatively reacting to their position overall. Some people are so touch-starved, so desperate for some kind of recognition that they will consistently behave like a petulant child, okay, shitting in their own diapers and making it everyone else's problem. It's unfortunately a sad state of affairs, but this is how it is. There are plenty of people who do this. I don't know why. I've never participated in this, and I don't understand why people participate in this. I think it's truly unhealthy, and I still have hope that a lot of these weirdos will eventually one day see the right path. Okay, but for the time being, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, any attention is good attention when you're neglected.
Think about a future in a different place.
Okay, well, why don't Israelis move out of Israel then and let the Gazans go and live there?
Think about a future in a
terrorist. You are terrorist, Piers Morgan. You are saying the words of terror.
Diplomatic push. Israel and its most important ally dismiss.
The animal, yeah. Danny Dannon.
You could make the case that you're rewarding people, that, you know, you're rewarding Hamas if you do that. And I don't think they should be rewarded.
The very fact that we had this conference that was led by the French and the Saudis is an indication of a vacuum left by American leadership, or the lack of American leadership. Without the U.S.
Of course, the fucking Washington Institute is like, no, this is good. It's literally a fucking non-starter. I don't give a fuck what the dogs over the Arab League have to say about this, okay? Bro, why ban someone for saying their opinion? Just asking. What's wrong with banning a Republican? Okay, you're just begging. Here, I'll give you the attention that you wanted.
Being involved, it's very hard to see how the participants in that conference can move Israel, or frankly can coordinate some of the regional.
Why stop the video as soon as you disagree? It's called reacting. Take a second off.
Diplomacy that in itself is quite complicated.
In Gaza, every new day brings fresh pain. Here, a distraught son cries out for his father. So many of those killed by Israel shot while seeking aid. President Trump's special envoy is traveling to the Middle East to discuss the humanitarian crisis. How many more bodies to bury before it's brought to an end?
Well, joining me now is Dr. Nada Al-Hadithi, a consultant plastic surgeon who's just returned from NASA Hospital in Gaza. I suppose when you're there, you are just surviving and dealing with what you've got to deal with.
Yes.
Now you come back, how do you reflect on what you've been witnessing?
I knew before I went that the situation was absolutely desperate, but nothing could have prepared me for the extent of the starvation that I witnessed firsthand in the patients I was treating. The other thing that really struck me was how relentless the injuries and the casualties coming in were. I was down in ED one day and the cleaners were working at their absolute maximum trying to mop up the blood off the floor, and they couldn't keep up. And that was one of the days that the Israeli and American food distribution centers.
I'm so sick of explaining people how evil Israel is. I'm not. I will do it every day. I mean, they do officially say what they want to do. They control all the money and power in this world? They don't. But once again, I'm not. Yeah. I will continue explaining to every single person they control all the money and power. That's so funny.
had fired on the people at 3 a.m, where they were asked to be in the middle of the night, having crossed evacuation zones to get food and to get aid. So now that I'm back, I'm thinking, what else can we do to help stop this humanitarian crisis?
I mean, we are reliant on people like you to get facts out because we're not there ourselves, and there are local journalists as well that we rely on. But obviously the GHF are sort of every day denying these, allegations of people being killed near them, and saying it's all sort of propaganda and made up. I mean, from what you've seen from the injuries, what do you make of these constant denials?
I think these denials are not accurate. What I have seen from my first-hand experience is a 10-year-old girl who was shot through the leg at one of the GHF sites and subsequently had an amputation. This girl, Jana, loved dancing before she had an amputation, and this is a life-changing injury. I saw a student nurse shot through his back and out through the front, which led to an aneurysm compressing all of the nerves to his dominant arm, which means that he can no longer use that arm. It's completely useless. I saw another man shot in the testicles. And speaking to other colleagues working in the hospital, and let's just speak here, plastic surgery.
This is so crazy. Doctors have, doctors obviously don't talk to one another, but every now and then the media will come and ask them about what the common injuries are. And when they do that, they realize that Israel sometimes will use the civilian children that are going to the aid distribution sites as target practice. One day it's head injuries. That's what's so common. And then the next day, what's common is testicle injuries. Like they were shooting children in the fucking balls deliberately. They sometimes go for specific limbs one day.
Weren't seeing these injuries immediately. I was part of the team that was helping provide the reconstruction after the immediate salvages. But other colleagues that were there with me were saying that they saw a pattern where multiple times they saw many people coming in on the same day, all shot in the testicles or all shot in the upper quadrant of their stomach. And it looked like there was very specific targeting happening.
And what about the targeting in medical staff itself?
So we now know from the UN that over 1,500 medical healthcare workers have been killed. And while I was there, my scrub nurse that I was working with every single day was followed home by a quadcopter drone, and it didn't kill him on the way home from eyewitness. It waited until he was in his tent and greeted his 3 children and killed them all. I had another patient that was the wife of a doctor. She was completely emaciated. She'd lost her arm, she'd lost her leg, and she was in a great deal of pain and distress. We didn't have enough pain relief for her. We didn't have enough drugs, and she had a really significant infection that her body couldn't fight. She found out that one of my burns patients, who was 6 years old and had devastating 40% TBSA burns, total body surface area burns, needed vinegar to treat his Pseudomonas infection, and the hospital had run out, and she gave it to us for him. The people of Gaza have so much decency and so much dignity, and they keep on supporting each other and their communities no matter what happens. One of my nurses, I was asking him, he was an incredible nurse. He was so hardworking, so committed. I said, tell me about your life, Hasan. He said, I used to have 3 children. My youngest was killed 6 months ago. My eldest was killed just under 2 years ago. I've got 1 son left. I couldn't imagine a world where my colleagues are losing their children in this capacity and losing their lives in this way and still coming to work to do the best for their communities. They are the heroes of this conflict and war.
Will you be able to go back?
I'm hoping to go back. There's a lot of issues. 50% of EMT applicants get rejected by Israeli government. And it's obviously a real problem, especially for plastic surgery, because during the siege for the last 17 years, there hasn't been the ability of people to move and to get trained. So there are very, very few plastic surgeons left in Gaza. I went before in March 23 with the Royal College of Surgeons to train 18 delegates as part of an online longitudinal program. And 4 of those 18 delegates are now dead. One of them is Ahmed Al-Makeda, who was found outside Al-Shifa Hospital with his hands tied behind his back with his mother, who is a GP, and a bullet to his head. And he was someone that was continuously sending me images of patients that he was doing his absolute best for. And he'd won a fellowship from our Royal College of Surgeons. And yet, we don't do enough. It's desperate.
This is a new and unprecedented reality for Israelis, a sense they're losing support from traditional allies, while still living in fear after October the 7th.
Woe is me, man. No, what? They're living in fear after October 7? Like, oh man. Oh man, dude, what will we do? What will we do about Israeli fears, dude? Well, I guess they should do a little bit more genocide. You know, just to appease the interests of the masses. I mean, what? I mean, Israeli fears, obviously. That means, like, Israel can continue doing its death and destruction campaign. Yeah. I don't know, man. I see videos from Israel. They don't look to be in fear. As a matter of fact, they are very, very excited at the death and destruction campaign. They keep demanding more of it. Perhaps it's out of the fear that they have.
Criticism over the war in Gaza is growing inside Israel. But here in Jerusalem, it's a very different picture. And Keir Starmer's involvement is deeply unwelcome.
I think that the British have interfered in the Middle East for far too much.
Bitch, you... Dude, same. I agree. Like the creation of Israel. Are you fucking kidding me? First of all, you're American. Secondly, you're right. It's just we got to roll the clock way the fuck back here, okay? What do you mean? Oh, the British have interfered too much in Middle Eastern affairs? Yeah, I agree, bitch. What are you talking about? Strike back the time all the way before fucking Lord Balfour declared his intentions of sending everyone, every Jewish person to fucking Israel. Fuck you mean?
Far too long.
It's not
This is always like, this is the same whenever these motherfuckers say like, oh, dude, UN is Hamas. UN is Hamas. It's like, okay. Well, if you think the UN is irrelevant, then we might as well just completely abolish the Israeli state, you know? No more Israeli state.
Hear what you see on the informations.
So the images we're seeing on television coming out of Gaza aren't real, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
We give him a food, clothes, everything they need, and they're still killing us, and we give him things.
Karel, no! We give them everything, and they still kill. They are killing. They are killing. Why? Why they are killing? Enough champagne to fill the Nile. Dude, look at how fearful these guys are, man. I'm so glad that Sky News is finally covering. Israel blames everyone except itself for its own shame. Israeli journalist Gideon Levy. Sad to see such a level of denial. It's never Israel's fault. It's always someone else's. How do people reach their level of delusion and denial? Quite astounding, really. Did anyone bother to ask Jeffrey Dahmer whether his behavior was problematic? Deluded in sick society. That sure doesn't look like living in fear. Gazans look like they live in fear. IDF soldiers are admitting it. Blaming everything in the world without taking a look at yourself. British Empire brought Eastern White European Jews to Palestine in boat 1945. It's far before that, chatter or commentator. You're wrong. It started far before that. Without the British, Israel will not be established. It's over, man. Some of the dumbest motherfuckers in society are those who write comments on YouTube. The dumbest motherfuckers in society recognize what's going on. It's done. It's over. You can just fucking keep chirping and be like, oh, well, Israel is bad. Yesterday, they said Israel is good, okay, but Hamas. Today, they say Israel is bad, but Hamas. Tomorrow, they will say Israel is bad, period. It's that simple. Those who still try to actively defend Israel's genocide, its bloodshed, they will have no quarters, okay? It's done. It's over.
They need.
But Israel is also killing a lot of Palestinians as well.
It's not true.
While much of the Israeli media doesn't show the harrowing images from Gaza, they're being streamed around the world. Palestinians starved and stripped of their humanity. So appalled by the situation.
Like, look at this, bro. Look at this. Oh, we are living in fear. We are living in fear. But also, then you look at Palestinians, and they're like, no, that's real fear. That's real fucking madness.
It's prompted key allies like the UK to announce recognition of Palestinian statehood if it doesn't stop. Former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert understands this decision by the British, but says it's complex and stopping the war is the more urgent issue.
Israel is in complete control of Gaza. No one will tell me that we can...
Wait, what? Since 10/7? I don't think Hamas has killed anyone in Israel since 10/7. Have they even killed a single fucking person outside of Gaza since then? No. I don't think so. I mean, they were like lobbing missiles every now and then, but in the beginning, but that's also stopped as well.
Devastate Iran, 1,200 miles from the shores of Israel, and we can't make all the necessary technical, logistical arrangements to provide food in the 20 kilometers from Israel. There is one person in the entire world which has the power to force it on Netanyahu, and this is Donald J. Trump. What he needs to do is to summon Bibi to the Oval Office and to say to him, Netanyahu, game is over. Enough is enough.
Just a short drive from Jerusalem, the occupied West Bank is physically divided by this wall. That, along with Gaza and East Jerusalem, has long been envisioned as part of a future Palestinian state. But the current Israeli government outright rejects the idea of a two-state solution and has said Keir Starmer's announcement rewards terrorism.
The reality is this move by the UK government doesn't change anything in the West Bank, it doesn't change anything in Gaza, and it doesn't stop the war. Some say strategically this has been really badly handled by the UK, that this was the wrong timing, and they should have pushed for a ceasefire first.
Hostage families are furious, saying the UK's conditions disincentivize Hamas from ending the war.
If there is no ceasefire, there will be a state of Palestine, and the state of Palestine will continue to be at war with the state of Israel. The logic in this document is entirely faulty, and it's got all the feel of something being rushed out to placate whoever has been shouting loudest.
Donald Trump's envoy is returning to Israel for the first time in 3 months. Steve Witkoff is due to visit aid centres in Gaza. This comes as we receive reports of hospitals overrun with casualties from aid sites. The question is what Trump's envoy will report back to Washington after seeing Gaza firsthand. Sally Lockwood, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Now the most mobilized.
It's like here's a news report from inside of Israel. Here's the most evil woman you have ever seen in your whole life. Okay? Hello. Welcome to, I don't know, insert whatever broadcast. Today, we're talking to Adolf Hitler, but a woman. Okay? Adolf Hitler reincarnated as a Jewish woman. This Israeli mother has made it her mission to block aid to starving babies in Gaza. It's so fucking nutty, dude. Like, how do you look at a society that doesn't immediately look like I'm serious, dude. Listen, America is a very racist country. This is true. But there is a level of racism that the average American racist considers to be a bridge too far. Okay? Like if someone is a Klan's robe wearing motherfucker, okay, and in broad daylight is just like doing shit like this, is going around being like, let's go lynch black people, and they refer to black people as like the N-word with a hard R. Even most American racists will look at that and be like, that's a little bit fucked up, I think. Okay? In Israel, no such social stigma exists. Now, I've talked about permissible racism a lot. Remember the story of that one Valentina Gomez, right? who will say horribly racist shit in an effort to rage bait. Like, people on Twitter get away with a lot more openly evil, openly pro-Nazi shit. But even the biggest American racist still doesn't like a Nazi, okay? They're conditioned to not like the overt racism. They understand it as like wrong. They don't see themselves as that. In Israel, it feels like these guys are like, no, we're evil and we love doing the evil. It's like, my favorite thing is to be evil.
Activists in Israel are radical groups like STARVATION, led by Reut Ben-Haim.
God forbid a girl have a hobby, yeah.
Today, they're trying to block vital food aid getting to Gaza.
אנחנו רוצים חסימה אפקטיבית לאורך שעות, אנחנו רוצים לחסום לחמאס את האוכל.
She's sharing her message to her online followers.
בסדר? עוד כמה שעות מחבלים, חמושים, הולכים לטפס על המשאיות האלה ולחגוג. הם לא דורכים על המשאיות, הם דורכים על הכבוד של עם ישראל, הם דורכים עלינו.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing, okay? I'm not. Because God forbid Ethan Klein or any number of different like Israel defenders turn around and clip me being like, these guys are fucking horrible, okay? I can laugh though. Am I allowed to laugh? I think I'm allowed to laugh.
מאיפה לארגון הטרור הקטן והקיקיוני הזה יש יכולת להמשיך לפגוע בנו? מאיפה? כי אנחנו מזינים אותם.
They're on their way to Nitzana, one of 3 aid entry points into Gaza that remain open. According to one Israeli think tank, 2/3 of Jewish Israelis oppose the transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza residents. What I can't understand is how a mother of 8 is trying to block food to starving children in Gaza.
Okay.
How's your baby doing?
It's hard, but I can...
Oh, poor lady, poor woman. It's hard. Okay, don't make your baby participate in war crimes, dude. You fucking freak. You absolute monstrous freak piece of shit. I can't wait for someone to clip this and be like, Hasan is being quite anti-Semitic to Adolfine Hitler, okay? Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, God forbid that women have hobbies, huh? Why are you saying this? My hobbies are Hamas. My hobbies are killing children and denying aid to the Palestinians, which are not real. Okay, you look racist now. It's okay. Suck my dick. She from New Jersey, bro. Lol. Oh, God. Oh, brother. No politique here. No politique. We are denying the aid from going into Hamas terror children. Khalel, no. No.
Stay at home.
Are you not concerned, Riot, that by blocking the aid going to Gaza, a lot of Palestinians...
Yeah, never forget when I said the fucking rabid Jewish KKK settlers that were literally destroying aid. I called them inbred supremacist psychopaths, okay? And Ethan Klein turned around and said, they could be doing anything. They look like pleasant young gentlemen that are actually carrying aid into the Gaza Strip, as a matter of fact. Remember that shit? Fucking clown.
So we're already suffering and starving.
It's a wrong question, okay? Because the aid gets to Hamas. The aid go to Hamas.
Someone's got to have that clip. Come on. Someone give me that clip of neo-Nazi Ethan Klein being like, they could just be doing aid. Like, what? You don't know that. It's like, I do know that. You're the one who doesn't seemingly know that.
We hit a roadblock with the border police. There's blurred lines between Reut and those there to enforce the law. But Mum is still on her mission to get to the border. Since the beginning of the onslaught in Gaza, the delivery of food has been weaponized. In March of this year, UN experts called out Israel's imposed starvation. the first item of the ICC arrest warrant.
Inbred fucking douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just
dude.
dudes standing back there.
Just dudes standing in the back right there. Yeah. If only there was some additional context to what those just benign dudes were doing back there. Notice how I'm not calling the Israeli citizens who were filming those benign dudes inbred, even though they are also Jewish and Israeli. It's because those are the activists who are trying to stop the fucking freaks from destroying the aid.
Just dudes standing back there.
Entirely comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water.
Looks like they're doing charity. It looks like they're doing charity or something. Oh, is that what it looks like? If only there was something like, how do you get duped by your own fucking clip chimp, dude? He's so fucking stupid. Like, he got this clip chimp from someone else and then got duped a second time when going over it.
Or a box or something, like they're helping, and he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening. They either could not or would not.
This has to be intentional, right? No way he's that dumb. No, he's that dumb. He literally is that fucking stupid. I mean, yeah, he's pro-Israel too, but he's also that fucking stupid.
But clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say aid agencies, hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
A continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point.
No, he's not. He's constantly lying purposely. No, he's also a fucking moron. I promise you. Yeah, look at these benign dudes doing charity. Fucking idiot. Yeah, this is what is charity in Israel. I lost all faith in him when he refused to finish playing the clip in your debate in air quotes where you plead with your community to not attack him up until the content puke came out. Yeah. I'd pay good money to see you dress that short clown down again. Fuck that guy. No, because his views are dwindling and he's losing relevance as he continuously does the same old bullshit over and over again. And while it's incredibly satisfying to fucking rip him a new asshole, the irony is when Sam Cedar and I did that was his best month. So there is no reason to do that because that's what he wants. That's what he wants desperately. And basically what ended up happening was when he like launched this last Hail Mary lawsuit, he thought everyone was going to weirdly come to his defense. And then basically nobody did. So now he's just like, now he is moving in the direction of irrelevance, which is exactly what he fears. He will continuously yell into an increasingly smaller hug box of people. And that's it. That's the best possible thing you can do. Also, he already admitted that his wife was a terrorist. What more can I get out of that conversation? Trying to bait Sam hard, called him a capo today. Yeah, he just let him fade into irrelevance. I told this to Sam as well. Sam could not comprehend how fucking how incredibly defamatory Ethan has been, and I was like, he wants us to sue him for defamation so he can make content out of it. Even if he fucking loses a long drawn out legal battle for like a year, which will give him content. So the best possible thing you can do is just like deny him that recognition.
Request says Prime Minister Netanyahu and his defense minister bear criminal responsibility for the starvation of civilians in Gaza. Hunger, terror, death. There's no respite for the Palestinians. I return to the activists blocking the aid. It seems the echo chamber between the Israeli mainstream media and social media is encouraging this kind of direct action. Rayot and her team have reached the crossing point into Gaza.
Israeli police is Hamas. They are not letting our babies of terror do the just thing and deny humanitarian aid to Hamas.
Riyadh's live stream continues at the border fence. As she tends to her baby, I meet another activist from the group.
So have you managed to block the gate now?
Yeah, the gate is closed, as you can see here. We closed it, and the gate will remain closed until they evacuate us if they manage to.
The aid is being blocked. People are...
Like, if they were real ones, they beat the fuck out of these people, okay? I've seen Israeli police and the Israeli military beat the fuck out of protesters. It's just protesters that were protesting against the administration's actions. So why don't they do that to these motherfuckers? Oh, our hands are tied. To be fair, I kind of get why Israelis always act so offended when the police IDF arrest them for what they view as relatively acceptable thing. All other signs indicate the police and IDF should be on their side. No, it's like January 6th, when all of the people were like, why are you not letting us fucking take a shit in Nancy Pelosi's office? It's the same shit. It's literally the same principle behind the hog rebellion on January 6th. They were like shocked that cops would even, the limited amount of police presence on that day was like a force that would prevent them from entering the Capitol. But ultimately, this is performative.
Starving, and Israel's...
Like, if you want to see how the Israeli police force actually fucking works, watch them and how they treat Jews, okay? Watch them in Jerusalem against the tiny margin of anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews that live there, okay? They do not hold back when they are dealing with the anti-Zionist Orthodox Jewish community in fucking Jerusalem. They beat the fucking living doors off of those dudes, okay? Straight up. Straight the fuck up. There are obviously a lot of Orthodox Jews that are super pro-occupation, but there are still a tiny sliver of Orthodox Jews that are anti-Zionist, and they do not hold back on those motherfuckers, let me tell you, okay? Definitely different than these people here.
Responsible for that.
The ones who are responsible is Hamas. They are the legitimate government of Gaza.
Bitch, you're literally denying aid right now. What do you mean? The ones who are responsible is Hamas. It's like, okay, well, you're the one. The fuck you mean? You're the one who's literally fucking denying aid into the strip. You are denying, currently, you are in the process of denying aid to stop starving children from getting aid, okay? You are stopping children from getting food. They are starving. It is not Hamas. You are so much worse than Hamas ever could be, okay? Hamas is literally the most moral force in comparison to you.
They need to take responsibility. We are at war. It is the war. And I want Israel to win that war, and we need to put pressure on Hamas. And this is the right and the most efficient way to do so.
For the staff.
That's how you know this is a fascist society, by the way. When you got a marketing manager looking ass person like this saying these kinds of like Hitlerian things, that's how you know it's like it's over. Like the wonderful grandmas that you hear on like man on the street interviews in Israeli streets, and they're like, oh, I would never let children die except for Hamas, you know? And you're like, oh, okay, you're a freak. It's over. Yeah, the Swifty hat. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. It's like, this is how fascism takes root. When you got otherwise like normal looking white ladies literally going to the middle of the fucking desert to do a war crime. Okay? That's crazy. It's over.
And this is the right and the most efficient way to do so.
For the Savtasha group, their blocking is a success. No aid trucks got through that day. In the ensuing weeks, local media identifies some activists from the group ransacking aid trucks. Individuals within the Israeli forces reportedly tipped them off about where to target.
Wow. Wow. What? You mean to tell me there's direct collaboration between the Israeli security forces and the fucking rabid settler terrorists? I'm so shocked. What? 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 No. No. Khalil, no. Fork found in the kitchen? Stop. Tell me it's not like that. What? What?
young settlers also stepped in, beating up drivers, looting aid, and even torching trucks heading to Gaza. The extremism reflected in these activists, both online and in the mainstream media, is coming from the top, from the Prime Minister himself, calling up biblical references of brutal retaliation. To his defense minister.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
And his far-right coalition partner, Itamar Ben-Gvir, seen here at a rally in this clip shared online.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Or the New York Times issuing a correction over an article on famine in Gaza, which featured this viral image of a young boy.
So they originally wrote that he was starving, malnutrition. But they recently issued an editor's note saying the child also has a pre-existing muscle condition.
Lucas Thomason is live in Washington with the latest details on this story. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Lawrence. Images of civilians in Gaza drawing increased attention from around the world following the October 7th massacre, which killed 1,200 Israelis, where 20 hostages.
Dude, October 7. October 7. Hey, guys, remember October 7? It's crazy. October 7, remember? Look, when you see these kinds of images and you go, this is a depraved sick society, okay, which is understandable. Everybody with a fucking conscience says that, right? Recognizes it as such. But when you see stuff like this, and you go, whoa, dude, chill. You're being anti-Semitic. This is about Jews. This is like about Judaism. You're criticizing Jews and Judaism. It's like, no, you're making that connection. Okay? You are. I'm not making that connection. You're making that connection. It's a false connection that you yourself are jumping on. I think that is unimaginably anti-Semitic. To look at these fucking sociopaths and these actions, these horrible actions, a stain on mankind, a stain on humanity, and you go, nope, that's Jews, man. That's all Jews. Like, what are you, fucking Nick Fuentes? What do you mean? What do you mean you have to defend this because Jews want this? You're a fucking psycho. You're wrong. Not only are you wrong, but you are also deeply anti-Semitic, and it doesn't fucking matter. It does not matter whether or not the person saying that is of Jewish descent themselves or Christian. It is fucking undeniably anti-Semitic. And the tide shift has, I think, created this recognition.
Remain alive today. The New York Times reports Gazans are dying of starvation. And, quote, here is the headline, guys. After 21 months of devastating conflict with Israel, Gaza's most vulnerable civilians, the young, the old, and the sick, are facing what aid groups say is impending famine. As you mentioned off the top, this photo of an 18-month-old.
Like, this is the worst. This is the worst counter I have ever seen, brother. I'm sorry. This is straightforward Nazi Holocaust denial while the Holocaust is happening, to just be like, hey, by the way, just so you know, this starving child also has a genetic condition. Like, that's not the defense you think it is, man. Like, why is the kid starving but the adults look healthy and well-fed? What a disgrace, New York Times. We need to talk about how Hamas is stealing aid from Palestinians. If Chamas can afford missiles and Gaza can afford food, okay, well, you know, their audience has gotten the fucking talking points, I guess. Finally, we encountered a group of stupids that are on board with this propaganda, it seems.
Drawn attention. Now the New York Times updating its piece with an editor's note, saying the child, while suffering from severe malnutrition, also had, quote, a pre-existing health.
Like, I don't even care if the malnutrition, which according to the mother, the malnutrition is what caused the condition, right? But even if that wasn't the case, like, this is not an appropriate counter narrative. When you say Pallywood, which is depraved, is the Israel version of saying like all of this stuff is all of the violence that is unfolded that Israel is committing is actually fake and Palestinians are staging it or whatever. You're supposed to deny that there is starvation taking place. You can't just be like, oh yeah, no, starvation is happening, but also we are starving not just healthy children, we're starving children with like genetic disabilities. Okay? It's fucking insane. Who is this for?
Health problems. A statement on the Times PR handle on X says, quote, "We recently ran a story about Gaza's most vulnerable civilians, including Mohammed Zakaria al-Muktawak, who is about 18 months old and suffers from severe malnutrition. We have since learned new information, including from the hospital that treated him and his medical..."
Like, this is a don't believe your lying eyes moment, but also at the same time, I don't think it's going to work. You know what I mean? They're trying, but it's not working. Because who the fuck would look at this and go, yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, I think that child is starving, but also had a genetic condition, so I guess it's appropriate for that child to die. It's not working. It's not working. It's
records
fucking
and have
insane.
updated our story to add context about his pre-existing health problems. This additional detail gives readers a greater understanding of his situation. Our reporters and
My fucking mom and dad believe this shit. I'm sorry to report this, but if your mom and dad quote unquote believe this shit, they already were looking for anything to point to. It's up to you to be like, dude, people have come to me with this as a defense as well. Okay? New York Times, we didn't disclose that the starving child we depicted who was born in a besieged concentration camp had health complications. To atone for this act of anti-Semitism, we've been donating $500 billion to the ADL and putting every Israeli flag in our office at half-mast. Like, just ask your parents to be like, okay, the kid's still fucking starving. Let's say he also had a precondition. He's still starving. Don't you think it's fucked up that Israel is starving this child? Yeah, it's like cops shot a 5-year-old, but the kid was autistic, and we didn't actually reveal that the child was autistic beforehand. Okay, that didn't make it better. It made it worse. Usually, when you do a counter-narrative campaign, it's supposed to kind of like make the situation look better for you, not worse. Oh, you people feel real stupid when you find out that the kid also had cancer. The kid that we were starving also had fucking cancer. Ha! It's like, okay, so you're literally starving a cancer child. How is that fucking in any way, shape, or form supposed to defend your position? It didn't make the position better. It made it worse. What do you mean? This correction has only made you more evil in my eyes. What? It's not like food is the only thing that Israel's denying. Israel's denying medicine too. Israel blew up every fucking hospital. What are we talking about? I don't get it. Hey, I'm going to skip this. I can't even fucking talk about this any longer. It's just so stupid.
We're following an issue that is being closely tracked here in Washington. What is being labeled the worst case scenario of famine unfolding in Gaza. That's a dire warning that we are getting from a food security agency that is backed by the United Nations. And that group says that more than 20,000 kids were admitted for treatment for acute malnutrition between April and mid-July. More than 3,000 of them were severely malnourished, and images like these show the staggering human toll that we are watching play out. One child seen shoveling as much flour as he could off of an aid truck into his own T-shirt as he turned into a makeshift bowl to carry that flour. The president today acknowledged what he and the world have been watching.
I think everybody, unless they're pretty cold-hearted or worse than that, nuts. There's nothing you can say other than it's terrible when you see the kids. And those are kids, whether they talk starvation or not, those are kids that are starving. They are starving. And you see the mothers, they love them so much, and there's just nothing they seem to be able to do. They got to get them food, and we're going to get them food.
Yeah, if only we could find out who's doing this, who's allowing this. I don't know, man. Am I the... What? You mean to tell me I'm the president of the United States of America that is single-handedly responsible for Israel's genocide? The only country more responsible, or if not just as responsible for Israel's genocide? Fuck, man. My hands are tied. My hands are tied. It's just, you don't understand. My hands are so tied. One phone call, chat. Do not forget. Literally one phone call. Boop. Pull up the phone. Say, it's over. It's done. And it's done. One single phone call. That, I think, makes the situation so much worse. And every single person that acted as though that was not the case is a fucking liar. Because if it's not one phone call and Israel doesn't listen, then you deny weapons transfers. And if Israel still doesn't listen and says, okay, we can get weapons elsewhere, then it's sanctions. And if Israel still says, oh, well, we'll get weapons elsewhere and we'll do trade with another country, which, by the way, who the fuck are they going to do trade with at this point in that predicament? Then you fucking invade, okay? Israel knows this, which is why it's just one phone call. It doesn't have to go beyond that.
The situation, of course, that the president is talking about did not happen overnight. Israel cut off all aid to Gaza back in March, saying without evidence that Hamas was stealing all of it, according to a U.S. government review. But when that blockade was partially lifted in May, Israel started relying on a U.S.-backed aid group, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Since then, the United Nations says more than 1,000 people have been killed by Israeli forces while trying to get food. In the face of growing pressure, Israel has started allowing more aid to trickle in over the weekend, but aid groups have said it is not nearly enough. My source tonight is Senator
After
Bernie
sanctions, what? Sorry, cut off on my end. I'm curious. Invading militarily. Invading Israel militarily is the final step if Israel does not fucking comply, but it's not going to happen anyway.
Sanders of Vermont. And Senator, when you hear the Israeli Prime Minister saying there's no starvation happening in Gaza, what, do you believe he's lying?
Of course he's lying. He is a disgusting liar. Israel had a right to defend itself from the terrible Hamas attack. But I think everybody understands that in the last 2.5 years, they've been waging
Bernard,
a
shut
brutal,
up,
horrific,
stop.
almost unprecedented.
That's definitely getting clip chimped. Oh no, I'm going to be clip chimped where I said if Israel refuses to abide by American sanctions, then they'll get fucking invaded militarily. Really? Oh no. What will I do? I guess I'm being so anti-Semitic for saying that the solution to Israel's genocide literally requires one phone call. And if the phone call doesn't work, then boycotts and sanctions or denying weapons transfers. If denying weapons transfers doesn't work, then sanctions package. And if the sanctions package doesn't work, then you fucking invade Israel militarily. This is just how it works, okay, for every country, but especially important for our allies that require a steady flow of shipment. You can clip it, you can ship it, you can send it to your mama, you can send it to your fucking daddy, okay? For those who said for months, Hasan, you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist, you're an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite. A lot of those motherfuckers are quiet now because they know I was right, okay? So if they're still desperately looking for another thing to fucking hold on to try to demand my deplatforming, okay, I'll continue doing what I'm doing, and then I'll see you in the next fucking 3 to 4 months, okay? You are literally never right. No, don't ban that guy. Come on. It's funny. W Tectone, Asmongold, El Hasan, he says. No, we need to have some pets, dude. Come on. That's too funny to fucking ban.
Type of war, not just against Hamas, but against the Palestinian people. So you got an area, territory there of 2.2 million people. They have already killed 60,000. They have injured 140,000, most of whom
Marcus Trump owns
women,
you.
children, and the elderly. They have virtually completely destroyed the entire infrastructure of Gaza, virtually all of the schools, the healthcare system, over 70% of the housing, the water system, and now, as you mentioned, over the last period of time, they have prevented humanitarian aid coming in, and there is now mass malnutrition, and children are starving to death. And tomorrow, I will be offering a joint resolution of disapproval to basically say, we cannot continue to provide military aid to the extremist, racist Netanyahu government that is starving the children of Gaza.
And when you try to force the Senate you're trying to force them to block the sale of weapons to Israel as a result of what you're seeing play out. Do you expect to get more support from Democrats?
We will see. I think there is...
Because of the images we're seeing?
Look, there are a lot of dynamics. And by the way, that takes us to another crisis that goes beyond Gaza, and that is a corrupt campaign finance system. So you have a super PAC called AIPAC that spends hundreds of millions of dollars trying to defend the Netanyahu government. And if you vote for a Sanders resolution or you stand up in other ways in opposition to Netanyahu, they're prepared to fund a whole lot of money against you. But I think the time is now when members of the Senate have got to start listening to their constituents back home. And the American people do not want to spend billions and billions of dollars supporting this horrific war.
What about with the White House? I mean, President Trump is saying that he's seen this, that the First Lady Melania Trump has seen these images. He's saying there is starvation there. You can't fake that. But when he was asked about nude...
Yeah, dude, this is the... I saw the Jordan Weissman take. Jordan Weissman, as Dems converge on agreement that Israel has been committing an atrocity, I do think there needs to be some reckoning among moderates, that while lots of ugly anti-Semitism burst from the left after October 7, the leftists were fundamentally more right about this war, about what this war would become. Then this person responds and says, did centrist Democrats not say up front that we need a ceasefire ASAP? I feel like I did not remotely exclusively hear this from the left. What a way to fucking massage the narrative. Yeah. Karine Jean-Pierre called calls for a ceasefire repugnant. Okay? ASAP? Get the fuck out of here. ASAP my ass. It's so funny. And also, even this is wishy-washy bullshit. Oh, ugly anti-Semitism burst from the left. The ugly anti-Semitism from the left was hurting people's feelings because we correctly said Israel's an apartheid state that is doing a genocide. Okay? Yeah, comical that centrist writers are writing off early leftist warnings of Israeli genocide as the boy who cried wolf, when our analysis was based on an analysis of Zionist political intentions that proved completely accurate. You guys were only right because your analysis of people perpetuating this war just so happened to line up with what they ended up doing. Yes, that is the point of analysis. You probably forgot it while you were wrong about everything for 20 years. It is fucking insane. Benjamin Netanyahu said Amalek literally the day after. Yoav Gallant, 2 days after, said, we're fighting human animals. We have to shut off their food, their electricity, their water. Oh, wow. It takes a special breed of future seer to literally listen to what the Israeli state members were saying about what kind of war effort that they were going to conduct. Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is. During an October 10th briefing, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, who is uniquely bad at her job, literally called a ceasefire, progressive Congress members who call for a ceasefire in the Middle East, disgraceful and repugnant. They're trying to fucking launder their reputation. It's like, dude, delete your fucking tweets first. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Except you can't delete this shit. It's so fucking stupid. Matt Iglesias, another demon. I'm just deeply reluctant to credit the critics for being right, in air quotes, about this. They at every turn took concrete political actions that made the worst case outcomes more rather than less likely. Matt Iglesias is deeply reluctant to credit those of us who understood on day one that Israel was waging a war of extermination as right. It's so fucking funny that these dipshits are trying to do the, oh, well, I guess we were wrong about the Iraq war while it's fucking literally happening and everyone can see it as being fraudulent. Dude, you have to wait. You have to wait like a couple years before you fucking whitewash and launder your reputation. It's still going on. It doesn't make sense to try and spin on the one hand, while on the other hand, you're still trying to defend your lack of interest in stopping the bloodshed. Who believes this? The appropriate thing to say is, and here is God's honest truth, the appropriate thing to say in this circumstance is, we were wrong, the left was right. A critical examination of why we were wrong and the left was right is necessary so that we don't repeat this mistake again. They won't do it because they're in power. I remember when you decided to change your mind about the Iraq war, but why do you think this keeps happening to you? It's because they're fucking careerists, okay? For many of them, it's just about being a careerist because they know they'll never be punished. Actually, they'll be elevated for being wrong. They're deliberately wrong. They're deliberately obtuse. They're inhumane, amoral monsters, okay? All of them. And I said this on October 8th, and I said this on October 9th, 2023, and I continue to say it. Go back and watch any of the fucking videos that I have from back then that people love clipping out of context to fucking talk about how passionate I was and how wrong I was for being such, for demonstrating such passion. And you will see that anger was perfectly fucking warranted. I was right then, and I'm right now, and so are many of you. Many of you who maybe initially thought, it's a bridge too far how quickly Hasan is defending Palestinians here. I mean, October 7 just happened, but at least you have the decency to sit there quietly, listen, learn, and change your fucking position as the environment changes. All your Twitch WADs deleted. get deleted when you got banned? Wait, what? Yeah, but they come back when I'm unbanned. Yeah. Anti-Semitism in U.S. rages while college protests intensify. Now police detaining anti-Israel protesters. Worst case scenario, watchdog agency says. Student activism over Gaza. Admirable or ill-informed? Gazans are dying of starvation. One day, everyone will have been against this. Okay? Yeah, I didn't shy away from saying the fucking truth, even one iota, since day one. I believed that people would inevitably realize the unavoidable reality. And thankfully, there were plenty of others who also recognized right from wrong and literally continued to protest and never shied away from keeping up the pressure, because all of that pressure amounted to the public sentiment shifting dramatically, regardless of all of the legal criminal repercussions that people faced. All of the student activists on college campuses that made those college encampments and then got fucking destroyed for it, had their diplomas taken away from them. I was low-key in the exact same position on 10-8. I kind of thought you were being insane when you were talking about Palestine in that way after 10-7, but unsurprisingly, you were right all along. And of course, I now know exactly why you said all that shit. Years of HasanAbi vindication is real. Also, this is precisely the reason why I'm still understanding of people who at least recognize that they were wrong, no matter how far along they are, because there are still plenty of fucking pieces of shit like Matt Iglesias who know better, but are doing it because they're fucking careerists. I tweeted this earlier. I said, for those of you finally coming to terms with what Palestinians have been saying for years, I hope this is a time for self-reflection. If not for careerist reasons, how could you have gotten something so heinous, so wrong? Let this be a wake-up call and start the pressure immediately. It's so crazy to do this. What a fucking clown ass this dipshit is. I think you're blurring issues. I agree with the protest taxes were often counterproductive. Why were they counterproductive? And they were wrong about the stakes in 2024. Why were they wrong? Someone needs to explain to me why those protests were counterproductive. That's why I don't understand what fucking Controversy was talking about too, when she was like, you know, you're just making people angry. That's it. By showing what the Palestinians are screaming about. I mean, look at the environment. The fuck do you mean the protests were wrong? If it wasn't for the protests, everyone would have shut the fuck up and lived along with their daily lives as the Holocaust kept being unfolded in front of everyone's eyes in broad daylight. What do you mean? What was wrong about the protest tactics? But I also think that in the first month of the war, the left had a better read on what was to come from Israel. What was wrong? What was wrong? No one likes to admit they were wrong, especially about one of the most awful catastrophes of the century. You're 2-2 with Palestine and Iraq, says Jacob Silverman, the Matt Iglesias. This is why it's important when you talk about E or D or Nazi mold. They were and are spreading bullshit defending Israel, among other shit. It isn't just drama. It's trying to show these idiots are wrong on what they spew. Yes, they are objectively wrong. Their politics are objectionable. They're repugnant, but they're also wrong. Who wants to be wrong all the fucking time? This is what I don't understand. You'd rather be wrong in your fucking hug box? It doesn't make any sense. The Times should pay a price. They've been in jihad mode for a long time in a lot of ways. Freak, dude. The more wrong they are, the more the crowd of the angrier the crowd gets, and the bigger that crowd gets that is calling out Israel's genocide, the more Israel defenders lose their minds. They become fucking increasingly unhinged. You see? That's what's so crazy about this. The protests were wrong because their team had the presidency at the moment. It's like, I care about the issue. I don't care if it's a D. The only thing I heard from the left was October 7th was good and justified, and I do not feel like this has been vindicated by subsequent events. Oh my God. There were so many exit ramps for these people to get off. Okay? So many different moments where they could be like, okay, this is a bridge too far. So many bridges they crossed. It's getting to a point where you won't be able to cross a bridge. It's already there. And I understand why some people will say, nope, we're far gone at that point. And I agree. But the more bridges you cross, okay, the more aggressive you have to be in defending Palestinians. Like, you have to turn into a fucking Fedayeen, okay? You have to put on the goddamn Al-Qassam Brigade's Al-Aqsa Flood war banner and run around talking about how Hamas is glorious and great at this point to make up for what you have done wrong thus far in this fucking genocide. Okay? You've crossed too many fucking exit ramps, too many dead children in the process that you watched and said, it's justifiable. Okay? If you want to make up for it, you got to turn around and fucking put that banner on. Okay? You got to revert to Islam and talk about the Al-Aqsa floods. Because what else can you do at that point? You know what I mean? So many moments where you could have just been like, maybe this is kind of fucked up, when they were blowing up Lebanon, blowing up Syria. Oh, there are still people who literally think that it was the left's miscalculation for focusing on the genocide and not the Democratic Party's miscalculation for thinking that average people, not just like card-carrying leftists, would actually be horrified by an administration that does not give a fuck about the violence that has unfolded in broad daylight. It was consequential. Okay? It was fucking consequential. Do I need to repent too? I only found out how bad it is. I don't care. You don't have to tell me that you only found out how bad it is after the election. Just keep that to yourself. Especially when you're an anonymous person online. You don't have to literally fucking be like, I was completely oblivious to the death and destruction after a year and a half, you know? That's why whenever I hear someone fucking say, well, what about October 7 now? Okay. When I hear someone say, what about October 7? What about Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas right now, 22 months in? I'm like, you are a fucking animal, dude. What are you talking about? There have been thousands of October 7s, far more consequential and far worse than October 7 ever could be. There's like 3 October 7s a week, dude. What are you talking about, October 7? Yeah, it's not condemn Hamas. Do you condone Hamas? That's the real fucking if you want to act like you're making up for your failures, you got to fucking condone Hamas. Do you condone Hamas is the question. Ridiculous. See, people still have that hang up. They go wild. Is it? It's not even like calculable. Collective punishment is still unacceptable. It's still unacceptable law. Exactly. Which is why what Israel's doing is fucking undeniably evil. Warnock flips, will vote to block weapons. He went back on it. He had originally voted to block weapons, and then he got yelled at by like all of these Israel advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups. And now he's back. I suspect John Ossoff will also get back as well. Remember, these guys are from a fucking red state, all right? It's especially concerning that Raphael Warnock folded as a person who literally is equipped with the knowledge of liberation theology. I've made it clear I support the state of Israel and its right to defend itself. No more of this. Israel has a right to defend itself. Bullshit. The fuck do you mean? Nazi Germany has a right to defend itself. Does Russia have a right to defend itself? Do we get to decide who has a right to defend itself and who doesn't have a right to defend itself? It seems like it. Palestinians, no right to defend themselves. Yeah, just put the vote in the bag is right. The funniest backlash and subsequent flip happened immediately after October 7. Many of you are not Turkish speakers, so you don't know this. But I made big waves in the nationalist side of Turkish Twitter and Turkish Twitch specifically. Okay? October 8th or 9th, I said Turks kept coming into the chat because they fucking hate Arabs. They were like, oh, dude, fuck you. Hamas are all Arab dogs. You know, we stand with Israel type shit. That's what they were on. Okay. Now they would never admit to that. Okay. But so many motherfuckers came after me so aggressively. I said, the Turks defending Israel are dogs. Okay. I said, the Turks that are defending Israel are dogs of the West, not realizing that Israel is an extension of American Western imperialism, and American and Western imperialists do not see you any differently than Arabs. I called them servile dogs. They said I was racist. They demanded I get banned. They were losing their fucking minds. You know what's really funny? It took like 3 days for the entire Turkish population to fucking revolt against Israel, and every single person that had said that deleted their fucking tweets calling me out. It was the most swift action reaction I've ever seen in my life. Okay? Turkey to this day is the one country in NATO that fucking hates America and hates Israel. It's like 80% and 90%, which is so funny. I've never seen vindication so fast. Yeah, big Turkish streamers came after me. They were going crazy. They were like doxing my family and shit. What happened? I'm confused. They hate Arabs in Israel. A lot of Turkish people hate Arabs because of the a lot of Turkish people don't like Arabs because of the Syrian migrants. Yeah. Look at this. 93% have a unfavorable opinion of Israel in Turkey. It is the highest percentage. I thought it was a betrayal of the Ottoman Empire by Arabs. That plays a role in it for sure. That definitely plays a role in it. Silmediler ki unutuldu gitti. Kendileri ırkçı oldukları için hücumlarında değildi. Anyway, on that note, I wanted to leave you with like some vindication, some semblance of positivity here. I'm done for the day. Wow, that's crazy. Kaya immediately recognized that I'm done for the day. That's wild. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow. What's up? Hello. Hello. Okay. This dog is so large, it's crazy. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan street.